side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Welcome to the playground.
And it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your head? You will never make it through. And blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood.
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Shine and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on, from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home, you feel my pain. My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything, you never asked me to change a thing.
しててもデイドリーミング、yeah、君の言葉繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまない、そっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うの、また会えるよね。
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You'd love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookie. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time?
but they are made more fun because the LEC is on day 3. My name is Shox, and I'm joined by GB and Finn, and we're gonna get up to some fun. We're gonna tier list. Well, judge. Well, rank is the word I'm looking for. Rank all of our junglers in our league. And later, Lore is going to catch up with some of the cool co-streamers we got on site today to hear about their thoughts about the league. So that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to judge his tier list. That's what I'm going to do.
So he's going to do the tier list?
Last time we made a tier list, you guys read it up against me, and I couldn't get my points in because it was like, oh, I think Jojo should actually be here. And both of you were like, no, we're putting him in C tier. And I still don't think that's fair.
Well, we have the stats later. I'm just going to say that.
It's true, it's true. So we'll talk about jungle a little bit. We built this tool to... oh my god, I just can't speak today. Rank all the junglers or rank all the roles, and so we're running with it. We're using it all the time. And Skewmond actually already ranked all the junglers, so let's take a look at his tier list so we get some inspiration and see if we vaguely agree, yes or no. We can compare notes after.
Yeah, I mean, I think I already have some I want to change around a bit, but it's not massive. But
yeah.
I have some things as well that I think 113 obviously should be at
yeah, you love
a little
it.
bit higher now.
All right, so let's start with ours. And
why is there 2 of them? Is there 113 on a bad day and a 113 on a good day?
I think that's what happened.
There are 2 113s.
No, it's within the same game probably. Okay, where do you want to start?
I think it's easier with S tier.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Or with which person? Or you just want to start with S tier?
I mean, for me, like, I still have Razork and Yike in
both?
S tier. Yeah, I do. I have Yike first and Razork second. That's more of a consistency thing for me specifically.
Okay.
But I still think Razork at his best is one of the best junglers in Europe.
So
Counterpoint. I don't think we've seen Razork at his best this year. So I don't think it's reasonable to put him at S. Okay. I think you can have him at his heights. But I think right now, Razork has shown that he is at an A tier, kind of.
And the thing is, like, I can't even argue fully against that, but I do agree with you. Like, the levels of playoffs in winter was definitely off. So,
I mean, I agree.
I'm willing to concede that, for sure.
I agree. Razork is a great player. One of the best junglers we have in our league.
Hold up. The other way around, right?
Wait, so you're moving Razork down, basically, right? Okay, I got it.
I think Yike is like the apex right now of jungle talent and jungle play in Europe, and I think he deserves to be in the S tier alone.
Okay, then we'll do that. And then moving on, who do you want to go for next?
Well, I do want to put Skewmond in A tier for sure.
Skewmond, it keeps doubling up the person, sorry.
That's
One
okay.
Sec. Skewmond in A tier?
For sure.
Why?
Well, I still think the level of play that he's showcased with G2 throughout the year has only leveled up. I think there was a case you could call him B tier in the beginning, actually. But I think for sure he's an A tier jungler in our league right now.
You've got a lot of tape on him, right? Not so much for some of these other junglers.
Yeah, but I think it's the fact that he's also been so good at just evolving with his champion pool as well. He's really becoming a G2 jungler, specifically where you expect crazy picks for them, but also a capability of playing off the pressure that your laners are going to be giving you.
Okay, you agree?
Yeah, I also really like that he's bringing the G2 flair, that he's bringing up the specific picks like the Mundo that has been making really good anti-meta kind of G2S. And I think that really pushed him from B to A for me. Like the fact that he's kind of now getting into the G2 system and is a part of it. It's not just like an outsider looking in.
Okay, let's go to 113 then. Finn, where do you want to put your boy?
You know, I would love to put him in A, but frankly, I think he has to be in B.
Whoa, I was going to say, that's a B for sure. We're not putting him in A.
I have to put him in B just because despite the genius that lies behind him, I still see the same inconsistencies. He still struggles to execute on simple plays sometimes, and I need to see him fix this because I believe in him. I know he can be great, but something is holding him back.
I guess that's got 2 minutes left.
Oh, God, okay. I'll put Sheo there. I'll put Sheo there as well.
Sheo in the B tier? All right.
I mean, maybe I would even put Sheo above 113. I'm not going to lie, but that I'm not willing to get into the 113 fanboy
I'll put him
with that discussion here.
Slightly higher, like this.
Yeah, that seems good to me.
Okay, great. I don't feel like I have a good image of him yet. Maybe because of the kind of the new team and everything.
Yeah, I agree.
Like,
but
when I had to rank him in BDS, I would know where to put him, but now it's harder.
I still think he brings a lot to his team right now.
True.
And you know, there was when you have good laners, of course the jungler's going to look good. When you have bad laners and your jungler still looks good, there's also something that speaks for that.
He's got great macro knowledge, and I think it shows. In the games, you know?
for sure.
Directing.
To me, like just a quick point, if you take Sheo out of Heretics, I think the team looks vastly different.
Yeah, for sure, that's a great point.
And I think that's what like keeps him high for me.
Okay, next up, Isma?
C tier.
Playing today, C tier?
Yeah, I think it's just been too long since I've seen anything where Isma really showed me something where I was really impressed with it. And of course, you can make an argument he's been on a bad team or it's been difficult with a new team. But fact is just that we haven't seen enough for me to really put him elsewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that fully.
All right. Maybe we'll see something today that our versus Rogue, of course. Elyoya, where are we putting him?
Ooh, A?
Yeah,
I think he still has he has that aura about him. He still has that kind of confidence and the fact that he's larger than life in a way. He's just pulling the team together.
Yeah, for sure. I think Elyoya would still say better than 113 and Shale, but I'd say worse than Razork and Scheme right now, currently from what we've seen this year. So I'd probably put them in A tier behind them.
Behind them? Is that how we're doing that?
I mean, that's kind of how I like it, if you want to have a little ranking.
Yesterday, though, I mean, they beat KC.
And that was very impressive, for sure.
So do you want to change it?
I mean, that was Fnatic that beat KC yesterday.
Yeah, we were talking. Oh, sorry. I was looking at Razork's head and thinking about Elyoya. That's how it happens.
That's fine.
That's how it happens. Malrang.
Malrang, I think it belongs in C with Isma right now.
Yeah?
I think we haven't seen Malrang doing the things he's good at. I think we've seen a Malrang that struggles to integrate in the team that is already struggling in a way. And I think it doesn't really bring anything outside of that.
Okay, we got Linsas and Bukada left and we got to do it quick.
I haven't seen enough for Bukada yet, so I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt of just putting him in B, where you still have potential to fall down or you have potential to fall up, right?
Okay.
So that's for sure. And Linson, I guess I'm putting him in B tier as well. Finn?
Yeah, I would
Not in
put,
B tier.
I would put Linsas
He's
and
so far
Bukada,
away, sorry, Linsas.
below in B. I agree. I think that makes sense.
Okay, nice. We happy with this?
I'm quite happy with it.
People shouldn't read too much into the spacing. I think I messed up a little bit. But here
That's
we go.
okay. It's
We
a
can
difficult
screenshot
tool.
that and we can ask some other junglers about it maybe today. But for now, as promised, we always have amazing co-streamers on site. And Laure is now going to talk to some of them about how our teams in the league are currently doing in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in.
That's right. We're here in the fan zone. You know this for PGL usually, but we brought co-streamers today with us, Zabutin, Carney, Antonio. Welcome back. All of you guys in uniforms. I want to talk about the tier list that we saw just now, and I want you guys to tell me if you agree with the ranking of your respective junglers. So for BDS, SK, and GX.
I think.
What do you guys think?
I think it's actually pretty relevant, at least for. I think Boom 113 is ranked like in average. I think he has really good performance sometimes, but he's not very consistent. So I wouldn't say like he's belongs still to the high tier, but I don't think like he's running it down every game. So I don't think he belongs to the bottom of the pack.
And Carney, Bukada has been insanely hyped, honestly, since the beginning of this.
Actually, I'm really happy to see him in B tier. I mean, it was his first series in the LEC, already getting his Play of the Series award. I think he deserves B tier. We have a long road to go in 2025, and I think in a couple of months he will be even higher.
All right, and Antonio, what do you think of Isma so far?
Okay, so Isma, like, I watch a lot of scrims from the team, you know, and I know he can do so good, and I think he's better than C for sure.
All right.
But, I mean, his games were not that bad to put him C, I think, but he can do much better.
Of course.
I know. He's very, very good.
And we know that hopefully today is going to be the opportunity to show this. We often talk about the teams on broadcast from a broadcast perspective, but you guys with co-stream bring such a different and unique vibe. I want to know what you guys thought so far about Spring. What has been the highlight when it comes to co-streaming? Because it's often going to be you guys alone, your chat, your own thoughts, your reaction, the best reactions that we see usually. But yeah, what did you think of Spring so far? Zab, you want to go first, maybe?
Yeah, I think Spring is very exciting. Carmine coming back from first hand and not looking that sharp. So, you know, like the ball is in the middle of the court now because G2 looks very strong. I think Skumon has never looked as good as in its current shape. I think there is a lot of teams that can compete for the top spot. GX is kind of on a slump right now, but they were good in winter. So I think there is a lot, you know, like there are a lot of expectations for each team. And so it's pretty enjoyable to watch, I think, overall. And the adding of BO3 makes it much better with Fearless because we have way more games, you know, we have way more data sample to see who's good and who's inting.
I want to have the follow-up on GX, actually, Antonio. Is that a slump? Is that a curse? A self-inflicted curse, I feel.
I mean, no, I can't flame because we are still two. But yeah, I mean, it's what I tell you. Like, what I'm... Okay, the main problem is that Isma came late to the team. They had only like 1 week of scrims because the whole situation with was playing with K-Corp. So lately they are doing so good in scrims. I can tell you, like, they are really good. And I'm a bit disappointed because they are showing not good game or like gameplay. But yeah, I mean, I like a lot the best of 3. I think in general is good like format, and pretty much.
Matchup against Rogue today. What is your prediction for this one? Is it? I mean, of course you guys are gonna win, but like, is it gonna?
I will tell you, like, it will be 2-0.
2-0?
Yes.
All right, 2-0. And Carney, on SK, what have you thought so far? Because I love the way they entered the league. Not so much the second game we saw from
I love the
yesterday.
second game
Yeah,
yesterday.
I must have loved
It was really
of
good.
course.
You guys played amazing.
actually,
Thank you.
I wanted to credit you and your team now, but after that, I think BDS was just really lucky. We had a weak day. And actually, as from an SK perspective, the entire split is a complete roller coaster. I was really happy to see like the German BDSA bros reunited again. Actually, maybe same like in GX, we lack a bit of practice due to the roster swaps, but I'm really excited, and you never know what happens next week, but I hope we win again.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Honestly, all three teams have been really exciting so far. I hope GX can pick their things up together in the next game. You guys have to. And guys, thank you so much for joining me. We'll see you today in the studio all day. Enjoy co-stream. And Finn, back to you.
Thank you, Laura. As we see the players arriving at the studio, let's take a moment to look at our first match of the day, Rogue versus GX. I think Rogue showed some real spirit on Saturday, closing out their series with a clean 2-0. On the other side, GX has looked a little shaky, and that is exactly what we're going to dig into. My name is Finn, and we're going to take a closer look at some of GX mid-game decision-making, particularly around objectives. So, let's see here. It all starts in the top lane, as I think it's rare to do. Here, we see Lot takes a really poor trade against Naknako, and Naknako gets a great advantage. That advantage being that Lot has to now recall and TP back to his lane. So right now, GX does not have a teleport, meanwhile Vitality has. So the next objective on the agenda is this Rift Herald coming up. So Lot, normally what you would do is you would push this wave out, recall, and then open into bot side. But Lot does something different. Here, he decides, because he has a Talia, he will look to use his stun. When Azir walks up here, Talia will look to shuffle him back here, and they'll get a good chunk, which will lead into the Rift Herald. Now let's see if the execution is there. Sadly, the stun does not connect, and neither does the shuffle. And now Lot has to do the full walk of shame back into bot lane and catch this wave. Meanwhile, Naknako is living the time of his life, just pushing the minions with TP. But Lot realizes that if he goes bot, that means Snar will have TP advantage for this Herald, so he decides to make an adaptation. He walks up for this Herald, where his team is now trying to force a fight to make sure that he is getting something out of his time. Meanwhile, Naknako, once again, pushing, having a great time down there. He realizes, I have TP, I don't need to walk all the way up here, I can just go and push tier 2. Lunsas and Niski face checks a little bit too boldly and loses their lives, but this does not matter, because Lot has used so much of his precious time that he could have used getting XP, getting gold, and keep snowballing this lead that he obtained early. Meanwhile, Naknako has gotten one full tower, half of a tier 2, and are now 3 waves over this Jax in terms of XP and gold, which is really unfortunate because Jax, as we know, is a champion that really needs that gold to snowball. And I think this kind of highlights what GX is going through. We see a lot of tunnel vision. We see them really trying to get these objectives. Because here, what Lot could have done? He could have just said, I'm just going to walk bot. If Nar team is up, I'm going to get bot to run and we're going to trade it. But in the end, they tunnel visioned a bit too hard on this Herald and ended up getting really punished. This Gnar became a massive issue and they weren't really able to contain him for the rest of the game. Now, let's see if GX is able to step up their game around mid-game objectives to be able to take this series home. Casters, over to you.
Thank you very much, Finn. Appreciate the insight. Looking fabulous as always, even if you're terrible at Smash Bros. I'm
really bad, actually.
Really just awful. Lost everything.
I wish I got to kill him. He kind of does it to himself.
Yeah, he does just jump off the edge. And to be fair, coming into this first series, there have been some oopsies, there's been some mistakes. And while Finn, he's got some criticism for GX that they can improve on. I think Rogue coming off a pretty solid win over Vitality. Maybe still some missing pieces, but I'm starting to believe. I think this is a team that could make playoffs.
It hurts me to say it.
Come on.
But it's like I think it's more. There is still a lot that I want to see from Rogue. I do think there are outstanding performers. Like I think Adam has had 2 good series out of the 3, and then I think Execute had a fantastic series against Vitality as well. So I think there are people that you can look at to say like, okay, these are the parts that I want you to build around.
Yeah.
But I still think that like when they get leads, it still looks a little dodgy. I think there's still moments where I'm unsure of them. So I think this for me is kind of a moment for Rogue to step up and say, no, we're going to grow as the season goes on, because at least from day one, they've improved quite a lot over the course of it.
Question is, can they keep that momentum going, that progress going? You talk about Execute doing well, going up against Noah and Jun. Obviously top 3 bot lane last year. Had some good looks on GX in winter, but as GX have rebuilt, replaced jungler here, hasn't looked quite the same level of consistency, but this is a tall task for Patrick and Execute to win out in the 2v2 and need to see if Noah and Jun show some of that dominance that was so iconic to them in last year's performance on Fnatic.
Yeah, and I think still they are very strong in the 2v2, and I think when you look at Giant X, Noah and Jun have kind of been the people that I'm looking at to be those carries and step up in those team fights. It's just kind of the same problems plaguing Giant X, and even Isma talked about it in an interview he did with Sheep Esports. They just feel like they're on very different pages a lot of the times, where they're not really sure where they're supposed to be in the map. People are going different directions, so I think that's where GX at least understand that they need to try and improve, but identifying and fixing are 2 very different things.
Very true, but Skarner, I like that start already. Yes, of course, it's powerful. Yes, it's pretty boring as far as junglers go. But again, when your team is struggling to be on the same page, I think simple is always better. And Skarner is kind of the heart of so many of these very powerful but straightforward team compositions.
Yeah, my only worry is Adam kind of popped off. I mean, it was some help on the Jace. So if he goes back towards, hey, we're just going to go for a long-range composition here, I think you're in an okay spot as Rogue. It's one of the things that I think people have really identified against the Skarner. Like, take the Varus, well, you can go Maokai, Varus, go for a Jace in that top side, and I think you're already off to a running start here as Rogue.
Do they want to go for the aggressive option for Adam? I agree with you. I think that game 1 in that first series and yesterday's series, so many excellent individual performances in and out of lane. But for now, it's going to be priority. Early 80 carry for Patrick, the Varus. I mean, just generally good, right? Safe blind from both sides. Nothing too crazy quite yet.
It's also, like, the thing I like about the Varus is that you've got the 2 very different styles you can play through, right? You can go for that poke style and be like, hey, I'm going to sit on middle lane because I've got 2 side laners that are really strong. Or I can go for the on-hit version and actually be that DPS in a team fight as well. So it's just the flexibility that he offers to any sort of composition means he just slots right in. The upside, though, Gwen taken also still sets up, I think, for that Jace for Adam in that top side. It looks like it'll be the Corki in the bottom side for Noah.
And Gwen has been overall an incredibly powerful champion for the entire duration of the split. Of course, we saw even yesterday how oppressive it can be and how you got to be careful with your counter picks. I expect this is probably a Jace to the top side for Adam to match. So opportunity to dominate in lane to be certain, but we know what happens as the Gwen gets later in the game. It can be really tough for champions like the Jace, like the Varus, to interact with this pick.
Well, see, if Rogue just get him 6 kills at 23 minutes or whatever it was, I think that's kind of where it can really start to go well.
That's the thing is when your recipe to success starts with, what if our top laner got 6 kills? I'm like, okay, so how replicatable is this really?
We're meant to find out.
And we are, for sure.
But I do think, like, Maokai, great for dives, can kind of set up. I think the only issue is it's a Gwen, right, who has a Shroud, makes it a little bit more difficult to try and punish any sort of terror dive. So I think your better option is to try and look for something that has push in mid, and then you can immediately start to set up for these deeper wards on top side, which just let Adam then go for a push, look for a terror poke, get those plates, and start to snowball at his advantage through that instead.
And I do need to see, I think, from the side of GX, a little bit more reliable hard engage. You mentioned it before, kind of Rogue with the beginnings of a very strong poke composition. And if you want to shut that down, you need to be able to go in on a dime, in an instant. And Skarner, despite the flash engages we've seen, still very slow, very telegraphed. And the Gwen and Corki don't offer any CC follow-up. So potentially something that could be looked at in the second phase. It is the Rel and the Tristana banned away. So respect to a Corki flex. The Nautilus is going to be taken away. GX do not want to give over the reliable point-and-click engage, which is, to me, a little bit odd, given that the Gwen is there, a champion who can just ignore it a lot of the time, but really want to protect the immobile carry that is, well, no immobile carry. I guess I want to protect this Cork.
Yeah, so at least in my eyes for Giant X, it was maybe the Nautilus ban to try and set up for an early Leona, so that you can try and play Corky Leona and play this all-in on Death Squad on the bottom side. Because I think at this stage, with the Rel gone, maybe you can look for an Alistair for Execute. My eyes would have drifted more towards something like a Rakan for him, though, in this sort of situation. So I was curious if that's where they wanted to go. But I think Leona can also follow up well with the Maokai. You've got options in that regard. But Jun did have a fantastic game in this Nico. So may just go back towards what was working for him.
Need to blind pick both options here. Nico has been locked in. We'll see where everything's going to shake out, what the final positions will be. This is a very AP heavy composition if the Orianna does get locked in. Corki also doing a decent amount of magic damage.
The Orianna also feels very weird to me because I'm looking at Varus long range, Talia kind of long range, but definitely Jace as well. And then Orianna kind of wants compositions that either play into her or have set up to enable her, right? And when your only real setup in that regard is Nico, this just doesn't really work for me.
Well, we talked about pressure being on Noah Jun. I think this is too much pressure on Jun. It's if he's not turning into a plant to sneak up on them from behind, I don't know how you get an engage with this composition.
Yeah.
Of course, if you get an early lead, if you get initial control of these objectives, it's a different story. But with Karma now locked in as well, fighting for bot prio is going to be a bloodbath. And it's a tough task for GX. I don't think that they have the easiest to execute composition, whereas on the opposite side for Rogue, they have some pretty strong lanes, and they have some pretty clear-cut combos, such as the Talia Maokai.
Yeah, I really like what Rogue is bringing to the table. As you say, I think it's the poke with long-range engage, the speed up as well to bypass what is very lackluster engage from Giant X. So I think Giant X are going to have their work cut out for them. They are going to have a lot of weight on, as you say, Jun's shoulders, but also Isma's shoulders to just get control of the early game. Because the only way I see this working is that you play for picks as Rogue are trying to enter in towards like Dragon or objective control. I think maybe that's where Giant X can find those picks, but other than that, yeah, it's tough.
It's definitely tough. There's a world where GX find the right position, the right angle, and they get to leverage the power of Nico into the Orianna. The Gwen on top of that is a lot of magic damage, but even MR isn't going to stop the sheer amount of AoE coming out. That said, it's hard to see how it gets there. Normally it's the Alistar, you mentioned it before. Something paired with the Orianna, that reliable, instantaneous engage. Skarner still a really, really good pick, but it's not the same as that Leona or the Nautilus, the Alistar, or the Rel. Something that can't just go in on a dime, go in an instant.
I think it's the inability for the Skarner to really get the distance closed. Unless Jun manages some crazy E, I think it's just out of the equation.
Might be. Here we are, first game of the day, GX versus Rogue. And it's a 4-man push on the bottom side.
Welcome to
What is up to that? Oh, the ARF rules. They're mixed up, but they're confused. They're Australian. They're going bot lane instead of
30 seconds until minions spawn.
It's really strange, because my thought was, Rogue are, usually when you have a Jace, you do the thing that Medic was talking about yesterday, which is you go into that top lane, you get the early ward down so that then you can spot out exactly where the Gwen is, you can make it very difficult for hide in bushes and get the experience, you can continue to poke her out. But they haven't gone for that here. They've instead tried to transition to the bottom side, and I don't know if they're hoping to maybe catch Noah or Jun, like stepping forward to get vision or something in that bot lane. Now they do get a ward in that bottom side, which means that at least for Execute and Patrick, they can look to poke a little bit, but I think you should have been able to get that in the 2v2 anyway, so I'll see if the value in the ward is there. I can kind of, it's like the same concept of we just want to push and poke, but it's not where I expected that.
Yeah, me either. See what the decision is. Patrick also opting for Comet, so it's a double Comet lane, so better poke. Sometimes Halo Blades feels pretty good. It's the Corki. Can do a lot of work if he does manage to find the all-in angle. Mid lane, fist fight for Prio. Larson winning at the level 1 push, not too surprising even with Orianna having that passive, as Jun has the option now to turn into a ward. Level 1 though. I like that Adam has the phase rush here, just trying to stay at arm's reach, but Claude doing his best to make use of the Gwen changes, right? Skip and slash the E up so much more often. Still though, getting the bad end to some of those trades.
Yeah, it is a little bit difficult until you have access to the W for Gwen, so then at least she can try and play off of, if the Accelerate Shock Blast is coming her way or whatever, she can maybe try to avoid it with the Hollowed Mist, but unfortunately not from the get-go, although Adam taking a little bit of a rough trade there, but I think he will still be fine. He's pushing out the wave. Jungler is pathing away from him, which is probably why he's allowing, the wave to crash in towards him. Doesn't want to get caught out on low health bar, overextended in the lane.
Good bit of caution. Reset comes from Lot pretty early on. Don't know what you bought with this money. The answer is nothing.
Definitely not a house in this car.
Okay, clock armor. Definitely not. No, Rob, I don't think. League of Legends economy is weird though. Is 300 gold enough for a house? How do I know?
I don't know, actually.
Is gold, what is the conversion
But
rate?
gold, the price of gold's going up, so apparently
That's what I'm
it's just,
saying.
yeah,
It's
it's
just like,
getting
what is the
better,
conversion rate?
Yeah.
How much are these boots worth? Like, we look at them as brown bags, and we're kind of insulting them, but this could be the equivalent of, like...
Yeah. Well, these are the Legends of Runeterra, right? So I assume...
No, that's a
they're
card
pretty
game.
alright. Yeah, but they, like... What were they? I don't know. Champions, summoners, whatever we are anymore. I don't know.
No,
the lore
we're
anymore.
summoners,
Okay.
but we've been excommunicated from the lore. They have to stand on their own now.
Yeah.
Because Larson is getting blasted in that 1v1, but we'll be able to walk away. Jackie's a bit stronger in those early trades. Again, that passive from Orianna in the extended fights will just be the TP for TP trade. As Malrank stopping the base is really nice, but Isma's behind. So now it's not feeling so nice. He needs to start running. Quick arcade smash backwards. Rockets thrown at him. Overall, a bit of an awkward sequence, but Jackie's spending a lot of time sticking around. Won't hurt too much as he will get to just come right back to lane, but likely to lose at least a little bit here. Can't tell if he got the XP off those creeps, but he did at the very least lose the money as Larson just continues to harass Isma.
Yeah, just wanted to try and be as in win as possible with Isma there, but realistically, Isma is going to take this top Skull of Crab more than likely, then just reset and then come back out into the map, so he's not going to slow him down too much. Actually, looks like, oh, sorry, his top camps are just respawned, so he's going to finish them all. Plus, yep, all said and done, not too much of a crazy early game at all thus far. I expect for Rogue, it's more of a, hey, we're just going to let the lanes do what they want to do. Like, you've already got a big lead opening up on that bottom side, so just continue to let them push through that.
Yeah. Top lane not doing too bad for GX at this moment. The Ghost on Lot also makes that threat of an all-in that much more real. CS still within touching distance, and Adam holding onto a very slight XP advantage.
This is the way pushing out from those. I do think you need Malrank to come up here to at least shadow him, so this way it can be pushed out, because Lot definitely starting to hurt, as you can see. But yeah, I think maybe just taking a gamble there, that Malrank had gone for top clearing out of his camps before resetting, and now moving to the bottom side rather than the other way around, because otherwise you could have had Malrank coming in over this wall here. So yeah, Rogue at least being safe at the moment.
I will say there's a lot of attention being paid to mid lane from the side of Rogue. Malrank's been once, Execute's been once now. Jun also finally responding and coming through. It is very weird, despite how good Jun was on the Nico in the previous game, to see Jun and Execute, because we were both kind of hyped for the support matchup. These guys can be so bloodthirsty, and now it's Karma versus Nico.
It is a bit sad, because
I kind of wanted like a Pyke versus something else kind of crazy.
Because I was watching Execute a game 2 against Vitality, it's like, this guy's actually playing really well. Like, he's roaming around the map, he's in all the positions he's supposed to be in. It's like, this is sick, like, Execute stepping up. And now I'm like, yay, he gets to show up on time and hit you with a Q.
Heck yeah.
Put you in your place, yeah. Kinda, it just doesn't have that same razzle-dazzle.
It doesn't, yeah. Gets to push the wave. Woo! Yeah, it's not a... I mean, it just doesn't hit the same. Is it Elk that was Jongmoon Madness? Is that Elk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jomong.
Jomong Madness,
Yeah.
Excuse me. Execute was Jonghoon Madness. You missed that. That was the LEC equivalent. It paid off. Him and Poppy, when he was playing that Pyke, it was fine.
That Astralis roster kind of started to pop at one time. I was like, wait a second, what's happening here?
Different.
Yeah.
Not always right.
No, but it hit
but
something.
It always hit. It always hit something. Now GX, all right. Cryo on the top side as they did shift their bot lane up, so they're going to get... It's like all three grubs here, but Execute is poking. Good root connect from Jun. Barbs, Isma going in, level 6, but Execute nice sidestep on the big old rock. Meanwhile, bot lane, it was a trade. For the Drake, nothing too flashy. Lot has to be careful not to get baited into the all-in here. Use to the mid will be the big thing. Missed, but Malrank still connecting. Ulti going in, but he's in the center of the circle. Lot healing up a bit, courtesy of that passive. Oh, gosh. Well, Malrank will walk away with his life. But that was not quite the gank that they were looking for.
No, especially since Lot now just gets to stay here and continue to farm up.
Yep.
Will not even, well, we'll lose as turf in the next round, but he's going to be totally fine. Can even TP back in onto this bot wave and continue to catch us. Not the best of starts here for Rogue, so it started off relatively well, where you had at least a bit of an opening on the bottom side from Patrick, but that's now completely disappeared. Larson, after that gank in mid, actually kind of even things out, so now Jackie's starting to get the better of him as well. So the small lane advantages that we expected Rogue to come out with, especially in this, you know, Jace versus Gwen matchup, hasn't really come to fruition. So for GX, this is almost as good as you can hope for, unless you can get a bit more gold through a big play or a gank.
Definitely feels that way. Now the teleport timers are desynced a bit, so there's a room for Adam to maybe make a play while Lot's abilities are on cooldown. But I think Now we see on top side if the play will work out. Isma fishing for the ulti, taking his time, getting the flash out of Patrick. Not burning an ulti of his own, still holding on to his flash. And Rogue's resources are just getting chipped away at. That's 3 flashes in the last 2 sequences of play for GX giving, I mean, effectively nothing.
And crucially, you don't have Patrick using events. He's gone for barrier thinking, hey, I've got the flash to keep myself safe. But the second it's down, you are now at the whims of a Jun flash engage or even Isma looking for that flash and pale. So I think Rogue gonna have to be very careful. He starts to look towards, you know, Void grubs in 2 minutes time, which could potentially put GX to 6 grubs. Same when you look at this Dragon. You've kind of got options here as Giant.
Definitely do. And unfortunate that the Karma, kind of the last pick, the counter pick, that was supposed to get a lot of this lane prio. Did it successfully the first few levels, hasn't really been able to keep up as we've gone a little bit later in the game. Just keeping our eyes across the map. Hasn't been, you know, I was gonna say too bloody, because sometimes I just zone out for a second and realize there's been no blood.
Yeah.
No one has died.
I know. I think you were on the show yesterday. I wasn't, so I got to watch like the IG series yesterday, and it was like an absolute banger that everyone was like, "Oh my god, this is insane." Then you T1 versus Gen G. It was like, "Oh my god, there's a whole huge amount going on." And then, oh, well, maybe. No, Malrang should be fine. But it's like, then coming into this,
it's a little bit slower.
It's a little slower.
It's a little bit more moderate. Even KC Fnatic, very bloody game this one. It's refined League of Legends, although it might not be for long. These guys seem to be ready to scrap.
Yeah, once of them doesn't put the find and refined after this play, it should be all right. But,
okay.
Yeah, everyone gonna back up. The problem there is, like, you go under the tower, Malrang is immediately gonna ult you, and you're a sad boy.
Again, you can understand the reservations, the caution, but it does, in that moment, as an innocent bystander in this entire contest, I am just asking them to murder each other one time. And Isma's going to be happy to oblige me, but he's already been ulted. Luckily, not under tower. His ulti will hit Patrick, and now Patrick's going to be in trouble. Noah's going to try to finish the job. Barrier going down. Noah flashing away. Patrick's still alive! Jackie's tries to throw the ball down. It's Noah who's going to die! The shockwave, he wasn't watching the ball! Oh, that's supposed to be a rule for a different sport, but it applies in League of Legends too. He took his eye off the ball!
We went from golf to madness immediately on the Rift. And I'm shocked that Patrick managed to step away and then still actually go down alongside Noah.
We have a friend named Patty, that's why that's funny to me. Patrick,
I'm an Irish man. We have a day named after him.
That's fair. Yeah. Today is not Patty's day, as we'll see. He just... Okay, let's take a look back.
But yeah, like, GX basically think, oh, Malrang's probably disappeared at this stage, so we're free to go for it. But yeah, Giant can't quite get the damage down. Jun having to leave as well because he ended up starting tank, and the barrier comes through. But it's as you say, like, they just lose track. They think, oh, Noah's coming over, I need to step away from that. But Jackie's just a great shockwave as Patrick is trying to step away. Now, they do end up getting Noah, but it ends up being a kill for kill, and that wave disappeared under the tower.
I didn't see him.
Yeah.
He didn't see! I'm glad with the voice comms. Thank you, production. And it's awkward. He does need to walk away from Noah. He's afraid a stray auto, a rocket could kill him. He just needed 50 more pixels up.
Yeah.
And everything would have been fine. Could have been a more positive trade, but now GX have a 1K gold lead. Bot lane getting a lot of that. They're now trying to start a play as the tree wall combo comes out. Noah zoned, will get flicked back. This should just be a quick kill to kick things off. GX, have they now overstayed their welcome? It's a 3v2, but Jackie's is on the way in. He doesn't have a shockwave, but it's just around the corner. 2 seconds, it's about to come up. John finding 2 with the lockup. Shockwave whiffing completely because it was attached to John. A moment of miscommunication. TP now going in. Lot has finally arrived. Needlework coming out. Patrick on the way down. And a little bit messy.
That's kind of what we saw in Isma talking about in that interview with GB Sports. It feels like people sometimes on different pages, communication isn't there. And prime example, Jun flashes out, Jackie misses the shockwave, and now it's Rogue who get the pick, get the TP from Lot as well, and will secure the Dragon off the back of it.
Yeah, sitting pretty comfortably in the game. Admittedly, both mid laners, Archangels, they're just trying to scale up. We'll see what the 80 carries backs look like. Should be a little bit more gold for Noah. He's 200 ahead, still working towards that Triforce. But a neck-and-neck game. Do a little bit of throwing, a little bit of back and forth. A lot of sports happening in the context. My knowledge really being tested.
On all 3 of the sports we're all collectively.
I don't know if you can do the math on how many years they've been playing Magic, but it might lead you to understand how little sports I played.
If only they did a baseball set.
Just give me something. There's no baseball-themed MOBA. I don't know anything about baseball. Baseball-themed God of War? Like, you got to give me something, or I'm going to have no idea what's going on. The only thing I know about F1 is because of Drive to Survive.
Sorry, speaking of God of War and baseball, all I hear is just him saying, "Water boy," really gruffly.
So we found a weekness, to my knowledge. And a very, very bad pitch for, what is it, Santa Monica Studios? Or maybe,
yeah, great Adam Sandler movie somewhere there.
Great Adam Sandler movie. A good reason to rewatch. Okay, 500 gold. Look, it's so close. Next objective is the Herald. 2 minutes, 30 seconds away. Then the Drake. Adam, now that he has one item, I wonder if he'll take over a bit more here. I was surprised not to see something like the Eclipse for the quick short trades, but I guess just wants to be a bit faster, maybe a bit more poke focused.
Yeah, I think it's the worry of the ghost that's on loss and maybe being chased down in the extended lane, but at the moment you're kind of holding on to it for a good bit. Like, at least the tower should stay standing for a while, but I think the unfortunate thing has been that Adam hasn't got this major lead, right? The whole point is you're trying to outpace this Gwen, because you said it in Champ Select, if Gwen gets the scale, she's going to be in a phenomenal spot. So already, like, once you get to 2.5, I'd say 3 items, you're good to go, and Adam just isn't really that big of a threat.
I mean, Lot, if we go later in the game, Lot can maintain a good level of performance. This is really the kind of match where he can take over. Other than the Maokai, they effectively have no peel.
But even the Maokai, it's like, he presses W on Maokai's ultimate and waltzes through it, right? So Maokai kind of has to give his life for that.
And the seismic shove. And the Karma's not going to do anything. Isma determined to steal the blue, will do so successfully. Noah grabs that one.
Yeah, I do think, though, Rogue are kind of hyper-aware of a lot, because you look at, like, the items that they're picking up. It's Yoma's Ghostblade on Adam, which you already talked about, but you've also got it here. And then I think we're going Shirelius down here as well. So
I mean, we have
everyone's like, let's just run really fast.
Locket Maokai, too. I think they just recognize giant AoE ultis are how we lose this game. Let's just get as much defensive utility against that as we possibly can. Would not surprise me to see some spell shields coming through, whether it's the Banshees or the Edge of Night. There's a lot still sitting comfortably. Neither side really too dominant in the side lanes. Techies is getting pushed at the very least. But we're vibing. 3 kills, 15 minutes. Wouldn't have it any other way. Next objective will give someone the thing that one of the feats. The feat of objectives, whatever it's called. It has a fancier name than that.
Feats of strength? Yeah.
No, but there's like, remember, there's the feat of warfare and there's the feat of...
Oh, yeah.
Powers. Feat of objectives.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Names are not my strong suit as a colorcaster. That's more on what you're supposed to know.
Murder, vandalism, and making PETA angry. Those are the things we value in League of Legends. We have more room to talk about things that are in League of Legends than I expected. All right. Ult.
There is no hollowed mist.
No hollowed mist. This should just be it. He waits to the one button that matters. It's a quick pick on the bottom side. It does mean conceding the Herald, but now Rogue transition this into a tower. A nice early look. And they already got Warfare and First Brick at the same time. So the feats are theirs.
Yeah, it will be traded, though, by Jackies on that top side. So, yes, the feats are nice, but still, I'm a little nervous giving a Terra trade, plus that Rift Herald to potentially knock down first Terra in that mid lane as well. So, the biggest problem for Rogue is not being able to contest certain areas of the map. And by giving up towers, that just opens up GX to push out mid-wave, start to get deeper vision, and play to get onto Rogue as they are entering in towards River. So I'm a bit nervous for Rogue that they're kind of just letting the core issues of GX start to get out of control.
They are a little bit. We'll see where the Herald gets used.
Yeah.
We've had some mixed Heralds in the last week of League of Legends. A lot of, uh-oh, the timer's running out, time to drop it mid, and sometimes just used for a bit of prio. Maybe finally we'll have a Herald that'll break open a tower. I think if GX get it their way, it'll be that mid lane tier 1. For now, though, they're fighting for control. They do not have any deep vision, but Rogue really only have defense around that single bush. XQ has to be careful about stepping too far forward. Jackie's happy to just push this bot wave. Rogue do need to catch this. Someone needs to get this money. GX trying to play through bot lane. Rogue trying to play through mid.
Herald using the bot side just to try and break it. Essentially, GX are now struggling with the issue of, hey, Rogue are potentially going to a third dragon. We can't really get vision control that we need, and Rogue are able to poke us down. So now they're just going to try and hard force off of getting bot tower down.
Jackie's eyes on the ball. Patrick won't make the same mistake twice. Both teams just getting zoned off. Lot finally here. It's a full 5v5. GX taking better position. They've still got the Herald in the bot lane. Jun on the flank as well. The ulti is going to connect onto Isma. That's a good start, but there's no follow-up.
It's only about trying to buy time. If Isma can't damage the dragon, a Rogue can damage him.
Yeah, get a bit more poke. You're right. Extended play expected to favor Rogue, although the big ones from Noah are hitting. Lot now immediately going in. Gwen immune. Isma getting chunked out, but might be able to focus on the objective. Malrang still able to throw down the ult. Isma needs to get behind the rest of the team. The retreat going in. Jun forced back as well. 4K getting lower. Flip back not going to hit on the Lot. How much longer on the Hallowed Mist? But it looks like GX are just going to retreat. They don't want to flip anything else. So in the war of attrition, Rogue come out on top.
Good patience from Rogue on the play. So they end up seeding bot lane tower because Giant X were like, right, the problem that we're having is with that bot tower there, Rogue is too easily able to defend the Tribe Rush. So they think if we crack that, we can then move in. But Rogue swivel around that river area really well and just continuously get that damage onto Isma. So Giant X eventually just have to give up the goose.
Sorry, give up the what?
Give up the goose.
Is that an Irish
Yeah.
thing?
Is that not a thing?
I don't know. I'm still laughing about Australia lanes being a universal thing. Like how the entire world decided the one joke we would all share about Australia is that it was upside down.
I was also laughing a little bit earlier on where I was like, Australian lanes, we moved the equator to the bottom lane. I'm like, that's not how that works. Mid lane is where they were. What do you mean?
All right, a pause. Clearly, they want to hear more about what we're discussing. If there was ever a sign. Of course, as always, when there's a pause, we wait for official news from league officials. Giant X are the team to initiate. We'll get more updates momentarily. It wasn't in a moment of action, so yeah. You can now see that players are conducting ready checks, which means that whatever it was likely resolved quickly.
Did someone spill water again?
And we can get back in the game.
No, it looks all good.
We should have a top 5 best pauses in the history of League of Legends. Because a lot of them we don't tell you guys about because it's kind of rude to the players, but there are some goofy ones.
I thought you meant just like the screen just showing the players, and I was like, top 5 pauses, it's just silence. As you just watch someone like wipe their hands
Not
with
like
a tissue.
Pause. Like top 5 for most ridiculous reasons to pause in the history of League of Legends. Season 2 wins for 30 hours of Silver Scrapes, obviously iconic. LCK toilet issue up there. I don't know which ones I can talk about from LEC, but there are some funny ones.
Go on, get yourself in trouble.
Nope.
I'm ready.
Nah, I'm good. The temptation. You know, we've all got a little bit of Jake in us. It's just some of us can hold it back a little bit more.
Well, I've just been updated that the pause was due to settings. So
Oh, okay. Not that
way less interesting.
Way less interesting. And now here we are once again in the depths of the most intense League of Legends game you've ever seen. Fourth Drake, Kim Tech Soul.
But the problem is, like, Rogue are objectively doing the correct thing. They're playing this crazy slow.
Agreed.
They're not overextending into Giant X. And we kind of highlighted all these issues coming in from the draft, was that Giant X can't start a bloody fight. So Rogue are just like, great, we'll just poke you, like, Patrick using the Chains of Corruption on towards Isma at the Dragon fight was really smart, because it's like, okay, now we get to just land poke onto the crucial person at this dragon. Like, just play like that, and I think Rogue have it. Like, I think, unfortunately, this is the way they have to keep going, but it is really smart play from them.
Does make sense. The drawn-out fights, they do reign supreme, and we'll see. And just, I mean, obviously context, both these teams not feeling super comfortable in the context of the standings, and GX, while they have some solid early games, have yet to win an actual game. So the pressure is high, as much as we're joking around. You don't want to fall any further down. It is about making top 6. This isn't winter. Top 8, you know, it's not about just being a little bit better than 2 teams. Top 6 a much, much harder achievement to get through. For GX, need to get that first win, need to get that confidence back.
Ooh, they're just going to try and rush the Atakan. Rogue aren't really in a position for this. They're trying to get there now, but I don't think they realize this is going down. Only now
we said, when you don't have engage, this is one way to get a fight that's favorable. They just force an objective. Malrang immediately going to 5k getting lower. They don't really have time to finish this, but will it just end up being a leash because Isma's just getting chunked out. The jungler's gone. They've leashed for Rogue. Rogue, are they going to back away or are they going to keep it going? Malrang still staying in the pit. Execute off to the side. Has been zoned away. Lot can do a lot of work. Nice advance coming in from Malrang. He dodges the shockwave. He gets the objective. He withdraws straight back to base. Larson going in. John finding a beautiful knockup, but will it cost him his life? Now trying to get away the clone. The flick back. Still connecting. Patrick about to get taken out again. It's only a false life because they managed to steal the objective. Adam also getting sent back. It's a huge gold influx for GX, but a pretty tragic steal.
It's tragic that the steal went through, but Lost kind of played out of his mind in that fight. It's a bit sad he's not going to get any of the kills up on the scoreboard, but fighting off 2-3 members on the bottom side of Rogue there, especially when Jackie's whiffed the ultimate, Isma went down early. That could have been an absolute disaster for Giant X, but Rogue, like we see it here, right? Jun trying to basically hold that tri-brush, and that's the crucial point we're talking about. Control Rogue as they come in towards River, but Isma gets taken down super quick. Now watch the shockwave as well. You called it out in the fight. Malrang ends up using the twisted advance to get past Jackie's shockwave. Patrick steps away, but now as this fight starts to go on, keep your eyes on Lost. He immediately moves down onto Patrick, finishes off Execute just a second as well. So as you get all this on the top side of the fight, Lot is getting a ton of work done. So while some members are going down on that top side, the fact that Lot was able to deal with the bottom lane and then get Adam as well really kind of saved that fight, because if there was a front to back, I think GX all would have died there and Rogue would have come out massively ahead.
And now another fist fight. Rogue completely grouped here in the bottom lane. Poke again connecting onto Isma. This is the struggle of the Skarner we mentioned before. It's so hard for him to just dive in and start a fight, but now Lot is that much closer. Lockup still there from Execute. 3 stacks trying to get in with a few more. Malrang about to get taken out. Lot now running. Those ulti charges gone. It's Larson on the flank, and Adam starting to do a lot of work in the fight as Patrick finds the shutdown.
Rogue coming out on top. Fight was way more coordinated this time around, managing to set up, prevent Isma from being able to get over the wall, get him down, and from that point forward, Giant X are just on the back foot the whole time. Dragon Soul for Rogue. Mid-tower now gone. And this poke, this long-range damage is just something GX cannot do anything about.
And again, we highlighted Pick Bam, but we'll mention again here, this is so hard for Isma. All his champion does is run at people, and Rogue have such great tools to stop that.
He tries to go forward, he gets Chains of Corruption into the Maokai ultimate, into the flick back then from the Talia, and then just dies. Sorry guys, not going to play the game. And then again, Larson, good positioning there to get on towards Jackie's at the end of it too. Nobody can do anything. There's nothing to lock down Rogue, and they just outrange everyone.
Now a 2.5k gold lead. They've got Chemtech Soul, which is going to make any hope of a wombo combo with the Shockwave finishing people off going to be that much more difficult. Protobelt finally there for Jun. Maybe he can find a good engage, but it's definitely tough, especially again as Malrang really defensive itemization, really supportive itemization. But I think it makes a ton of sense. The Knight's Vow, the Locket, he knows that as long as they can absorb that initial blow of cooldowns, there's really no hope for GX to fight.
Again, though, it is all the movement speed options as well, like your Ghost Blades, you got the Shirelia's Reverie, you've also got the Solstice Slay, so when you hit people as Execute, you then get the movement speed to chase people down as well. Like, so much of this is Rogue understanding that, look, we've only really got the Chains of Corruption and the Maokai Ultimate to keep people in place, but we kind of have to use those defensively, so now we can continue to follow up afterwards thanks to all these bursts of movement speed we have. Like, the Rogue clearly understand how to play out this composition and like what are the necessities they need to make it work.
Yeah, it's clever. Good assessment of what they need, and of course shutting down also what the opposition needs. I think you could see Isma trying to match some of that speed with the Dead Man's Plate. Hasn't really worked yet. 0, 2, and 1. 100% kill participation, but only the single kill thus far for GX. Lot now at 2 items. Earlier we talked about how much work Jun would need to do, how it's a lot of pressure on any single player, a lot of pressure on Isma as well, but Lot really is the one who can try and take over. That said, he's 2v1 right now in the bottom lane. Isma trying to find a fight in the meantime, knowing that they have a man advantage. Lot being zoned away from the tower, but Rogue eating a tower shot, taking down that tier 2 for free. It does mean conceding their tier 1, and thus Rogue want a full commit here. TP's coming mid, Lot wants to join. Execute getting away from the ball as quickly as he can. GX being shepherded out of the mid lane.
Yeah, that was a hope to try and save that mid lane tower, burn the ultimate from Malrang to lock people down, so Patrick could get some poke onto the wave. You could also get the AoE from Execute, but now they're kind of all out of things to use. Like Shirelles is down, Maokai ultimate's down, so GX are again trying to fish for something that they can look for. Like Flash on Isma is there, but yeah, it's just a bit unfortunate. They just don't have the speed up they need. Even go looking at the dead man's plays on Isma to just try and get any movement speed you can here.
You know the like, would you take $1 million unlimited life if there was like a snail always trying to catch you, if it touches you, you die? Isma's that snail.
Yeah.
Like that is the struggle. Like I swear to you, if he just hits 3 people with an ultimate, GX immediately win a fight. But it is so impossible. It is so hard. Unless someone on Rogue is just like takes a little nap.
Yeah,
you know,
the
thinks
wrong
they got it
place.
figured out. They're like, there's no way this guy ever. It's not gonna happen. It is tough. Rogue have made mistakes though. This is one of the big criticisms we've had for them. They've had these leads, they've had these advantageous situations in the earlier game, and sometimes they fumble it a bit, but here, incredibly diligent, getting mid-prio, then going for the vision control, really trying to make sure they do things by the book, not giving any angles over to Isma or GX.
Which is very weird for Rogue, right? When you look back at what was winter and what was last split, or say last year, this would not have been a composition that I would have been then expecting them to actually be able to run successfully. Like, this takes a lot of coordination, and it's a good look for them.
Definitely is. Another ulti going in for Patrick, exclusive reserve to stop Isma from playing the game. This poor man. Larson continuing to poke, and that's their engage option gone.
I'm not gonna lie, I would hate my life if Isma right
so
now.
hard.
It's so miserable.
I am not a good enough, like I am not a, this is why I could never play Skarner. I don't have the mental fortitude in a game like this to stay in that game.
No.
I would break the Summoner's Code. This man, mental of steel to continue trying, hoping that this time the VAR assault would miss. Patrick just continues to free hit the objective. Jackies can try and find a way in. Jun here as well. Nice wall from Larson, but a little bit late. Law now coming over the wall. They're looking for the fall. If they steal it, this game can turn around in an instant. Adam now on a killing spree. Malrang taken down. Isma the only try to pin, and hit multiple people with the ult. It finally happened. They touched the slug. They died.
The one thing they had to do was not go into the pit so GiantX could do exactly that. You play it slow. You make sure you've always got an escape route. But they backed into a corner, and that slug stood at the door and said, I finally got my hands on you.
Those were the rules when we drafted the compositions. It was going to be infinitely harder for GX in a fight, but if they ever get their angle, it was going to be them. They were going to find it. They were going to make it work. Lot here on the flank. I mean, just look, this is perfect.
Yeah, it's a lot going in, but also, again, like, everyone on Rogue is now stuck in this pit. The shockwave then sets up for Isma to actually close the distance. Like, Jun is able to get that flash close, and it's just because you have that wall behind you. You have nowhere to escape to. All those movement speed items that you have mean nothing in that scenario. And now, maybe this gives a window to GiantX. Now, 2 minutes left. You kind of have to do it another time, but Elder's now up. And it has to be Rogue who retake the river, so maybe GX can find some creative angles.
Malrang Rogue need to show us that same restraint, that same patience, but it's no longer on their terms. Isma chunked out, but is able to walk away before the root connects from Execute. GX trying to poke a little bit back. Good big one coming in from Noah. Jackie's with movement speed steroids, the shielding as well. Ulti from Patrick again onto Isma. This time it looks like they have the damage to finish the job. Isma dead, but Lot's found his way into the back line, but it's not enough. He goes golden, he bites a brief moment. Jackie's now follows up, looks for the shockwave. It's a flash back out. It only hits onto Larson. Lot still retreating. The arrow! Patrick finding the target as GX continue to push forward. They're being zoned away. The Baron empowering them, but they're getting lower and lower. Patrick continuing to poke. Jackie's desperately wants this tier 2 tower.
They might actually be able to get the tier 2, although as I say that Patrick getting some good damage on the back line, but the biggest issue there, both Jun and Isma had burnt their flashes at that Baron pit, which meant they didn't have them available for that potential chase down here. So Rogue get the chance to kite back, stay out of arm's reach, and now with 55 seconds on the Baron, they haven't really managed to get or even look at these inner turrets that much.
Malrang.
Okay.
If they don't see him, this is a good play. And they did not see him. Noah caught, shut down there, Rogue. Priority access now, GX. Everything was going good. They found the one fight that they were looking for, but now they're going to need to find another. Good news is Patrick very low. No lifesteal, really. Might not matter, however.
Isma can look for the steal over the wall. They have some vision. Actually, won't actually spot where the Elder is. Clone will, though.
Jun ready to kick things off. TP from behind. Here comes the Gwen. 4K getting lower. Rooted. 3K. Who's going to get the objective? Shockwave having in the meantime, but it might not matter if it already goes down. Isma getting taken out. Discipline from Rogue. They're not going to get the objective any lower. Or is it? They finally managed to take it. Elder down. Lot in the midst of everyone. Rogue only able to grab 3 in the context of the extended fight. Giving Adams life, but getting the Elder.
Rogue are so low, but they get the Elder, and that spell is absolute disaster. If you're trying to stand underneath these towers now as GX, and you're getting rained down by accelerated shock blast, piercing arrows, the poke from Execute, it becomes so difficult to stand there. And again, it's just the fact that Rogue, they don't actually put themselves with their backs against the wall. Malrang, great move here to sneak in behind them and catch out Noah. And they know exactly what they're doing. Larson immediately with the Talia wall in to close the distance. Doesn't matter that they slightly mess up the combo, they're still able to get the kill. But as Lot tries to TP in, you constantly have like escape path here, escape path here. You've just got multiple ways of trying to get out of these fights. And as Lot is trying to corral them, it's just Rogue scuttling through every single direction that they can. Adam goes forward just to try and buy some time so they can focus down Isma and stop him from being able to steal the dragon.
Lot tries to make the difference. He's so close, but once that objective is finished, he's just so fast to drop. And you saw in that fight, again, honor Isma. He's 0-4-3. I'm not going to tell you that he's had a good game. I cannot say that. But this man continues to participate despite Patrick ulting him on cooldown every time.
I was also going to say, I don't feel like him having this bad game is his fault. There is zero you can do against this, and he's been trying his damnedest to make things work. But again, this poke now, this is where it starts to get really scary when you've got either of the big buffs coming through from Baron or Elder Dragon, because you just end up so low so quickly when you get to siege up like this. You can see there, Rogue just immediately take the tower.
Yeah, and they should be able to sustain push inside lanes for the most part, so likely to have first setup on the next Baron, which is spawning in a minute, which again could result in the exact same scenario where Malrang ults to zone to create space. GX are forced to back away and just lose the next major objective.
Yeah, I think it's... I'm hoping Rogue have learned from their mistake in the first time around at Baron, where you don't actually start Baron. You essentially just use it as a, hey, you have to come through these choke points, we're going to look to poke you down, we're going to fight you every step of the way as we retreat out of your jungle, and then Giant X just slowly lose the war of attrition. Then once you got like Isma has to reset or something along these lines, then maybe you can start up that objective. But I think if you find yourselves in the pit and GX are able to march up to the pit without losing much health, that's where Giant X can find their at least second piece of life potentially.
And one thing we have seen from Jun, at least in the context of shock blasts and threaded volleys, is he can just throw a clone out to body block a lot of that initial damage. Does now also have the Shurelias to match the Shurelias from Execute. It's a battle of speed. Jake is sitting in the back room. We could invite him here to sing the initial D theme song for us. He knows one line and he made up another line, which is more than I know.
It's an impressive the confidence he comes in with.
It is. It is a truly a great skill of his. It is a gift.
To be fair though, when we moved to Shanghai together, he knew way more traditional Irish songs than I did. So that man definitely has his niche knowledge at times, where he just brings it out.
You have to respect it. It's always nice when a friend drops the unique lore. It's like, why did you ever hyper-fixate on this? Why do you know this? It's like Medic with spiders in the Lord of the Rings universe. He knows all about spiders in the Lord of the Rings universe. We don't know why. He just talks about it all the time. He also does a hand gesture, which is what that silence was Rob doing the hand gesture. All right, both sides squaring up. Drama, League of Legends, posturing. Every second we spend here, it gets better for Rogue. But that ult missed, and that's the cue for GX. Speed is on their side now. No disengaged tools left. Surely they can just walk in, take what they want. But they're not feeling it. They're not confident. They don't want to go for it. No shove. There's no Maokai ult. There's no Varus ult. This is the window of opportunity.
Yeah, they kind of need to get something. Isma. Oh, might actually find the angle.
Got an angle. Only managed to get Execute, but that's a good start to the fight. Execute immediately retreating. Isma also just walking away. They get the flash off the Karma. And now he can reset.
Yeah, Jun hit Shurelias as well. They thought that was their moment, but couldn't actually find the angle on towards Rogue. So it feels like, again, Rogue, like, so many of these crucial tools were burnt by Rogue, but GX just can't find that window in.
tough. Maybe now in the next fight, confidence to just go, knowing that that flash is missing. But Patrick's ulti's back up. Malrang's ulti is up in 7 seconds. So Lindemann did window, and all they got was the Karma Flash. I think not ideal, but tough to just run face first into a Varus, the Jace, the Talia, just because the CT is not there. It does not mean that the damage isn't.
Yeah, the problem that you have as well is, like, if Isma tries to embark on a solo journey to find himself within the mountains of bottom side blue jungle for Rogue, and try and find some sort of flank angle, it leaves the rest of his team vulnerable. They are still incredibly fast on Rogue. With the ultimate from Malrang, they will just chase you down. They will find angles, so you kind of have to play this 5-man ARAM at the moment, as maybe actually Isma, yeah, you can see there, he tries to go in on the right, and Rogue just exits over to the left. It's
tough.
Yeah.
He's in the middle. It's, you know, he wants to take a gap here. He wants to find himself. Still has to pay bills, though. Still got to show up, you know? Has to be here to take care of the boys, as Rogue starting the objective, try and force GX into them, but they're a little bit split. It's execute off the side. I don't know what the flanking Karma does. I guess it watches out for other flankers, does a little bit of poke. 10K is a very slow objective for Rogue. They don't have anyone who's really good at taking this. I think Talia might actually be their best source of sustained damage, but Patrick is hitting.
So
5K, GX going for Elder instead. They're just going to concede the Baron. Jackie's chunked. Wall going down. Now Jackie's might just be in trouble. Larson trying to find the angle. Flash over the wall. Jackie's not quite going to get caught. Team split. GX retreating. But again, the Baron is already down in favor of Rogue. Purely good for them if they can extend this play. Stop GX from taking anything else.
I think it was a mistake from Jackie's. That ultimate could have been key to catching Rogue as they try and come back in and take vision, but now you don't have that tool, and Rogue establishing themselves once more. The poke will just start to rain down again. GX, I think they just have to disengage from this.
That seems to be the case. Mid lane's not in a bad spot. Adam could just walk over and start pushing.
It looks like exactly what he's going to do, and execute now. Going back to the base.
Just TP'd to get set up here. So GX have sunk a lot into this. Patrick now in trouble. Ulti still managed to connect on the Gwen. He's immediately retreating. He's got the barrier. Got a ton of shielding between the Karma, executes item actives, and his own barrier. Gwen ulti now being thrown out. A lot burned there by GX.
Yeah, they really wanted to get the pick.
And remember, Money's just being deleted in the mid lane in the meantime. Ulti somewhat blocked by Jun. Good use of the clone. 12K. But I think if you're Rogue, you don't want to flip this.
No, you just want it to reset. You can see they're just kind of leaving it where it is.
Dragon will just get loose.
Yeah, you're fine with that as Rogue. Again, look where Adam is. He's just got
pushing.
Yeah.
Ooh, GX in a tough spot. A lot of teams fumble here when they're caught between something like an Elder defending their base. Lot retreating, does still have the TP. Rogue starting the objective. Adam resetting. Perhaps the TP back in. Locke's going to be the one to TP first, looking for the flank. Now it's Adam TPing in as well. Larson going for the flick. He hits Isma. Execute waiting behind with the Gwen waiting. Adam going to go in, trying to make it an isolated 1v1. Does not want to let him get in on the squishier backline. Adam now running as the Gwen tries to reset the fight. Goes a little bit. Goal of the Elder has gone down for GX in the meantime. Rogue need to get the hell out. So far, they've still won the fight. The Gwen in trouble. Larson going to try and finish the job. Lot will eventually fall. It's a threat of fall. He does go the wrong way. So they get the Elder, but they lose two, and they might just lose the game.
Yeah, you don't have that ultimate on Jackie's. Jun kind of needs to make a serious hero play here if he wants to hold on. Maybe you can get the burn with the Elder, but 3 versus 5. This is a tough ask for Giant X.
See damage Delta champions, the poke, the story of this entire game. No chance for Corki, Orianna, or Gwen to team fight. It's just the Jace and the Varus endlessly throwing out these skill shots. Flash forward, they're trying to lock up Jackie's. Jun looking to turn the fight. No one needs to do so much work, needs to do so much damage. The Karma's so low, but the shields are still there. No one wants to finish it, but he just can't get any kill done. They're all blinking. Chemtech doing a little bit of work. Finally, Malrang will fall, but he does get the ult off in time. Noah, one Corki versus the world. Technically riding a Corki as well. He'll hold the line. Now all of Rogue are retreating. Minute and 30 left. Noah's still an absolute powerhouse.
It's a singular Elder Dragon that's left for Giant X. They don't really get much more from Rogue off of at least the push. Like the mid lane tower had already gone down. The inhibitor was going to be soon to follow. So in the grand scheme of things, sure, GX get to hold on, but now losing all those Elders is a disaster. And it's a good off chance from Jun here, but Adam having that Edge of Night up meant that he didn't get hit. Noah just not really having that follow-up, and as you called it, the shields that come through on Rogue are absolutely absurd in keeping them top 2.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hitting the point where Farmer's approaching a third item. Unheard of for both these supports. Now the fights are tense. The good news is, look, Noah has the lifesteal now. He's got some damage. Okay. Sometimes, and this is a play-by-play secret that I'm sure no one has ever noticed. Your brain just says things.
Yeah.
Words just come out of your mouth.
Secret.
You knew
Color
that
casters do that as well.
I cycle through my, it's tense.
Yeah.
Tense is a safe go-to.
Oh, yeah.
It's not tense. A little anticlimactic. I think Rogue have won this game.
Yeah.
But I've thought that before, Rob. I said there was no way that GX could find that fight, and Isma found that fight. You gotta hold on to that little bit of hope.
Yeah, we can ask Yankos about what he thinks about betting on games being won in a specific circumstance.
I'm not getting rid of my eyebrows. He looks like a weird alien.
I don't look like I have eyebrows already. I don't need any more help in losing them.
We can get the main artist to Sharpie him on for you every day.
I'm not gonna lie.
We can Sharpie him angry if you want. Do different expressions.
Yeah. Can I just get a piece of paper that I can just hold up to give me different looks, like a cartoon character?
Oh,
just like,
wait, if Yankos is listening, Yankos, just please, whiteboard marker, non-permanent marker, just give yourself different eyebrow expressions.
He's gonna accidentally grab the permanent marker.
You know what? That's just good content. We're just looking out, trying to make some content for him, his audience. Do you think we'll get a 16-minute game, Rob?
I don't think so. I mean, Baron for me is probably the end here. But
Isma has Warmocks now, which is actually a really important purchase.
Actually, yes.
They can no longer just one-tap. I mean, they couldn't really one-tap in the first thing. They could half health on the first engage, second half of health in the second. Larson, concerned he was over-pushing on the side lane, so will use the ulti to retreat. I think good cautious maneuver. Knows that getting picked here could mean the end of the game.
I really don't think it'll be 60 minutes, but... Sorry, I thought that was you going...
It was a great character. The best part of Nico being in pro is that single interaction.
Yeah. Okay,
ulti. Managing to hit one back. Isma's connected. Jun looking for an angle to the backside. He's only going to connect it to one. Malrang now running. He's a fast little tree, and he is fast enough to escape.
He's so fast! What? How the hell did he get out of there? I have never seen a tree move that fast, ever.
I've never seen a tree move, but I imagine it would be surprising if they did it that fast. Adam, running. Just get massively chunked out. The poke war just continues to rage, as Isma very happy to have that Warmogs. They don't really have good vision control. Malrang just threw that sapling not into a bush, but will still walk in anyway. Decent shielding coming out from the Mantra E, the Defiance from Execute.
This is a brave move.
Do not have the vision setup.
Yeah, they're basically banking on Becky's having a reset, which he does, but he can still TP into the fight after clearing the wave.
Is it just a double TP in lane to try the end of the game? No, they want to TP in for the fight. Clone there, AK. Isma could just go over the wall. Is it just going to come down to a 50-50? Malrang ulting. Rogue turning for the fight. I like the call. Lot doing good damage, but goes golden. Buys the second. Now it's Noah who's jumping forward. Noah immediate cleanse on the ult coming up from the bars, but Lot's been taken down in the meantime. Patrick now unstoppable. I didn't even see who got the Baron. The answer is GX. Jackie's running. They managed to get out with 3-4 players. Jun trying to get a bit more space. They're trying to retreat to hold the line. Keep in mind that mid lane is still vulnerable. Could be attacked. Jackie's running away, a bit slowed by Larson. They want to shut down these Barons so they can just end the game. Jackie's almost finding one with the shockwave. Gets two! They line it up for him! The ball finding the kills! Malrang now running Rogue! They just catastrophe!
What is going on? I cannot believe off the back of that engage that it's Giant X who end up coming out with all the kills and the Baron as well. That was a disaster for Rogue. And it's Baron and Elder Dragon about to spawn. I think Rogue might have just thrown the game.
They might have. And we'll always remember this day, Rob. Some people, you know, T1 2016, not us, Rob. We'll remember this. Game 1, 45 minutes, GX versus Rogue. The weirdest fight we've ever seen and ever cast. And it might be after that entire mid-game where Rogue looked like they were just doing whatever they wanted. GX running away with it.
Yeah, because here I saw Lost go in, buy space and buy time using the Zhonya's Hourglass, but Noah getting a ton of work done onto Malrang as everyone on Rogue get moved out. Then you end up getting the steal in the pit. Noah flashes out of the back, and Jackie's actually gets the damage done on the opposite side. So now you've managed to pick off Adam as Lot has gone down. Jackie's then gets time to get the ultimate back up and available, which is crucial here, but you called in the fight here. So Execute goes low, and they both flash on top of each other to then give the double kill setup. And now Isma's actually managed to find the fight that he needs because he's able to get into position to lock down Malrang. It was a comedy of errors across that, but Jackie's... Exactly.
We don't even need to speak. Just replay that reaction 4 more times. It's a perfect summary. Okay, well, gold is fake and is no longer real. So we've crossed the 80K threshold. We'll look at items.
We're never buying a house at this stage.
We're never buying a house at this stage. Yeah. 80K has to be enough, right? It's gold. GX.
How big are the coins, though?
That's a very good question. We need more details. This is the lore that they're not giving us enough info on. We need a segment called Lore with Lore. I know this has been pitched before, but there's too many rhymes around this. All right, Rogue, disengaging, buying space with the Maokai ultimate. Flick back onto Isma, solid. GX pushing. Jackie's very fast. Shockwave not going to hit. Quick flash out from Malrang. Lot now chasing down Adam. Wall going in to potentially isolate Jackie's. Lot is fast, but Execute is there as well. Extra shield going in, looking for the knockback, but Lot still standing, but the blend. Force backwards, can't quite finish the kill.
They get the mid-terror off the back of it,
50 seconds of Elder. They're going to break the second inhib here. If GX don't over-push, I think they've won the game.
Yeah, all they need to do is just get that top wave now. Lock and TP back in. You push that, you get your final tower down. It's a tough one, as you've only got like one more wave to work off of for Elder, but the Barons, they're going to do some work here.
And I said the same thing about Rogue 20 minutes ago around that Baron. So just reminding people that anything is possible. Don't let your dreams be dreams.
This is a bonkers game.
49 minutes. League of Legends. Just a reminder that the design team put the Elder Dragon in the game to end the game. But Rogue and GX have looked them straight in the face and said, Frox, Freak, Champ Design, we don't give a shit. We're going to keep playing. And I respect that.
But I'm not going to lie. It kind of is just Giant X refusing to give up. Like, a huge amount of this is like, kudos to the boys.
This is the plot of the Mighty Ducks. It should not be possible. And Karate Kid, a lot of 80s to 90s movies have the exact same plot, now that I think of it.
And the exact same man, which is from a hometown. 5 young boys.
Yeah, okay.
Rogue, your top side needs to be defended, and I don't know if you're here to defend it.
Larson is going to have decent setup. They can zone one wave off with Malrang's ultimate, but Isma's now in a position where he can body block. So the tower's just going to go down. Shockwave hits one, but only Larson. So Jackie's might die. Ulti fall, not quite connected to Jun. TP back coming in from Adam. Isma chunked out. Shirelli is used. GX now zooming back out. Mundo stonks. Flash once again from Mr. Jackie's.
Isma
diamond hands from Jackie's. I think it's safe to say. He's held on. Did not sell early. Did not give up. Don't know anything about finance. That is not advice of any kind.
I wasn't sure how long Giant X want to stick around that top side. Isma still had Warmogs, so could just look to heal up off it, and then you like, TP back in with Jackie's. But that top tower is still very low now, and surely the next Baron in 30 seconds is the one that ends the game. Number 3? 3?
What's the Westworld thing of the first time? I was here with Jack Spector once before. We thought the same thing. We thought this. You were wrong.
But the good news is, if this game keeps going the way it is, he'll be able to come in next week and finish it.
That's
finish
true.
The match, you know?
Isma hit by an ulti, but crucially this time, the game has gone long enough that that ulti does not do a lot of damage. Larson fishing for the flick with the extra movement speed, does not find it. Rogue continue to poke, continue to prod. Full ARAM status. 5v5 grouping. Isma on the flank. Good spotted out there by Ad, crucially.
So, Rogue, if they like had a minion line, could essentially just try and protect her, then run down mid lane and force Giant X to retreat. But you're now pushing into super creeps, makes that a little tough for Rogue, which is why Giant X feel comfortable to just sit in this river and try and back.
TP in from the Gwen. Larson and Jackie's trading blows. Locket already used. Extra movement speed from the Shirelias as Patrick flashes in, rinsing and repeating the up onto Isma. Isma might be in trouble, but he manages to lock up two. Just with the follow-up! Huge combo! Larson coming in, but it might be too late. Jump with the flick back. Now it's an even fight. Lock continuing forward. Noah trying to lay down a bunch of damage. Up when ready to take over. Malrang and Larson, the last two surviving as Execute continues to run for the hills. For the rest of GX, eyes on the prize. They don't want the fight. They want the game. Sprinting it down mid, trying to end it.
Lot needs to stop the bases. He doesn't know where they are.
They're split up. He's indecisive. He gets wrong. No, Lot. You could have stopped two, and the game will continue.
It's the only way you could go. This game will never end. Baron will never be taken out of Dragon up in 10 seconds as well. Lost. Still has his crew here though. I don't know how they feel about taking a fight because Lot doesn't have ult. Jackie's just as about to come off cooldown. They probably know he's there thanks to the ball.
Malrang just taking a bit of poke. Courtesy of the Merc Tread shield upgrades. Meantime, Noah 1v1ing an Elder Dragon. That's pretty epic.
Yeah, I mean, he sold his boots a long time ago, so he's a big
tower, vulnerable. Shockwave hitting two. Execute flashing out. Malrang trying desperately to hold on, but the Elder Dragon, they haven't finished it yet. 6K getting lower. They don't have a jungler in the area. 10K, it does reset. Noah has to stop his 1v1. Instead needs to return to his PvP aspirations. Malrang getting massively jumped and completely deleted. Surely that's the end.
You have Roger just getting sloppy. Malrang wants to try and get in towards Elder, but they're losing their inhibitor, or sorry, their Nexus turret as well. Giant X now. They have it. They have their jungler here.
Elder, Execute steps forward. I don't think there's any reason to do that, but he will anyway. Elder down. That's third Elder, baby.
And now we got a Baron again. Let's go.
KT Rolster, that's actually in respect to Noah.
I thought it'd be a generic.
No, the KT Rolster one is excellent. That's for lore. Shout out lore. All right, Rogue, they're down a man. They're down an Elder. They've been, I think, really outscaled, but they will try their hardest. 2 minutes left on this Elder. If Rogue get this Baron, if GX get this Baron, I don't think Rogue can win the game. That should be it. That should be the death blow.
Yeah. Especially since it's like one inhibitor tower remains. You can just take this top side, just sweep across all the inhibitors, and there's a singular Nexus tower remaining with double super minions marching down every lane. I just don't see a role where Rogue can hold on.
And yet it might exist, Rob. It might happen. Isma running forward.
I went off the magic carpet.
Shirelias. We're in here till the bitter end, or the happy end. We'll see the context. GX breaking inhibs left and right, ready to march. Malrang ulting. The team a bit split on their decisions here. Flick only hitting Isma. Hope taking about half his health. Elder still there for 1 minute and 10 seconds. I don't think Rogue can wait this out. But GX, the very least, gonna get 3 inhibitors. But maybe one more Baron.
I think this is it. Double super creeps. You can see them marching down every single lane now with all 3 inhibitors gone. This makes it next to impossible.
Isma going in. Doesn't hit anybody.
Oh no!
Flick back.
Oh no!
Oh no! A big throw! A lot of them as a team, but they managed to one-shot Adam. Noah, GX pushing forward. Noah managed to find a lot of damage, but they can't quite finish the kills. Surely that should just be it, but Jackie's is so damn low. Judd trying to find the engage. Malrang in the midst of the team. Off to the side is Patrick, but he can't finish the kill. Noah now going in. Patrick trying to get a bit of damage done. The game is over! GX won. 55 minutes, 39 seconds of game time. Both teams gonna need to recover after that one, but at the end of the day, that dub belongs to one team and one team alone, and that is GX. And the AD are standing by with what I can only assume is the sickest breakdown we've ever heard.
Your beautiful behind, Dracos, because Rogue A haters eating good, Isma haters in absolute shambles. What the hell? My region. Rogue, like, oh, I was so ready to tell you guys how excited I've been watching Rogue recently, how good they played the mid game up until a point. Like, Man!
We're in pandemonium! It's Ragnarok, we fight, we live, we die, we live again the next day, we go back to fighting. It is back-to-back-to-back fights.
Hell yeah!
Constant team fighting. People are dying, but nothing is happening for 55 minutes. Rogue, they drafted Maokai Talia, check. They drafted, or they took early dragons, check. They got sold at 23 minutes, check. They finished the game.
Not check!
No! How do you mess this up?
I mean, we all know how they mess it up. It's happened a few times now, and I think it's in great Rogue fashion that it happens around Barons, because you're right, Finn. The Dragons, it's getting really good. This Purple Worm as an objective, though, it feels like all the set they have in their head, specifically around the Dragons, doesn't really apply to this.
Why? Because it's a different shape?
Yeah, well, I think they just get so split up, and they don't really put Maurang in a position where they have actually marked Isma, so they don't know where the enemy smite is coming from. Isma still at Flash in this scenario. Rogue's so split off of who we're engaging on. Are we going back to Baron? And it feels like they don't have a coherent plan in terms of finding out how they want to approach that team fight.
They literally think there's tariffs on taking clean Barons.
Oh
like, they just, they cannot do it. I'm so frustrated with them. And what often happens in situations like this is that it gets lost in the sauce how the other team kind of caught the throw or kind of took control of the game.
That's the look of a man right there that know he should have lost the game, but won it. And I'm sorry that is what happened. Like, GX, disaster, I was going to say. And the fact that they come back, I mean, it all comes down to that never...
stole one of those Barons.
That's very true.
I mean, that is impact. We were praising Yike to the high heavens yesterday for that versus Fnatic, so we got to do the same for him.
I don't know if they got Asap as their assistant coach or something, because they never FF. And I want to bring up that unyielding spirit of GX. Big kudos to them. They were getting bashed in early game. They were losing the lanes, losing the dragons, but somehow they kept trying. And you got to give it to them. They've been losing. Is this their 4th series?
Yeah, they've been losing since winter.
Yeah. But they still have some fight in them, and this is what we want to see. We want them to get punched 7 times, but still get back up and still show that they're here to play.
Oh my God.
Okay, let's cool down a bit.
Yeah, let's cool down a bit.
We have a series ahead of us. We're long there.
Was it actually recoverable? You think after with Baron, was it unrecoverable? Well, probably the Elder and the Baron, I'm gonna say, but
which one of them?
Yeah, exactly. Which one of them?
I lost track, to be honest.
So where did the magic run out there? Because they had that great combo, right? They had the long range Chain of Corruption, the Maokai ult follow-up, but then it seemed like they just couldn't kill anyone quick enough anymore.
Well, they were at a position at the game where they could just kill first target all the time.
Yeah.
And then at some point, Isma had just been in that game so long that his itemization actually made sense against the enemy team comp with the Warmox, but also the extra armor you finally got in there, so you could survive the burst. And GX, they were so conditioned to the fact that Rogue was so conditioned to the fact they could always blow Isma up. So they kept sending the entire tank at him, and it just never did.
Yeah, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me once, twice, shame on me. Fool me 7 times, shame on Rogue. Like, come on, we have to see you step it up, because they really had an easy game plan. They executed so well. They did so many good things, and we were so excited about them. We were so excited to see them finally actually have a good game that we could praise them for.
But again, they let it go so long. They let it go so late. Like, it's almost like they're inviting fate to kind of knock them on their ass. It's crazy.
Yeah, but that's why it's so bad, right? Because we are seeing improvements with Rogue. We generally are. Like, they're not just rolling over. They're still throwing. It's still bad, right? But they've already played against Team Heretics and lost. They've already played against BDS and lost. They're playing against GX now, who's a 0-2 team, and they might be losing to them as well. You need top 6 to make playoffs, and while you're improving, you're not doing it fast enough. This is alarm bells ringing for Rogue. They need these wins desperately if they want to make it further in spring.
But also, let's bring it back. It's the same for GX. If they lose to Rogue now, that playoff race is almost unobtainable at the point. This is also crucial game time for GX. If they lose, here we have the stats from the game, that Jace and Varus damage while you are poking all game. I gotta bring a highlight again to the Scar Warmogs. I don't know if I had the healing of that, but I gotta be up in the millions at this point. Just constantly walking up, getting poked, walking back, healing up. And it's just this back and forth. And I don't know. I'm lost for words.
Yeah, let's talk maybe a little bit about something that also got lost in the sauce. I know, Finn, you thought maybe you'd been a little bit unfair towards Lot in ready check, and I actually think he held his own pretty well. As it got that later in the game, but then I can also say where the Gwen at some point in those games is just very, very strong anyways.
Yeah, I think Crucial Lot had a massive impact on that comeback fight that GX got around the Dragon, or Baron, I think where Rogue ended up throwing.
He's so good at
he
splitting
bought
them up.
so much space. He uses W immaculately, eating the Varus ult, and split up all of Rogue to get Isma into that little spot where he could steal the Baron.
Hey, 2 more games maybe. I thought when we came into the series that it was going to be 3 games. It might just be 3 games each at 55 minutes.
This series might last us 3 hours. You know, I'm here for it. Never miss a Rogue game. I mean, it's hard to as well because it lasts for that long. So you're tuning in later.
You like accidentally put the TV on.
Rogue is still playing.
It's still a Rogue game. All jokes aside, though, I know it's like early in the season, but you're right. The stakes are high. It's top 6 now. So the thing is, it's one of those things where if you could run it back, you would ride for Rogue, but it's fearless. Finn.
Yeah, for sure. And I think GX, they
You're
don't
not
want to.
Finn.
No, sorry, Finn. Did you say Finn? My bad.
Yeah, it's all right, Mikkel. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to. I want to give it to Finn.
You want to give it to me? Okay.
No, well, you take it.
Okay, I think if Rogue could run back, I'm not sure if they would, because they really did everything that they wanted to, and they still lost.
Yeah, that's also
so
a good
clearly
point.
they need something else. I like that Adam has these lane-dominant champions. I think we saw the stats previously. He's so good right now at dominating these lanes.
Yeah.
And I really want to see them put more emphasis on giving Adam these carries, because while late game he didn't have the best, he really did play that matchup very well.
When is he going to get broken, though? Because he's had these performances. He's been having them, and then the team still can't win the game. It's, oof, they did choose blue side for Rogue, so that checks out for their caller, at least. I don't know what they're going to do with it. At this point, we actually don't know what they're going to do at all. We'll give them some time to regroup. And when we come back, I think we'll hear from GX shortly before they hit the rift again.
Patrick's still alive! Jackie's tries to throw the ball down. It's Noah who's gonna die! The Shockwave, he wasn't watching the ball!
Get the ball. Kill Maokai. Okay, Finn. I got him here. Yeah. Nice. Kill him. Get Nash, no? Get Nash. Nice. By the way, Elder in 1 minute. Inside base, no? Control both sides. Yeah, scanner. No shockwave Oriana. No shockwave Oriana, guys, okay? No, duel there. We have Elder. Go back. Mid. That's a banger game 1.
That's
Nice, somehow.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is math, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome back to the LEC after what was a game of League of Legends of all time. I have Isma with me, of course. Isma, are you okay? Physically, mentally, everything? How do you feel right now?
I'm fine, I'm fine. I mean, the game was really, really bad quality, but we win in the end, so I guess it's what matters.
Why do you even focus? Because you have one, maybe two more games to go like this. What is something that you should absolutely scrap out of your gameplay for the next game?
I mean, try to not die like 7 times and in like every fight, but if I do that, I think it should be free because enemies are hinting as well. So.
All right, remove the int, keep the Baron steals. I'm gonna let you guys go back to your seat. And casters, I have nothing. Over to you. What event is this?
That's a great question, Laura. We don't have an answer either. We're all going to learn together. You know? It's just going to be like an episode of Bill Nye the Science Guy, but there's no Bill Nye. It's just us in a
what
laboratory.
What happens if you die 8 times?
But
to be fair, they're good deaths.
What does it look
they're
like
good deaths.
when the inch is gone? Both teams asking that question.
Yeah. I don't think we'll ever find an answer in Europe to that question.
I mean, it is tough because surely if there's a winner of the game, someone must have been inting. So unless they want to lock us here all day long, like some kind of crazy League of Legends slumber party, which I'm pretty opposed to that. But
yeah, I was going to say, I don't think we sell pillows as merch. It's going to get a little
But we do sell onesies, I think.
Do we?
I don't know. Historically, Riot Games has at some point sold onesies as a merch. This is not a legally binding statement.
Do you own an LEC onesie?
I wore like a Tibbers onesie. There's a Maokai onesie.
Oh, the Tibbers ones, yeah.
Or the cat Meowkai, sorry.
Meowkai, oh yeah, that is fair.
Okay, we enter the pick and ban phase. And I'm not going to ask for a lot here. But I will ask for a hard engage. No matter what else happens in this draft, I think both teams need to reconsider their stance on reliable hard engage.
I think we got a quick reminder to everyone as to why maybe it's best we don't have enchanters in the last game, but still, I mean, you're looking at Pi still up and available, the Sejuani still there, Neferi if people really want to get a little bit crazy with it, but I'm curious. Yeah, I imagine we will just go back to bog standard support picks here.
I also think Sejuani might get first picked. I feel it. The last of the conventional tank options in a game where both teams are not doing the best, you know, like closing out. I think Sejuani does a lot of work. One-click CC, but Victor is going to be the lock-in, is going to be the option. So another great scaling choice, good defensive option as well. Not the most proactive pick, but if someone's going to fight into you, Victor does a very good job of punishing it.
Yeah, I think it's kind of, once you get rid of things like the Azir, the Oriannas, he kind of just becomes the dominant lane bully in the mid lane, so it does make a lot of sense. I'm looking at Vi, potentially locked in here for Isma or the Sejuani. Hard engage, perfect. Tank jungler makes a lot of sense. And is it going to be the Ezreal then for the bottom side of the map here for Noah? I think it's the premier AD carry that's still left up and available. Especially now, you know, Varus, the Corki, Kalista all taken away. Unless you want to just go Ashe and go for the Fro Yordian angle.
I like the Fro Yordian angle. More CC, more reliable ways to start fights. Again, I'm just going to repeat that one thing a lot. This champ select, if you saw last game, you'll understand why. If you didn't, you know, just roll with it. Hwei, though, certainly an option in terms of scaling. Will mash a lot of what the Victor can provide. Also has that additional range. Can be a bit more vulnerable, though. Lacks some of the Hwei's E abilities, the Sorrow abilities. Not quite as good of a defensive tool as Gravity Field in a lot of situations.
Yeah, it's a little unusual for me, though, because I suppose you're basically banking on Rogues taking Ezreal and then their jungler here for Malrang. Because my only worry is if you match the Hwei here, then say they end up picking support on this next rotation for Rogue, you then kind of end up with, oh, we have to take our support or we have to take our AD carry, and then you end up down the bottom of the barrel here, especially when it comes to AD carries. So I think Ginex, though, I imagine we'll just go for something like a Vi here to guarantee a strong jungler from Malrang, but Malrang still likes to play like a lot of different champions, so maybe they're happy to just pinch support here.
A Malrang classic. Locked in. Okay, a little J4 for Malrang. Again, throwback to a very victorious era of Rogue and a nice little combo. Both the Victor and the J4, big fans of circles. We're going to end up with some Venn diagrams this game. So aggressive jungle option. J4 kind of a weird champion, but early game can be super aggressive. Might set us off for a different pace of game. And the Kai'Sa now going to be locked in. Again, good answer to the Ezreal. Later stages of the game, early on, can still be a bit weaker.
It does mean that, excuse me, sorry, on GX's side, you're pretty heavily reliant on some sort of AD top laner. So Jace is gone from the last game and Best is gone. Gnar, wouldn't be surprised to see it banned away here by Rogue just to try and force them into a bit of an uncomfortable scenario because you've got a mixed damage coming from the Kai'Sa. We have seen like the Yuntao build and stuff there, but I imagine you're kind of looking for a little bit more poke with her. So I think you can force Giant X into a bit of an uncomfortable situation here if you start looking for them. Jax makes some sense. He is a bit of mixed damage, but yeah, going down I would have expected something like a Gnar, maybe even a Renekton ban here going towards a loss.
Yeah. Xante, Gnar, Renekton, the 3 most played for LOT all time. Not surprising.
He's a top laner.
He is a top laner. Those are the top lane champions. Obviously Gwen out of the game in this one. What is the answer going to be? The Renekton banned, Jax banned as well. Adam doesn't want to risk. He will be forced to blind pick most likely. Depends on if GX just want to go for, I would guess, just a Leona.
Yeah. I mean, Leona
Rel is also, like the thing about having double
Rel
chamber
is
game 1 is like, I'm not used to having so many good supports open. Nautilus was banned in game 1. Maybe it gets banned here as well?
Yeah, I think Nautilus makes a lot of sense if you're on... Okay, there's the Gnar ban. So I think Nautilus actually first rotation here makes a lot of sense. Surprised to see GX ban the Renekton themselves, because I thought that would be what they were looking for. The K'Sante doesn't really provide a huge amount of damage, and it basically forces Noah into this Yuntao build. Okay, this like Aatrox still fits that, because my thought is poke long range with both the Hui and the Kai'Sa, and then you're trying to not get just immediately engaged upon by the Jarvan. So at least having that option now of the AD coming through from your top laner means that you're a little bit safer. Rel makes sense here for execute as well, just great follow-up onto whoever Jarvan locks up, or if you get a big engage, you can also then have that the follow-up too, but either way, makes sense here.
If your brain stalled out when you saw Allow,
yes.
Mine did too.
Yeah. It was also just, he kind of just went through a whole bunch of different champions, and I was like, just, please just go for it. Yeah.
That'd be cool. But again, Rel, Jarvan, Victor. Oh, I love that. Love everything about the first 4 picks for Rogue. It is stable. It is reliable. It's a similar story for GXL. They have a bit more of a focus on dive, although Hui and Kai'Sa together can be a bit of an awkward duo. Olaf! A throwback to earlier days, earlier eras of Adam. Into the Aatrox.
Olaf also got buffed recently as well, so I was kind of thinking of him. He's in a pretty decent spot.
Poppy for Jun I also like as a potential aggressive option. We'll see if he wants to go Halo Blades for a powerful level 1, although some of the base damages for Poppy were hit pretty hard, so I imagine it will be Aftershock. Jarvan ulti not interruptible by that Poppy W will be one of the big ones to keep our eyes on. Also, the Olaf, just the ability to go unstoppable in the face of the Poppy and the Sejuani together.
Yeah, he also got his Reckless Swing buffed, so it then matches basically his attack speed. Because one of the things that was super annoying with Olaf was as you went for the Reckless Swing, the E, it would be really slow, and especially if you're on low health, it made it a little bit awkward to try and sustain your attack speed on us, but it's a kind of a nice little quality of life buff, so should do relatively okay. I can kind of see it, like you hit 6, you just run down the Aatrox on the top side, and even in team fights and that as well, it works pretty well. The only thing is making sure that Malrang doesn't lock you as the Olaf down instead of the other person, but if Olaf is in there with you, it kind of works out well.
The historical counterpick to Olaf is any form of terrain.
Yes.
Does struggle to get through. But Rogue, stability in that first 4 picks. Everything from jungle down to support looking nice, standard for the top side where they're throwing their curveballs. We get into game 2. GX weathered the storm in game 1. A 55-minute storm and managed to come out on top. Hopefully this time around they won't need quite so much time. That was their first win. They always see they'll look to find their second and their first series win over Rogue, but Rogue, pretty powerful comp. This game I think should be much more decisive.
Yeah, I think especially the fact that there is very little to prevent Adam from doing Olaf things generally has worked out for Adam when he's played Olaf in the past. So can just chase down things like Jackie's. Like Noah at least still has some escape with his invisibility and also then having that killer instinct to reposition himself away from all that, but it's still very tough when you're a short-range AD carry. So for Rogue, it may just be exactly what they did in Game 2 versus Vitality, which is play up towards topside and make sure that Adam's able to get off to a nice start.
Very cautious level 1s from both teams. It's kind of interesting to watch. Jarvan's early clear can be a bit rough. So sometimes you do see teams maybe try to contest him around that level 1. Won't happen here. And we're back to the calmness, the stillness of early game League of Legends. I know just 15 minutes ago we were all on the edge of our seat in that 55-minute slugfest, but this is, you know, deep breath. This game could take us anywhere. Truly a magical journey.
A lot of the phrases you've used today just make it sound like you're
disassociating.
No, advertising a Disney movie.
Yeah.
It's a magical world.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. Thanks, Peter Pan.
There's a lot to unpack there with that particular statement. I don't want to say how much you'll learn from my psyche about that, but sometimes you just need positivity, and you can always turn to little Disney 1990s Disney movie promo to get it. In terms of verbiage.
Between the Mighty Ducks and Peter Pan, where you've got yourself covered.
Yeah, I think we're talking about the wrong demographic, though. It's hard for me to tell.
There's at least a dozen of us that are over 30. That are all like, I get that. And everyone else is like, well, these casters stop yapping.
True. But, you know, in the early game, there's a lot of time to yap because there's not a whole lot happening. Larson, you know, gets early mid push here. Jackie's actually getting chucked out a lot. This was priority option into the Victor. We'll see if it gets better after the first few levels. With some nice trades there. The WE and then the EE, which names I have forgotten already.
Yeah, it's more like mini Rumble ult and stuff is how I categorize them rather than actually trying to remember the names. But I do like the pathing that both junglers have gone for. For Malrang, it gives him that opportunity to start to move up towards his top side and cover Adam, because this is kind of the point where he is most vulnerable before he has access to level 6, and also wants to try and play as aggressive on the wave to punish Lot or keep Lot out of the fight. Whereas on the opposite side, I think Isma, like, just trying to keep himself in a position where he can cover the bottom side in case any sort of action happens there early, because again, I think the most vulnerable people on this side are Jackie's and Noah. Speaking of, Jackie's kind of also aware of it at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good call out. I think Execute in the bottom side also has to be careful. The Aftershock can do a lot to save him, but Patch with the cleanse, the additional mobility. Jun, if he ever finds that angle for a quick wall bang, quick knockback into the wall, he's able to get a lot of damage down. Sejuani's around, easy follow-up. And both teams going for more team fight-oriented junglers. Jarvan notorious for being able to find those early ganks, but we haven't really seen that at all from Malrang quite yet.
It's actually really interesting to see what both junglers are doing at the moment, because usually you do both Skull Crabs, you reset, come back out onto the map, right? But both of them have delayed their resets and have actually gone to clear in the opposite side. So I think the idea from Isma was, hey, I want to try and sync up with Malrang. So as the game goes on, I'm going to just become a little bit tankier, I'm going to be able to do a little bit more, and we should have a decent scaling on our side, so play to cover any sort of early plays that this Jarvan can make. Malrang, I think, spotted Isma going for that and basically delayed his own reset now. So then he actually moved back down to his bottom side, cleared his own bot jungle, and now has desynced himself again with Isma. So on the attempt in Isma meeting up with Malrang, it's now swapped once again. So it's actually been interesting to see how they've changed their pathing based on kind of what they'd expected in this early stage.
It's a good call, and the mismatch can be deadly, especially as solo laners start to approach level 6. A lot of potential burst damage and setup there. You have a jungler like the Jarvan or the Sejuani is Isma. Poking his head around the bottom side of mid lane. Larson not concerned. Jackie's so low. Larson not too worried about it, especially as he has the gravity field.
So I saw Isma throwing up the thumbs up. And there was a player over in the LPL that every time they walked into a bush would throw up an emote to see if the other person would emote, and then they'd know there was a ward in the bush. And I was like, that is the most brilliant mind game heard that from jungler.
That's the kind of stuff that I used to do in game because I was bad and I needed a way to like reclaim that I was contributing.
Yeah.
You know, you're like, you guys don't understand. I'm really good at warding, and I've got all these niche tricks that can give us the edge. It's like, could you click your buttons well? No buttons.
Well, what about this emote button?
What about
Isn't this great?
What if I could recite Aphelios' kit to you from memory? Would that be useful?
Alright, so John X going to try and strike first here, at least, or answer for what's happening on the top side of the map. Looking at the dragon is, this does make a lot of sense again. I think Malrang definitely wants to try and keep windows of opportunity for Adam to try and play through a side lane with this Olaf, and the early boy groups make sense. Also, just the fact that you're a tier Nasheen versus a BF sword already on Noah means that it would be a little bit terrifying to try and fight this one out.
Yeah.
So Adam able to just clear out the wave and keep himself happy. And now I imagine we'll get the reset once more, because you kind of want to get this matchup as Adam into the Aatrox, but we'll have to see.
Probably something we keep our eyes on. Objective trade, as you highlighted, for now. See when Adam gets to start doing Olaf things. I don't feel like he's super favored in the context of 2v2. It's just so hard for him to approach, and the Kai'Sa early on just does a lot of damage in those short trades. Normally the range of something like the Ezreal is what stops her from being able to use that. Is Isma has overstayed. There's a level 6 here. He's going to Q away. He's going to flash away. Flash and first blood from Malrang.
The flash cataclysm animation is so satisfying to watch. Malrang just dunks onto Isma. Isma a bit unfortunate overstaying there, and even getting that assist to Larson is very nice to just start off there. Noah. No, he'll be fine. He should be able to just walk this out.
Or indeed correct. He will walk away. So Isma, despite the interview with Lore, still having an oopsie. Malrang happy to have that first kill, 400 extra gold, otherwise dead even in the matchup outside of that kill. Is Noah chunked out. It's going to be an awkward reset here. As Noah starts to push this wave in. Excuse me, Patrick starts to push the wave in. Patrick did have a pretty good Ezreal game last week. Or was it day one? It all blurs together.
Yeah.
You might remember it from the team fight where Jack Spector just said Patrick 7 times in a row.
The good old days.
The good old, simpler time.
Yeah.
Mayhaps.
You brought up Jack Spector twice, though. Am I supposed to feel like
no, it's just
self-conscious about casting with you again? You know, you cast all together last year, and now it's like, you know.
I'm sorry, Rob. I'm using a psychological technique known as negging. I just really want you to like me. It's my bad. I shouldn't be bringing up other casters. We're all on the desk together. That's poor form. That's rude of me. I've missed casting with you too.
It's okay. I'll go talk to Heretics. It's fine.
No, don't do that. Don't bring Jake in here. We agreed. Only if the game goes to 45 minutes, then we will quadcast.
Okay, yeah.
That is what we decided. Of course, we have no approval for that, but now that I've said it live,
I was going to say, that was
applied invisible pressure.
Is that naked as well? Or does
I
it
don't
work
know. That's such a horrible concept. I don't want to double back on that one. That is not how I want to be perceived. Malrang, unperceived with his brush, waiting for an opportunity to go onto Jackie's. Doesn't have tries.
Oh.
Malrang, ulti ready, blocks up Jackie's. The ulti goes through the wall. Jackie's in trouble. Constipated. Patrick takes him down. 3 ultis combined to take Jackie's out of the equation, and things starting to look pretty good for Rogue. 2 kills already, picked up for basically free.
Yeah, Power Rangers looking good on Rogue side, managing to combine everything to get that kill down. And again, like we were talking about Malrang, Jarvan is incredibly strong in these early stages, and Malrang has always been someone who loved to gank. Now getting the work done as nice sidestep from Larson. Plus
Isma cannot finish the kill.
No flash available.
That's a tilt. Yeah. That's frustrating. So close to getting that kill. So far, Malrang 100% kill participation. Isma has not been able to find a kill yet for his team. Maybe it's easier once Noah has that first item, but a rough early game thus far for GX.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that, like, obviously Larson has gotten the 2 assists, which is nice, but that kill actually going to Patrick helped out massively in just keeping him now in a position where you can try and outpace this Kai'Sa, because traditionally the Kai'Sa wants to look for the level 6 breakpoint.
Jackie's might just die again. Flag, drag, Rel coming over the wall. Jackie's ignited. He doesn't have a flash this time around, but Isma now trying to body block. Extra healing coming in. They managed to save him. Jun with the knockup, the follow through, the stun over the wall. Now the severing bolt. Jackie's gets one back. Oh, excellent play from support jungle to save Jackie's in what could have been a disastrous situation.
Yeah, if he'd gone down again, that would have been, you know, an absolute disaster for Giant X. But they're not in a bad spot now. They've actually managed to turn that around, keep themselves in a position where I thought maybe they'd try and continue up towards these boy grubs here, but Rogue might just be able to get all of them as GX looking for a reset to try and move over towards the dragon on the bottom side. But yeah, Jackie's doesn't realize the ward is there. Execute with the stun and the follow-up, but it's a jungler and a support. The damage isn't just quite there yet. With Isma coming over the wall and then Execute getting stunned too, there's just zero follow-up. And Jackie's great severing bolt just as he disappears to set that one up.
Excellently played. Extra little tiny bit of shielding from the pool of reflection. Well piloted by Jackie's making the most of those abilities as Adam gets hit by the chains. We call canceled. Unfortunate for the top laners. I feel like they were the center of our attention in game one. Talked so much about the Gwen. And despite the fact that both these top laners are interesting, they just don't really matter right now, Rob. Just hanging out, farming, waiting for those first item spikes.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep my eyes on what Jun is up to, because Dragon is now up and available, and he's managed to get a ton of deep vision onto the bottom side. And Dragon going to be taken, so it may actually be the action towards this top half.
Malrang. Connection there from Lot, flag a drag forward, but extra damage. Lot probably dead, will be forced to flash, at the very least. Cataclysm to follow, Execute getting pulled backwards. Malrang just barely not out of tower range. Jun now falling up, another severing bolt, but they're grouped up this time, so they deny the extra damage. In the meantime, the Drake will fall, so 6 grubs to 2 Drakes. Malrang is forced to flash from the severing bolt.
But it does mean that Rogue don't really get anything on this top side. They moved 4 members up here, but they don't get the towers, they don't really get the plates, and they don't get the kill on towards Lot, as he was able to just heal through everything with the World Ender. So for Rogue, unfortunate. Whereas for Giant X, they get the Dragon, they're now in a position that they can actually push out a bot side, cover this top play, though they may have to cover it again as Jackie's. He doesn't have flash yet, and there's still members sticking around. Looks like they will go for the reset though.
Are they gonna stay? Oh, the temptation to just fish for another play. Jackie's flash is just about 30 seconds to a minute away. Similar story for Larson. His a bit further out, so maybe a window that can be played around. In the bottom lane, it's a farm battle. Adam happy to try and freeze this wave as best he can, knowing that in the all-out fight, probably wins.
This is given opportunity though for Giant X to push, well, not so much push mid, but at least move up towards this top side and look for turf plates for Quay. They can. I thought Jun might be running the Hex Flash because you can see he's warded there. Basically look for Larson as he comes back in and see if he can flash over the wall, but not there. Stage 1 he's reset as well, so we'll just be Quay picking up a plate and then dipping out of here.
What's that last auto? Or will he be picking up a plate?
No.
Just a little bit off. Jun now moving up. Execute on the way in. Supportal combat, the theme of this game. Shattering Strike missing completely. On the mid lane, Patrick and Malrang grouped. Noah gonna have a hard time approaching here, and this is where that 6 grub really starts to pay off, but Isma still fishing for an angle to ulti. Patrick still with cleanse and flash, means there's really not a lot to be had here. Patrick happy to just grab 2 plates pretty quickly.
Yeah, I do like how Execute's playing this moment though. He's moving into the top side jungle to just keep vision on, hey, is Jun coming through? Where's Isma? Like, make sure that you've got an escape route that's there. And this was something that he did really well against Vitality too, when he was on these more engage-oriented picks up, moving around the map, kind of playing to shadow a lot of the lanes as they're pushing through and making sure they're safe. Even here now you can see covering for Larson as that wave is crashing in the top side.
Good to have the cover. Jackie's just continuing to pick up waves. Rod of Ages build for Larson. Don't mind it. This is a game where having that additional bit of tankiness can go a long way, especially when you're going to have someone like Noah diving face first into you. Execute looks like he's been caught. Noah to follow. Execute ulting, gets the aftershock off, interrupted by the steadfast presence. Meanwhile, Malrang taking wolves, and a nice pick on the Execute. Jun doing a lot of work this game. Execute struggling to match that pressure as Patrick now trying to make a difference in the mid lane, knowing that Noah has no ultimate.
Yeah, it could actually move up towards the top side though. They did lose a man, but Rogue still have to cover just with the push that they have in mid. And actually, Noah starting to lean up towards that top side, didn't feel comfortable to stick around in mid, so with Adam moving towards the mid lane, I think Rogue making a move on the mid lane tower.
Isma might try to cover, but Adam is here as well. Isma has to be very careful about not stepping too far up. You can see immediate dash out using the Arctic Assault to escape. First tower will fall. A bit unceremonious.
Nice, but it was a nice roam from Adam. He'd already pushed in bot side, and Patrick had already gotten that advantage with a nice trade, so it's kind of coming back off the individual plays from Rogue, and Adam, even back when he was on BDS, was kind of known for these nice roam timings where he'd try and play towards mid. It usually happened a bit earlier in the game, but this was just a good moment to make that play.
Yeah. historically was a lot more about the self-sacrifice. This time, just using a bit of lane pressure, not giving up much of anything to show up to help secure that objective. Is Jun cannot currently see Patrick. He just continues to farm. First item now completed for Lot. We'll see if GX are able to find a fight on their terms. A lot of good dive threat on this team, but neither side is really grouped up quite yet. Next objective will be feats. Next kill will be feats for either side. Rogue so far 1 up, so a kill or an objective will secure them the boot upgrade.
Isma? Yeah, I was about to say, you're in a bit of an awkward position, buddy, so we'll end up moving out of that. Doesn't mean Rogue get the opportunity to clear out all this vision that has been set up by GX towards this Rift Herald. And it kind of comes back to, well, we got push on mid wave and have your mid lane tower down. So I think for Rogue, they could actually just play to help support Patrick and pushing it in, but they're going to start up this objective, and X have already reset, so they're not even going to be here to contest.
But for Rogue to have it, extra prio, especially when they've already broken mid lane, it's going to be so easy to knock down these side lane towers, maybe even push for a tier 2. We'll have multiple pressure points on the map. 21 seconds till that objective spawns, but this Herald falling does mean objective feat, boot upgrade the side of Rogue.
Larsen's had to back away from bot lane turret though, as they're kind of expecting Isma to make some sort of play towards him with Dragon up and available. So Rogue kind of spending their turn on top side, now trying to brute force their way in onto the bottom side to answer. But I think this should be a Giant X objective.
Not too bad to distract Drakes. Again, maybe not ideal that it's Chem Tech, but for an Aatrox, it definitely will feel good. As it will for the Kai'Sa. GX first setup. Don't really have a way to match mid-prio right now, however, so might have to concede a wave to start this objective.
Yeah, I thought they'd either commit to the dive onto Larsen bot lane or starting up Dragon, but with GX not really committing to anything, they're now just stuck in this limbo of, well, we're not getting this bot push, we've lost out a mid push, and now it's Rogue who actually gets to set up the objective. Loss, going to keep pushing on top, so I think Giant X is going to trade, but Larsen caught.
Larsen, fourth mark now coming through. That's the stun. Nice timing on the flash to make it out. I believe he does have the Merc Tread to stay a little bit healthier. Rod of Ages as well. That additional HP keeping him healthy, keeping him standing. Chemtake Drake down. Adam. Malrang Patrick on the chase, debating if they want to continue with this one. TP down from GX. Adam, defensive ult now just to run this one out. Rogue, good call to just retreat. Recognize the TP is coming in and have backed off, but Adam now in trouble. Spiraling Despair is there. Severing Bolt gonna connect. Kill finish now from Jackies. Execute running. Huge damage falling from Lot. Malrang trying to turn it back. It's Patrick and Malrang versus the world, but Jun wants to get this kill locked down. No one able to finish off Lot. Malrang getting lower and lower the flag and drag through, but not quite hitting the priority target as the target falls. Jun, another knockback into the wall, another Severing Bolt and a shutdown to Lot.
It's a huge swing for Giant X. Rogue tried to have their cake and eat it too. They'd gotten the Rift, or the boy group playing topside, they got the Dragon, but wanted to get bot lane on top of all of that. And with the overextension from Adam, it just pulls everyone on Rogue in, and Giant X pounce.
It's a good look. Again, close circumstance. Rogue recognized that they need to get out when they see the TP, but great timing from Isma.
Yeah, unfortunately though, the ult from Adam was too late. Isma had already gotten the CC down, so then he ends up being forced away. Both the support and jungle from Rogue try to move in to help, try at all to help out in this situation, but that completely fails. And then you end up separated again when Malrang stuck underneath the tower. Larsen had already gone down, so he was only making his way in towards mid lane. So you don't get anyone, and it's a ton of kills going over towards Giant X.
Difficult fight. And again, you have to be careful against the Sejuani, Aatrox, that front line, the resets in a fight, the Poppy as well. Once they find that first kill, very easy to run you down. And Noah's only getting stronger as this game goes on, though Patrick is about to hit that nice 2-item spike once the Muramana ticks over. Still super close. GX with the gold lead. Rogue at the very least stop the Dragon stacking. But there's also some standing gold that GX can pick up if they can ever knock down that mid lane tower. Rogue gonna grab some back for themselves. So again, Dagda, we are in a very, very close game.
Yeah, I think as long as Rogue actually continue to play it a little bit patient, similar to the last game, they're in a decent spot. But it is these overforces that we saw in the last game that kind of brought Giant X back into it. We're starting to see it creep in this game as well. This like, is a little bit of an overforce, yeah, a little bit.
But they have vision control. It's voracious, so again, if they can sneak this, the bonus to objectives would be big. But instead they're gonna back off.
I feel like they're trying to fake Larsen TPing into this fight, but like, you're not really at your break points. In fact, I think Jackie's is resetting for his second item, first person in the map to pick it up apart from Patrick. But yeah, you can see it there. So I don't think you're in a position to match the firepower from Rogue, or sorry, from Giant X right now. So they do have to back away, and you didn't really get anything for it. You kind of just wasted time, to be perfectly honest. Like, I much would have rather seen Rogue reset, try and move mid, and then you can always threaten the top tier 1 with the push that Larson now has, or you could even just open up with the Rift Tower to take the tier 2 mid. But Rogue, a little hyper fixated, it feels like, on this bottom side of the map.
Yeah. Wanted to gamble, wanted to flip the coin.
Yeah. Hey, look, you can flip a coin anytime you want, and it feels like that's what Rogue's thinking is.
I mean, it costs them a little bit, but ultimately, if no one shows up from GX, you get Otacon. So, lost out on a little bit of pressure elsewhere on the map. So far, hasn't hurt them too badly, although it looks like they want to try again, as I'm not sure if they spotted Noah, but he is moving into topside. It's going to take him some time. He will finally return to mid lane. Execute trying to lay down a bit more defensive vision.
Yeah, I don't fully see why they aren't just using the fact that this Ezreal is in a decent spot to push out mid and then try and shift in towards a side lane and like help set up vision, because at the moment they're just kind of slowly losing the vision control at River. They haven't really got anything. Riptail is now doing its red buff impression. As Malrank throws that one down. Yeah, you don't really get anything for a Rogue off of the sequence of plays that they've gone.
Oh, it's really awkward because the goal difference could have been made up for a little bit if you had been able to crash a Herald. Maybe topside is the last standing tier 1. Now instead it's just going to be a big creep, which if Adam wants to make an incredibly psycho play, he could mount up, go face first into Jackie's and try to Olaf ult him. He does not, however, so instead it'll be Jackie's very slowly taking down this Rift Herald.
Yeah, these are the kind of moments where
It's bad.
It's just
yeah. You have this thing. You have 4 minutes to use it. You really got to plan around using it.
Yeah, but it's also the Rogue at times feel like they've, say against Vitality game 2, felt like they kind of understood how they want to play the map. Now they just look like they have no clue, and Giant X are capitalizing.
Now they might be caught. Execute trying to find a way out. Interrupt on the crash down. Severing Bolt pre-prediction or aimed at Larson. Not clear, but they managed to find the kill. And Patrick does good damage. Isma healing up though. Chemtech Rip, that extra shielding, extra healing. So quick, easy pick on the Execute, and now GX can just start the Drake. TP up topside, they're just gonna concede this.
Yeah, Larson, but I don't like this from Larson. You are the sole member of your team with teleport.
Also,
now you've just gone to get away that you could have walked to. Yeah, they just go Otacon. That's what I was gonna say, yeah. This is...
GX are the better gamblers. That's the thing that we've learned. These boys know their Kenny Rogers. They know when to hold them. They know when to fold them.
Their Balatro scores are through the roof.
Their Balatro scores are through the roof. They got blue chips. They got red chips. Patrick and Malrang at least got this tower. So 2 towers traded in the end. It's not too bad. But it is Otacon. Oh, I thought it was Ravenous. Okay, it's Voracious. That's actually not as bad. I thought it was...
It is still with 3 dragons, though.
Which Otacon do I think it was?
It's Ravenous, so it's the
it's False Light. No, it's False Light. Look at the buff. It's False Light.
Oh, you're right.
The icon was the wrong color, I think, and that's what threw us both off.
Yeah.
We thought it was Ravenous. Sorry. Ravenous Hydra's the name of an item. Voracious and Ruinous.
Yes. Ruinous, yes, that's what it was. Yes.
Every day of my life, I wake up and think about that. We have too many words for hungry.
Yeah.
Very hungry Otacon. It's very hungry Otacon. So False Life buff. GX can play like complete psychos in the next fight if they want to. But
can we rename him Starvin Marvin? Just
Starvin Marvin. They got the Starvin Marvin buff.
Yeah, there we go.
Now I'm backing away. Again, I think the best use we've seen of this is to force a fight, but it can be dangerous. They just start the Baron here. It is up in 15 seconds. Patrick using ulti for vision, but Jackie still has Pry on the bottom side. Jun there to cover. Things looking really good for GX right now. Their gold lead shrank a little bit in that last sequence of play, but with the False Life, if they can secure Baron, they're in a very commanding position.
Yeah, and also you don't really have someone that can really face check these. Like, you look at Jarvan, sure, but he's also gone for Sterix, Sundered Sky. He is not very tanky if you want someone to do that. And look at, like, yes, you've got members of GX on Baron, but there's a lot more members that are in the jungle right now.
Shattering Strike missing. snare connecting. XQ getting chipped out before he can even arrive. Steadfast Presence is gone, though, so potentially a brief window of opportunity. Again, you're only fighting for false lives here, trying to take Jun out of the equation. 5K, objective leash, fight off to the side as well. Adam now trying to get the hell out. Spiraling Despair going down. Adam just barely able to sneak away. 4K on the objective. What is the call? Flag and drag out. XQ now going in. Patrick untouched. Keep your eyes on the Ezreal. He has to make the difference. One member going to be sent packing. Noah finally withdrawing. GX, the objective resetting. Ulti across the top. So the recall's coming out in exchange for the life of Execute, but crucially for the side of Rogue, GX do not get the Baron.
Also, Malrang flashing Jun's not Steadfast Presence, the ultimate, means that he's able to stay in the fight, because otherwise that could have been a complete disaster for Rogue, but in a position now where they're actually able to continue fighting and pick up a little bit of a win, getting some of those resets.
And now Patrick's 3 items. Again, he, I think, is the power point we have to watch. It won't remain that way for long because Noah is working towards that Infinity Edge.
But yeah, as we start to come into this, keep your eyes on Malrang. So Giant X started up, Jun gets a good Steadfast Presence to stop the engage from Malrang here. But as it goes forward, you've got the ultimate from Poppy winding up, and Malrang flashes away from us at the last second. So he's actually able to engage. And then on the top side, Olaf find a lot of time here as the rest of the team is able to slowly but surely work through. Like, you do end up losing Execute in some members, but we're back on Baron.
Rogue full committal. They see Lot on the bottom side of the map. Maybe they're hoping to get that TP out. Jackie's waiting over the wall. Does see them with the Scryers. Ward behind. Rogue have to turn onto one side. It looks like the answer is to go face first into Jackie's, hoping to find that fight. They're caught between a rock and a hard place here. 4K getting lower. Patrick in the midst of the pit, likely just to fall. The Ezreal, the strongest point on the map, deleted in an instant. Rogue have fumbled. It's on Adam to try and turn the fight, but the lifesteal, his ability to rampage through this one, it's not enough. Double kill coming in for Noah. Rogue collapsing in this Baron exchange.
Rogue have bitten off a bit more than they can chew, and in the last game may have just tired themselves out as Giant X are making better decisions consistently, and now they will find themselves with the Baron.
Flipped a few too many coins this game, took a few too many bold risks, didn't respect the TP flank. You can see them just being herded in here.
Yeah, Lost had to get into a great position. Malrang tries to get on towards Jackie's, who completely shuts him down, and there's no real threat on towards a lot of these carries. You can see there Adam's trying to, but he's so carry in the back line. And Giant X ripped through Rogue. And now may just be able to pick up with that, it feels like, their first win of Spring Split.
It's a 7K gold lead.
Yeah.
This, okay.
No.
Keeping it? No. I have to say it. Even if it's obvious to everyone, this game belongs to GX now. Rogue should not really have a good way to come back in. Maybe the death cap for Larson, maybe a misstep from GX, but 3.1K gold lead mid lane. Despite the early success Rogue had in trying to shut Jackie's down, the siege now starting. There should be no way.
Especially because they didn't actually burn the flashes on Jackie's or Noah, right? Well, sorry, Noah's is about to come back up, but it means that if you go for a fight, you just don't really have a prime target to go for either. So now you get the full value out of this Baron buff, and you can already see the Red Bull Baron power play, 4,000 gold in Giant X's favor.
You also have the arm guard for Jackie's, so that much more defensive utility. And Noah with healing reduction and armor penetration starting to come through. The threat of the Olaf, the effectiveness of the Sundered Sky on Jarvan heavily diminished. So GX going to grab Soul as well. Bounties have now spawned for the side of Rogue. I don't know if they're going to get a chance to get them.
Ooh, Noah.
Larson just getting one pop there. Knock back to the wall. Execute now needs to make his way out. Larson trying to hold on as long as possible. The pop from the ulti, not quite enough to finish him. The extra shielding coming in, but Larson will eventually go down. Flash you're talking about.
Eviscerated where they stood. Rogue try to enter a part of the map that doesn't belong to them in Giant X. They're happy to take those kills. Waves not even in a position to really do anything, so Giant X kind of standing there, staring at Rogue, knowing they're about to break open their home.
And credit to GX, holding on in that last game, weathering the storm, coming in stronger in this game too, setting themselves up for success, finding these angles, these fights, and now these immense individual leads. Much more dominant performance. And I don't want to say it's a draft diff, but this draft does feel better for GX, I would say, compared to game one.
Yeah, big time. You having engage, ease of access to different folks, it's a good old time for Giant X.
All right, Rogue. I don't know if there's a rabbit in that hat, but you need to pull something out of it. Rogue holding the line, but likely the inhibitor's still going to fall.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like they just keep pulling more handkerchiefs out of the hat, and it's not really getting anywhere.
Malrang finding two, but Noah ready to go with an ultimate. Victor ulti on top, but Noah still has the shielding from the ulti, and Lot is off to the side. Execute manages the fancy footwork around one. Adam still in the midst of the team, but Noah does so much damage. Three-man lockup coming in for the crushing Maw. Jackie's finally active in the fight. Isma grabbing that kill onto Larson, but it's all eyes on Patrick. Can he make the difference? GX whittling away slowly but surely. Mid and jungle already dead for the side of Rogue. Surely this is the end. Patrick doesn't even have enough mana to kill all 5 members. On his way out, GX focus on the objective. Patrick straying too far forward, forced to flash. Not enough mana left. Lot on a killing spree. Adam taken out as well. GX, 55-minute game 1, but in game 2 they find redemption, and now they're playing with their food. It's a whole hell of a lot of confidence. GX will close this out 2-0. One last steadfast presence, one last kill onto Malrang, and they will take this game, their first series win in LEC Spring.
And a big win at that, especially after last week losing 2-0 to Vitality. Giant X needed every win that they could against people that are fighting for their steps in towards playoffs. And now with the win against Rogue, with SK next to follow, it's a few confident wins that they could put on the board if they keep this up.
Very true. MCOY, Team Heretics, right around the corner. Of course, while we get ready for the interview, remember that this is your time, during the fist bump, to vote for your Kia Player of the Series. LEC on X, Lot, Jackie's, or Noah. Extra honorary shout out for Isma Game 1 mental fortitude. But those three, I think, over the course of the series, stronger performance. Jackie's especially. Doing some work in that last game alongside Noah.
Yep. I mean, that was a team effort across the board to make sure that this was all going to work out well, especially in game number 1. But game 2, honestly, like, Giant X, start to finish, looked in control. They knew what they wanted to play at the map. We talked about how Isma was moving around trying to match where Malrang was going to be, and it worked out fantastically for them.
Yeah, I think a much stronger performance, much more what we'd expect. I think both teams better tools when they were in a commanding position to end the game. I think game 1 draft made it really hard for either team to end. That just wasn't the case in game 2, right? Reliable engage, reliable tools to team fight. And GX ultimately making better use of those tools.
Yeah, and I think it's a bit unfortunate for Rogue. Like game 1, we got to see some of their patience there, and it looked like they might have been able to kind of turn a corner for what this team has been, but Giant X just better on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many situations, right, where it is just one or two small things for so many teams that are fighting around trying to get into top 6, trying to get into playoffs, where it's one or two little hiccups, one or two little missteps that end up costing you.
Yeah, and I think that's the hard part for Rogue, especially when they did put in so much work in game number 1. Like, maybe they could have been looking down the barrel of a game 3 here if a couple of those things had gone right. But I think for Giant X, this is kind of more what we wanted to see.
Definitely is. Lore standing by with the victorious Jackies after that 80-minute series. Woo! Jackies, how you feel? Lore, how you feel?
I feel like I got brought back 8 years back in time watching Ginair when I was watching this game 1. Jackies, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking them down. How do you feel, actually?
A bit exhausted at this point because of the first game. Like, let's be honest, it's another GX versus Rogue 50-minute game.
Yeah, what is that?
I don't
Why
know.
is it always you two?
I don't know. I don't think it's us, you know. I don't think it's us.
Okay.
Usually our games are like not that slow, at least.
Yeah?
We usually lose fast, you know?
Yeah, I
So
mean, yeah, you win fast.
We kind of lost four times kind of fast, so it's not us for sure.
Grabs had fun actually during the game, tweeting something that I want to show you here with the whole let's stream scrims vibe. He was wishing that maybe you could stream the review of this game. What do you have to say about this? What do you think the review is going to be about? What is Nico going to tell you guys?
Oh, Nico?
Yeah.
I mean, that guy talks a lot for sure, so I
Okay.
don't know if I want him to review that game. But yeah, I don't know. I for sure don't want to review today. I don't think there's enough time, so yeah, I don't even know if I want to see the game again.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes it's just better to close your eyes, move on, think about the future. And when I think about the future with GX, I honestly don't know what to make of you guys. How strong are you right now when it comes to the overall level of the league? Because I feel like middle of the pack, and you're part of that for now. No idea who's going to come out on top.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know too, because like what we showed in officials, we can't really say we're like good, right? But I would say we're finally on the correct path. I hope, at least. But and I hope we can show it in the next officials. But at least we could start with a win today. So
I asked Isma after the first game if there is one thing that you should scrap from your gameplay. What would it be? He said int. I get that. What else?
I mean, int is kind of the
It's a
obvious
given,
one, but oh. Maybe it's, for me, random deaths, you know? Like, I mean, it's kind of ins, but kind of dying a bit,
All right.
bit random, yeah.
A bit randomly less. Let's focus on that for now. We'll follow up on this next week. Jackie, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on taking down Rogue. 2-0 was a great way to do it. That's all for us here now. We're going to be back right after the break with Team Heretics versus MCOY, so don't go anywhere.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Bienvenido al... Okay, I didn't think that through, but it is two Spanish orgs versus each other. We've got Team Heretics up versus Movistar MCOY. First, I do need to tell you that our key player of the series for our previous series was Jackie's. Congratulations, great stuff. And moving swiftly along, we don't have that much time. We have an interview with Supa coming up as well, but I just want to set the stakes here a little bit for Movistar MCOY, because when you look at the standings, I feel like it doesn't tell the full story, Goldberg, of how strong they could be.
No, absolutely not. They're Series 2 currently, but if you bring up the schedule, first of all, played against G2. Second of all, played against KC. Both of those games, they took them to 3 games. And now they're going to have Team Heretics come up, they're going to have BDS coming up, and they're going to have Vitality. This should be the rise of Movistar MCOY, because they are still a good team who's shown good improvement from winter into the spring. This is where we need to see pay off, though.
Yeah, and we actually still saw the things that we know KOI are good at. We still saw Alvaro really have good showings, especially in tandem with Elyoya, and we still saw Mirwin have strong laning phases, somewhat with his champions, and we still saw what makes KOI KOI. Even though they played against the best in the league, they still show that they can perform at their level. And coming into this series, we expect them to really come in and show why they are regarded as one of the best teams.
Logically, right? Because if you're going to take G2 and KC to a third game, and if you're going to show good things there, then this should be a walk in the park. And that's why I think, maybe for me, there are so many stakes on them, even though you might not see it as if you're not Spanish at least, as the best match of the week. But it's about the promise for me. You talked about Alvaro. I think we also need to talk about Jojo Pyun a little bit, because where do you land currently on the guy in terms of how he's doing and what he's contributing to these Movistar MCOY games?
Yeah, listen, I still think he got outclassed by Caps and Vladdy, but I still think we're still seeing some good contributions for him. I don't think his laning phase has been a very strong suit, especially. But I think in team fighting, you can see that improvement is coming through with his teammates. They're building up more synergy, and they're finding better ways to play with each other.
Stats aren't everything, but look at these, though.
Yeah, I mean, the stats does look very bad for Jojo.
Yeah.
I can't lie, but he's played against the best 2 mid laners. For me, the question is just, shouldn't Jojo be willing to have good stats against Caps and Vladdy? Wasn't that the guy from NA that was promised?
See, do we have to change our lens a little bit?
I don't know, for me, when I see Jojo do at his best, is when he's kind of playing together with Elyoya these kind of river skirmish heavy combos. Think of the Vi Ahri, like a classic little Wukong with like a Nico or something like that. For me, that is when he's at his best, when he's playing something that works, that he can join fights. I don't see him doing best in a lane, and when it comes to team fights, I feel like it's kind of wavering sometimes. I'm not convinced so far.
Who's the most stable actor on Mad Lions?
I mean,
oh my god, I did it again. It's been forever.
Yeah, it's fine.
MCOY.
For me, it's still Alvaro. I don't know if you agree, but I really think
Thought you were going to say Elyoya. That's why my mind tripped up.
No, I gotta say Alvaro still. I think that guy's been so good at linking up with Elyoya as well. But for me, Alvaro has been a standout performance, and I'm still really happy to just see his career really flourish.
Absolutely, Alvarito. He always does well. Do we have the tweets? Oh, we don't have it. It's a cursed image. It's about Flacket and Mirwin. It's on Team Heretics' X. Oh, it's Twitter. But we might be able to show you later. We do have. Oh, we have it. Let's go. Coming in clutch production. Look at this.
Love that for them. Gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Damn.
Romeo and Juliet, Flacket and Mirwin fighting for their love right now. Must-watch series and much-watch interview with Supa coming up next.
Thank you, Shox. Laure here, joined by Supa. And actually, maybe you can bring me some insights on what they were talking about. What is the impact of Alvaro in-game when it comes to communicating and what he brings to the engages and your gameplay and your team play?
I think Alvaro is really good, and what he brings to the LEC, I think, is he's really creative.
Yeah.
He really likes to get the crazy engage, the plays without fear, and I think that's what he's bringing to the team, and he's joining pretty well because we have a bit of balance of everything.
Yeah? What is the other side of the balance, would you say?
Yeah.
What is something that you guys
and
need to work on?
I would say me and Elyoya really like to be really constant, something that you can replicate all the time. We are based on what we think is working. And then we have kind of like this Mirwin Alvaro that are more creative. They really like the peaks, the craziness. And then Jojo is like the 50-50. So I guess he fit well, no? We have 2.5 points.
Yeah, 50-50 seems to be the vibe in the LEC when I look at everything right now. How would you talk about you guys as a team? How stable do you think you are?
I mean, in LEC, last week we didn't prove to be super constant, but I think we were not training well, so we focused a lot this week on being constant, focus on this, don't let the bar hold too low.
Yeah.
And I think we want to show this today. We want to go for a... We don't care about the result that much, but we care that we show a good face. And I think if we play good, we play constant, I think we should be able to win into everyone.
And thinking about the schedule, because you were mentioning last week, you started strong, but also I know that if you want to be the best teams, you have to face the best teams. What do you think about facing the stronger teams at the beginning of the split rather than in the end? Because from G2, KC into Heretics this week, how do you balance everything?
Yeah. I think, personally, I really like it because the strong matches are the one that you enjoy the most, the challenge is bigger. So I think it's good because you realize at the beginning what is going bad. Because if we start imagining with a team that we could beat, even if we play bad, the problem will arrive. The problem is there. It just got exposed in the first week, no? So I think it's really good. No? The biggest the challenge is, I hope everyone can improve the level so you can get upset in the moment you start doing bad things.
Any words on your ADC matchup today, Flackhead?
I mean, we know each other a lot. I think Spain, we have the MCOY into Heretics. They will cheer for Flackhead, they will cheer for me. But I think this is the time that matters. It's the last time we meet is today. Yeah. So who wins today will be the best Spanish ADC.
The best Spanish ADC, that's what we want to see. Thank you so musuch, Supa, for the interview. And casters, over to you for the series.
As Orcs would say, can I pet that dog?
You wish you could pet this dog.
Oh, so cute, man. The best Corki skin. I would say hopefully we see Corki, but we probably will, guys. Let's be real. In this next best of three between MCOY and Team Heretics, both teams kind of need a win. I mean, 1-1 versus 0-2 for MCOY's side. And MCOY not the best start of the season, but let's be real. Their schedule was a bit hard, Betty.
It certainly was. Facing off against two of the strongest teams in the league to start off. And the fact is that they pushed them to 3 games in both times. They were so close to taking down KC. But often, as we've been saying, when it comes to MCOY, they're often a product of their own failure. They themselves tend to throw away the leads that they are able to gain. But against teams that you expect to be weaker in the standings, they typically have strong performances. So MCOY definitely coming in as favorites in this matchup against Heretics. Let's see what Heretics can show us as we get closer to draft.
Because I think for Heretics, it's been said on the desk, it's been said by a lot of us that Shao is really the engine that is putting this team together, or at least driving them. It was a common conversation we had when we looked at BDS, when Shao kept that team together and found them to success to get them to top 3 consistently. Now again, you're hoping for Heretics, like what can he do to bring this team together when you've got rookie solo laners and again a rookie support who just wasn't bringing it together in winter. I'm curious myself as we go to pick Ben.
With Jace and Jax taken away, MCOY targeting Carlson towards the top side of the map. Gwen also going to be removed. Wow, okay, so a lot of focus being put on to one of the, I would say, standout individuals on the side of Heretics. He's had strong performances. He's had some mixed performances for sure, but definitely a lot of eyes on this young player, as right now his pool is very much being targeted with Maokai quick to join the roster.
I feel like he's got a lot more though, so as we see those top lane bands with Ivan paired up, all right, Betty, you know MCOY's going to pick a Skarner on one here, right? Ivan always the option
thinking about it. The Skarner, I do wonder where Zyra's going to fall on the priority list, but you imagine that Skarner's going to be the lock-in. Ignore the Zeri hover. It is likely not going to be the priority.
If you Zeri on B1 in a game 1 of a best of 3 fearless, something's wrong.
Varus makes a lot more sense.
That is a lot more logical.
But they have left open the Skarner for Shao to grab for himself. Skarner is the most played jungler for both Shao and Elioya so far this spring. You talked about wanting to see the Corki.
This is a dog.
Remember, though, that you need the specific Corki skin that you're looking for, which we can't guarantee just yet. Is Zyra actually locked in now? Does Elioya just slam the Mundo?
Yeah, does he play Mundo? Are there other options into Zyra as well? I know there definitely feels like there are. Or do you just say, hey, never mind, we'll go for the Skarner anyway?
But just do that. Personally, I'm a big fan of the Mundo answer into the Zyra. Of course, they could look to lock in something else here if they wanted to, maybe grab something like the Rumble. And right now, they are hurrying it, locking it immediately, and there is JoJo's Yone, a big comfort pick for him. Definitely, in my opinion, one of his weaker champions in Winter. I wasn't impressed with the performances that he had on the champ, but he stuck with it. I do think that he's shown some lane improvements so far in Spring, even if the stats don't necessarily portray it. And so far, Koi locking in power laners. Yone, Rumble, and Varus. I mean, Rumble and Varus just fantastic at gaining prio in their respective lanes. Rumble can struggle depending on the matchup. But the question is, where is this Corki going? Is this a mid Corki or is this a bot lane Corki? And that can very much determine a lot.
Well, with the Mbessa locked in, at the very least, you know, that Rumble point is still relevant. I feel like there's very few lanes that Rumble hates at the moment, even still with that Q Flame Spitter nerf that came in many patches ago. As Mbessa gets locked, now the only question is setup, right? On the other side, Koi without a jungler. I feel like when you lock in Yone, you usually want one of the trees, or you want something like the Skarner that can help facilitate. What are they going to get away with as Skarner is that first ban in the second phase?
Koi, I mean, they could consider AP junglers, something like the Lilia, can match in terms of clear speed against the Zyra, and the high mobility against her single route can be quite effective. Alternatively, they could think it's something like a Jarvan. Very easy engage tool, still available. I think the Viban makes a lot of sense from Heretics. A lot of the traditional junglers have been taken away from the pool. Pantheon is an alternative. Yeah. I don't love Pantheon plus Yone as a combo, but it is an option as a possibility.
Xin Zhao also there if we have an AP top, but again, there's going to be 3 AD sources on the field. Another thing that LPL is really playing is a lot of these skirmish-heavy junglers at the moment as well. Nefiri has run away from LEC, have you noticed? Yeah. Still being played in the East. But Nefiri, with these small changes, and of course that hotfix on top of it, has been enough to move LEC junglers away from the pick. But when you have a pool like this, Fetty, maybe it rises up again?
Definitely does seem like in EU, junglers really don't value what Nefiri brings, or at the very least,
risky, right?
They don't trust the alternatives that could compensate for what Nefiri doesn't provide. Yeah. I will say, by banning away both the Rel and the Braum, the Leona pick is a very easy one for Heretics. Corki Leona bot lane is a powerful 2 versus 2. I wonder if Koi is thinking about Nico as a possibility, maybe even Renata, if they want a little bit more range at their disposal.
What do you think about Rakan here as well as follow-up?
I think you concede the lane a little bit. It does make your 2v2 a little bit weaker, even
Sedge, I forgot Sedge.
But it is a snap engage. It does give you a lot of backline access. Flank opportunities are fantastic as well. The composition coming out from Koi, I think the Sejuani makes a ton of sense. I'm kind of disappointed in myself for not recognizing it earlier, just because it pairs so nicely with both the Yone and the Rumble. The fact that you can leverage her passive to great effectiveness with 2 champions that often want to be within melee range of their opposition. Great setup, great CC, and provides a very solid frontline. Heretics, the reason why I don't love Mbessa plus double AD carry is she's a champion that wants to skirmish with the backline. She wants to get into the thick of things and she wants to brawl. When you have someone like a Zyra, it's hard for Zyra to be able to necessarily follow up on that when she's providing a little bit more peel, a little bit more disengage, poking you from range, creating a lot of zone control. The Leona does have that potential engage and backline threat, but when you're playing this front to back, I feel like Mbessa doesn't always fit into that style of comp unless she has someone like a Vi, like a Xin Zhao, that she can really threaten that backline with.
And make it so much easier, right? Let's see how the Zyra facilitates that or can do exactly that. On the note of Sejuani Yone, by the way, I think it's so obvious. It's one of those things where you're like, oh, of course it's taken away, because I've noticed with all the LPL, with all the LEC, this Yone is usually perma-banned, or we get Sejuani bans. Like, I look over the past couple of days, even in the series today, Yone perma-ban. KC Fnatic, Yone perma-ban. We look towards previous series at the start of the split, like GX Vitality, guess what? That was also Yone perma-ban. All the Sejuani gets taken away, so the fact that Koi have got this duo in many regions across the world, I know our fans will be saying that's a god-tier duo here for Koi. But let's see how they go through. Starting off with their lanes, Koi and Team Heretics, game number 1. Guess what? You can scan that code. No, you don't get a free skin, but you do go to WhatsApp. Go crack it out.
We look across the rift. Get a bit of tense music.
Yeah, that's the
building suspense.
When are we moving from Demacia? When do we go to the... Isn't Ionia next one or something?
I have no idea.
I want to go to Freljord. It should be around Christmas time, as I've obviously learned in Europe. Christmas is snow. I never experienced snow Christmas.
Oh, I forget that. Yes, no, you're right.
It's hot. Back home, it's hot. I go swimming.
Yeah.
You guys have big layers on and it's snowing.
You know, my manager said the same thing. She was like, I like only within the last 2 years was her first experience of snow, having come from Australia.
Sorry,
and I was like,
your manager said.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Sorry, you're like a big deal. You're a musician or something.
Wow. You're misconstruing my use
my
of the
manager, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Oh, do you not have one?
No, I work alone.
Oh, okay.
I work alone.
Sorry, I didn't realize.
You're a big deal.
Yeah.
You've
Kind
been
of.
in this business
you know,
for a while.
Yeah, I'm kind of a big deal.
Yeah, Speaking of big deals, by the way, Elyoya came to kick us off. Nicely done. Thank you, observers. Just give us all versions of the pig as opposite side starts. All you need to know is that junglers are just going to do their full clear as quick as possible. And Sheo, as you know, will clear first. It's the power of Zara, isn't it?
So you'll notice in this bot lane that while Super can provide a lot of trading power in the 2 versus 2, Rakan doesn't offer a huge amount, especially starting with the Q first. Ooh, he just sidestepped there. The fight for level 2 is fast. I do think Super and Alvaro should be able to grab it first. That they do. But then the quick response coming through from Flacken and Sten. So just concentrating back and forth between the bot laners. Meanwhile, in mid lane, that's where we're going to see big pushing advantages for Camilo, who has already been able to push Jojo underneath this tower, very much as we would expect in the matchup.
Yeah.
Carlson also getting an early push on the top side of the map. I think it's a dangerous thing for Rumbles to push super aggressively early because of how easy it can be to actually freeze against the Rumble, just because of his flame spitter always potentially pushing. So overall, I think Heretics off to a good start in terms of the control they have over their lane. Let's see if Sheo is able to utilize that in any way to be able to move into enemy jungle and potentially look for a steal.
Remember as well, Elyoya has a lot of access to these lanes because we have triple melee, Rakan, Yone, Rumble, like the power of the Sejuani. So you can really go anywhere here as Sheo thinks about going to one lane, and that's bot for now.
Is this really going to work?
I mean, Alvaro's stunned up. He might have to W out, then a battle dance. He flashes first. Good dodge. Great dodge from Sheo's roots.
I am surprised that Koi fell prey to that gank. They're actually, look, they're pinging. They're going for the redive in bot lane as well.
Alvaro again, he used all his summoners. They go to Super, he might have cleanse, but his flash will be in vain. First blood already goes over. Sten will dive for it. And guess what? So does Flacket. That one was an execute, but the wave is at the turret. Denied.
Elyoya now making his way towards mid. The knockup comes through.
Camilo has flash available. He's going to rocket jump first all the way down to his jungler. Sheo can come and help out, and as Elyoya chases this, he won't find much more than a couple of plants. Getting mad. Jojo can't offer any words of advice because he's too low to commit.
Milu able to sidestep that gank, but the bot lane dive from Heretics, overall still very much worth it. The fact that an execute happened, but also a lot of farm was lost as a result of a stacked wave being sacrificed to the tower, and Super not being able to catch it.
Alvaro does have W available.
Yeah, this isn't going to be much.
This is regard.
But they protect the River Ward, which is the crucial exchange there.
No, they don't.
Never mind.
It's gone. They tried to. You're right, that was a crucial exchange. By the way, 350 gold lead for the Corki. Double longsword coming back to lane. That's not bad when you're going up against the Varus lane, and as you said, Betty, I think the support is making a big difference already.
I think Heretics should be happy with the start that they've been able to find. Reclears coming through from the junglers for the time being, as Jojo feeling a little bit more confident in these trades now that he's got an armament of daggers in his inventory.
You've been playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 or something with that language, Old English.
No, I just really like the word armament.
It is a beautiful word, isn't it? It's like a Latin word, isn't it?
Also, I try to diversify my vocabulary from time to time.
Really?
Yes, because I do find that one of my crutch words is crucial.
It is crucially, yes.
And I've been trying to come up with new words.
Yes, like
one of my favorite alternatives is this is a big deal.
That's a big word, is it?
Yeah, big deal.
Big deal. Just by saying the word big.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
It's a big deal.
It is indeed, because Xenoblade going to connect in Super. He might have his flash still there, but after the last play, he can't get out. He gets rooted down again. 3 kills divided between Flacket and Sheo.
A repeat gank works out for Heretics as they set their sights on the bot lane. A nice play, easily executed. And as you rightly said, Hysterics, Super not really being given the opportunity to flash away. I mean, the vision coverage on the bot side of the map does surprise me. The reason why I was questioning why the first play would even work was that Super was sitting on his ward. He should have good estimation of when the full clear timing is happening, and he didn't actually drop his ward in the river or anywhere.
Yep.
And so it was such an easy gank attempt from Sheo that really set up for the dive. And now Sheo has turned his attention to mid lane.
I mean, because it looks like it's accessible. Jojo Poon is going to queue out, but Camilo jumps in yet again. The roots ratch him as Jojo gets out. Somewhere between Scratch and wretches him. But Jojo, I mean, he gets out with his ulti, but again, Sheo seems like he's everywhere so far.
He certainly does. He's being incredibly proactive on the map. You highlighted him as an engine for the team. And I think this game is a great representation as to what you were talking about. Mirwin trying to be disruptive towards the Grubs, but I don't think much is going to happen in terms of a contest as the cross map from LEC is coming through onto the Drag.
Well, Carlson into that lane opponent. Going to feel a lot better than the Rumble, I guess, as he just gets up his combo. As MCOY going to take Dragon. This is the cost of the Grubs. 3 Grubs against a comp that has Yone, but a comp that has Tristana. Always feels nice as Cloud Drake's going to start off the game. But, you know, we had a lot of question marks as Mirwin, he's going to ulti. Dog walks right. If Flacket is the dog, does that mean Stend is the owner?
What?
Well, Flacket's the dog, you know, he's the dog Corky. And Stend on Leona's the one who's walking the dog.
I don't think we should be calling our players dogs.
No, bro, he's got the skin. Hey, he's got the skin. Hey, no.
Could be a little bit more professional with the language, please.
Yeah, no, gaslight me. Gaslight me.
Oh, you mean the skin? Oh, you mean the corgi skin?
No kidding, was throwing it before.
That's what you meant.
You're a piece of work, Vedius. Did you
use the words? I just extrapolated the meaning.
I wasn't going to bring this up, but you know what? Last cast, Dagda said day and night, and we talked about day and night, and you're Andrew Vedius day, and night is a player in the LPL.
Yeah.
And you were the contrast, and you were the low portion of the contrast for the Akali.
I see.
Yeah.
I mean, even being put on a scale alongside Knight is truly honourable.
Yeah,
so thank you for that. I appreciate that.
But that was like...
The fact that I'm even in a conversation when it
was the difference of like
of all
a hand towel to dry your thing and a bath sheet that people wrap themselves in after
Hey, you
a bath.
didn't even make the scale, is all I'm saying.
Okay.
And I'm on there.
Okay, that's good for you. I'm glad you take it that way because...
what can I say? I'm a positive Andy.
You are a positive Andy. Good one.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, of course, both teams don't really have an objective to play for right now, so it's very much focused on the laning phase. There's possibilities to set your sights on a potential tower dive or plates, but given the wave state, it's a little bit awkward, and you'll notice Camilo very hesitant to approach because Jojo now feeling a lot more confident in these short burst trades. In fact, Jojo has been able to build, what, like a 23 CS advantage in the 1v1.
Ow.
Not normally what you see in this matchup, but Jojo definitely getting the better of his lane opposition. Remember, last split, Camilo did get a solo kill onto Jojo. So at the very least, Jojo getting a bit of revenge in terms of the 1v1 matchup.
As we look towards bot again, let's just pause because Sheo is making it all about this lane. Once again, hovering around as Flacken tried to bait them in. That was Super and Alvaro. He wanted to draw the ulti. Sheo now spotted out as we come back towards mid. That is a big question, isn't it? Because Camilo's also had jungle attention from Sheo. Granted, LEC are the same, but still. I feel like at 6 normally, Vedi, the threat's there, but he used his ulti to get away.
Yep. I mean, things aren't looking great for Camilo. And I mean, so the thing about this matchup is in the short trades, Yone can have an advantage just because he gets the shield from his W.
Yeah.
Which is why it's in those windows after the trades happen that you need to keep up with the aggression, which is where I actually feel Camilo is just playing very defensively. A part of it could be that there's not a lot of vision coverage around the mid wave.
Oh, fate sealed out again.
But he does have the support from his team. Both Stend and Camilo making, both Stend and Flacket making their way towards mid lane, looking to put some pressure down onto Jojo. Looking for a bit of a fight.
Can't do too much, but he's probably surprised at Corky damage. Jojo almost dies, dodges the ulti. Super's now here with flash and ulti available, but he's not going to pull the trigger, not even going to get a summon and trade as Mirwin gets ulti top. By the way, Carlson just sends out the public execution. Now with the ulti down, has to clear the wave because Team Heretics is going to turn it into a dive. The solar flare's down, the flash away from Mirwin. Under turret won't save him either. The Stranglethorn's unleashed. Team Heretics with another as Flacket now meanwhile running away from mid.
The electrocute proc proving its value as Sheo is able to secure another kill onto the top side of the map, and Heretics riding this momentum forward, but it's not really translating into a significant advantage You look at the bottom of your screen, you can see gold lead still in favor of Mirwin, gold lead still for Jojo, and the 280 carries. I mean, while there is an advantage for Flackhead, so far, without that completed item, it's not really translating into a significant lead, and it's actually Koi that's getting the respawn of the grub, so the gold is still within touching distance. This Yone is becoming a problem in a side lane.
The only happy kind of little accidents, I mean, Team Heretics forced out his ulti twice, so he hasn't really been that involved outside the lane, but it is just Jojo, and this is weird to say with the criticism that he got in Winter. But Jojo right now is carrying that gold, I guess, gold lead. Because Jungle is 1,100 gold ahead. Sheo is so far ahead of Zyra, it's crazy. As you said, you already mentioned bot. We're going to get a bit of a pick here, and Jojo might be in trouble. If they can find him, deny some CS, that would be the start of more good news for Team Heretics. I don't think I've praised Jojo this much yet. Like, I mean, it's fair. It is true. Bro, he's had better laning, but when have we gone out of our way to be like, Jojo's insane?
Well, again, like, I think his first 2 weeks, his opposition was definitely not easy going up against both Vladdy and Caps, but I think that he did demonstrate much better laning compared to what we've seen. Right now, it's Heretics starting off the Dragon. Alvaro face checks.
Yeah, he does face check, but it's a Rakan. He absorbs the Solar Flare. Why you Solar Flare or Rakan, I'll never know. So Alvaro just took a free ulti.
Bit of a whiff there from Stand. Not predicting the dash back from Alvaro. As Carson will get himself another plate in the top lane, as Mirwin actually roamed from top towards mid to try and assist the team. Dragon still a point of contention, but not one that's going to be fought over just yet. Pings will come through from the side of Heretics as they set their sights on this objective. Reset has just come through from Alvaro, so it will be a numbers advantage in favor of Heretics. And it looks like Koi, I don't think they're in a great position to contest, so it looks like they're just going to give this one away.
Dragon for a dragon, grubs for grubs. Yeah, really not bad. Our Team Heretics fans can rejoice a little bit here in this game. And you know what's crazy to me is, like, we came into this and we once again set up that Koi are going to be our 4th best team, right? Because as we've talked about over and over, their schedule was really rough to start. They took KC and G2 to 3 games. But now it's like, okay, to prove you're the 4th best team in the league and you're not like in this outskirt, this middle of the pack, you need to really put up a good result against Team Heretics here today. BDS as well. Vitality, another team that are a little bit unquestionable. We need to see a good game here from Heretics, at least to kick it off. Now, as I say that,
I mean, you're completely right. It was nice hearing from Super how he actually likes being able to play against the good teams, and I think the advantage of playing against them earlier is that they do expose your weaknesses even earlier, so you can then try to address those issues as you progress throughout the spring split. It is a longer split compared to what we've had over the last few years. It's a 7-week regular season.
It's good.
Single round robin best of 3s as we lead into our top 6 playoffs.
Best of 1s
and
are dead.
Koi, after losing to both KC and G2, they won't have an opportunity to rematch them until that playoffs. That doesn't mean that top of the table it will be denied. It just means it's a little bit less in their control. They need results to go their way in order to really fight for those top spots. But as you rightly said, right now they're looking at that 3rd, 4th position, and that eventual fight against Fnatic will be very interesting for sure. Right now, Carlson's the target.
Okay. I guess he thought maybe Carlson will flash down and get hit by that, but no, good dodges in the end. Ulti for nothing, and Super just gets chunked out mid, and yeah, we are chilling a little bit. The game feels a little bit slow, but Herald comes up in a minute 20, and first items are really being ramped up on the board. Solar Flare again on Alvaro. I think Sten needs to realize it's really hard to alter Rakan. He presses W or E if someone's nearby, like Rakan is not a good target.
It's a more challenging target, I definitely agree. Perhaps it's about sending a message, throwing out the threat.
Get some sun, he says.
Yes.
Vitamin D. You are deficient.
Quite right.
I mean, here in Berlin, I recommend, if you're here in the audience, take a supplement. Pretty good for you. I take one every day.
You know, I mean, on average, I would say it's quite great in Berlin. But then there's a period of months where it's just blindingly sun.
Yeah,
it's just so warm.
But your period here of blinding sun is like 2 to 3 months, no?
You say that, but I feel like it'll start randomly in May and then it'll last until October.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Okay. It's just, I'm privileged because back home, our sun lasts for like 10 months.
Yeah, and that's why I don't love Australia.
The natural being that is a massive circle in the sky. You don't like that.
They fixed that, didn't they?
What, in the patch? Fix what?
I thought, yeah, Australia was problematic because it had that hole in the ozone, right?
I think we all do, don't we?
No, never mind. I give up.
Yeah, you should. I thought you didn't like the sun as Alvaro is looking to bring it with him. Standard's going to get chained up. There's not enough damage, though. That is a lethality Varus who cleanses away from the Solar Flare, this time used on an immobile target. Is just about pushing mid and maybe sending another message because Herald is now spawned and it looks like the fight is only just brewing.
Cleanse was burnt from Super, ulti as well. Outside of Sten's ulti, not really was much committed on the side of Heretics, but Jojo continuing to be a problem in the side lane. Blade of the Ruin King is such a valuable spike for the champion. And you can see the nerfs not really doing that much to stop his overall power level in the side lane.
Oh, he had nerfs? Okay. But Yoda is still like a first pick bannable. As it has been, again, I was talking about it at the start of the series. If you didn't listen, I ask you to put your ear a little bit closer now. Because first items are built up. It is rare that you see a Sejuani not go Heartsteel first, but that is the case in this game with Randall and Zoman. Definitely scared of the crits that are going to come out, especially from Camilo.
It makes sense, because right now the fight over control over the top river begins. You can see Jojo already starting to move, gets the push in the bot wave. I think he's going to be too late though. Koi, they're a little slow on the setup, but here we are, Mewin's arrived.
Maybe the chase is going to be okay. Finding Shadows, only the tick in the box as well. He has to flash away and it's stolen. Burned down by a Rumble as Mewin's just auto-attacking for free. Elyoya takes the damage and ends up dying for it as this trade already begins. And Jojo might not find the ulti, but he's going to find Flacket flying through for a shutdown. Chains of Corruption or an afterthought, but a good one. The arrow even piercing through, and Koi, it takes one fight to silence the deal from Heretics.
I mean, Koi get absolutely everything. They only lose their jungler and they get a clean ace off the back of it. They'll even secure the Herald. You spotted it out, Hysterics. The Rumble ultimate actually getting the secure in the midst of all this, and the target is Sheo. The jungler of Heretics is shut down immediately. Flacket trying to Valkyrie away to safety, can only Valkyrie towards the burn. Jojo coming in with the cleanup on the flank as Flacket tries to flash away. He cannot escape. And then when Alvaro rejoins the fight, the ulti comes off cooldown from Super during the end of that fight, and we're able to set it. It's an easy cleanup from Koi. 6-5 now the kill score, but look at the difference in gold. Even though Heretics had all those early kills, they weren't really converting it into significant gold leads, whereas when Koi get that big advantage, 3K now the lead that they sit on.
Gotta love Mewin, based off that steal as well. The energy's good. Koi back in this game in a big way. 3K gold lead all of a sudden, and again, quick reminder to you all that that dragon is now just going to be taken by them as well. Off the back of that fight, we've almost got a second item for Jojo. I mean, Jojo's CS lead has now mounted into a kill and has now moved to 50. This mid-laning phase presented a really big issue, an earlier Blade of the Ruin King. And again, it's strange to say, but like, while Jojo's not the only one, it does feel like this Yone, Vetty, is going to be mega hard to match.
I completely agree with you. I don't think the Ambess is going to be enough to stop it. And because Jojo largely went unpunished during the laning phase and has continued to accrue leads, look at him. He's looking monstrous right now. Yep, he will kill Camilo if given the freedom to do so. Heretics is forced to provide safety, that bodyguard protection, as Jojo returns to his side lane farm. A 2-level advantage over his lane counterpart as they set their sights on this final outer tower. And Koi just in full control of the Rift right now.
Artican spawning bot side, going to be Ruinous, Ravenous, Ruinous, whatever. The black and red one, not the orange one. They were talking about it before. Yeah, I didn't realize that. They just all terms for hungry, are they? That's what Draco said. Ruinous, Voracious, are they just terms of being hungry? You know your words?
Ruinous isn't really tied to hunger.
Isn't it? It means you're going to ruin things, correct?
I mean...
like, I could ruin a plate of nachos.
It's
you know
one of those words where...
Good buffer.
I know what it means, but asking me to define it is hard.
Right, okay.
But voracious, I'm pretty sure, is tied to hunger.
Like, I'm feeling voracious.
I'm pretty sure it's tied to like, I'm hungry for blood, like a hunger for more violence.
See, here's the thing, is I got a computer, I could Google these words, but I choose not to.
Yeah, you just choose to
then the conversation ends there.
No,
That's right, now we just guess.
Yeah,
and you have a chance to look like a genius, or I take you to the deep end.
I mean,
which I often do.
Or I guess we'll just never have a resolution. We'll just never know.
Let's not answer.
And now you just love living in ignorance, I guess.
It is bliss, I can tell you.
Not wrong.
Almost 30 years of it, and it just keeps getting better.
I'm glad.
The less you know, the more is power.
I mean, that's definitely a perspective, yeah.
It's the perspective, if you like me. Now, everyone who takes my advice, just remember, Team Heretics might have to go with that because they're thinking, okay, Koi right now could be surrounding us. Jojo, the only one in the side lane with TP. But Koi are grouping up. Just see what happens.
The problem is Heretics have nothing to really play for right now.
Yeah.
They're just fishing for picks, with which as long as Koi don't give them any. Look at top lane. Jojo is just like, I'm free farming, I'm level 15. I have 2 fully completed items and none of you can 1v1 me. I'm also going to take your jungle camps. Koi can also just keep pushing in mid lane. And Heretics is just kind of awkwardly standing here in the river, not really doing anything.
You're going to have to go for mid. Blackett has to move that. Bot's probably an issue as well. Jojo now all-inning on Carlson, and there you go
they're
again.
going to die.
Yeah, and they're getting burned. Mirwan's just taking Camilo. Tristana going to go for a different kind of hop, and that equalizer, oh, it's so nice, isn't it? Shea can only play defensive, but to do nothing and stand there and just take it. Koi with another double. Mirwan, I want to hear the voice comms on that one because he is Gatling gun down Team Heretics now.
I mean, Koi made that look so easily, and rightly so, because Heretics just sat there not doing anything. They tried to fish for a pick. Koi focused on pushing the waves out. Once they did, as Heretics is returning to try and get those waves, Koi immediately force an engage. They extend the gold leads, they set their sights on the Arakan, and again we go back to this, just look at the map state right now. Camilo's trying to go back towards the bot lane. Mirwan is already in full control of that brush. They're immediately looking to retreat. Their AD carry sitting in mid because he's catching that wave. And it's this idea of getting caught in the rotation. Mirwan with a beautiful flash into E, connects onto the Tristana, and then he converts that into another kill as well. 1.6k the individual gold lead for him. Jojo, meanwhile, sitting at 252 CS, getting close to the Flame Horizon in the mid lane matchup.
And again, even though Team Heretics started so nicely, is Solar Flare going to be flushed away from Elyoya? Zen looking for the center plate, he won't find it. It's all gone horribly wrong, and watch this, Jojo with a massive angle. We want to see that ulti because Team Heretics are lining up with the equalizer as well. On top, they sit at fire, but now with the flames through comes the blade. Carlson running for his life, his dear life. How long it lasts is up to him as he flashes to make sure it extends a bit. But Team Heretics now down 6,000 gold, and it is looking so close to over at this point.
I mean, we wanted to see a strong performance from Koi, and this has been nothing but a strong performance.
Past that fight, nothing but strong.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is that a lot of attention was put towards the bot side of the map from Sheo. They constantly tried to gank Super and Alvaro, and while Sheo was getting ahead, it converted into a few objectives, but it really wasn't translating into a strong gold lead, because you look at the gold at your bottom of your screen now, okay, Elyoya is still behind in gold, but the rest of the map is fully in Koi's control.
You know, you talked a little bit about the setup for Ambessa as well. Like, while there hasn't really been a strict 5v5 that Carlson's been able to play towards, you know, it's not like the Vi. It's not like playing the pick of Vi Ahri, Xin Zhao Ahri, or Xin Zhao Talia. Those combinations make the Ambessa look so much better. Betty here in this game, despite getting through the laning phase, Mirwan has been the teamfight king of this game.
I mean, the reality is that even if Heretics wanted to play this front-to-back style, a bit of poke, they haven't really had an opportunity to, because I feel like once that Herald's fight happened, the game was over.
Yeah.
It was so one-sided. Koi got so much off the back of it. And the fact that Jojo, I mean, look, he is a full 3 levels over Camilo. Like, this Yone is unkillable, I feel. You cannot deal with him in a side lane, so Koi have a very clear win condition, and given the gold advantage they have, I think the best play for them now is just force the Baron, force a fight, and look to end the game.
Well, you didn't have good lane stats for Jojo before. I think this game will help a bit.
I think it will.
The average out, because he was 30 CS up at 15 or 14.
He is getting close to that Flame Horizon.
He is. And again, Miller's really struggled in this game.
I should probably let fans know, because there's probably a lot of new viewers as well. The Flame Horizon is shout out to the old player Flame. Do you remember what team it was? It CJ Entus Blaze?
I think it was.
But he was a top laner, and there was a period in time where I forget which top, even I don't remember the history of the, but basically a player named Flame had a 100 CS advantage over his counterpart, and that was what dubbed the Flame Horizon. So when you have 100 CS over your lane counterpart.
It's funny that a lot of, we have this conversation all the time because of how wide in age our league audience is.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm pretty sure he's a cast now in the LCK.
Really?
I think he is. He was with T1 as a streamer. He's now with Riot Games as an analyst.
Oh, there you go.
So, yeah, Korean broadcast. And I can tell you, Betty, in a second, he was on LGD for a bit. That didn't go so good.
Of course you would remember that.
Zubu Blaze, I remember. That's way old. That's like 2013 champions, isn't it?
Yeah.
CJ Entus Blaze. Nice. And then LGD, and then he went on Immortals for a bit, FlyQuest, and then ended on Damwon. 2019.
Okay, we didn't need all of Flame's history.
No, I think we did. I think we did. Let's be real.
Okay. Well, I think Koi is looking to set up for the Baron. We talked about how it is the next logical step. They could wait for the Dragon if they really wanted to play it, I guess, safe, but they're so strong right now. I think they should play with nothing but confidence, and they should try and force an engage, utilize that Baron to get that fight, and then look to end the game. And they're going to start this one off.
Well, Milwin's bot, he's got TP. He can join anytime he wants. He got the bot wave pushing as well, so Carlson will be a little bit delayed. Ward spot's out at 7k, and Team Heretics gonna get hit over the wall. Before I can say anything more, instead, Solar Flare down on Jojo. He does die, doesn't get to use a thing. Reset for Camilo, chasing Alvaro. But that stops the Baron, and all that praise for Koi and Jojo. He has everything up, and he just got caught.
That right there is a demonstration of the nerfs. This time he didn't get to use the E to break away from the CC. He was rooted, which meant that Heretics was able to lock him down and get that shutdown. It is a valuable pick for sure. The problem is I don't think it's quite going to be enough to suddenly turn this game around. It will, at the very least, buy Heretics a little bit more time. Koi, though, they have been known to make these errors in the mid game.
Have they?
And I would very much like to see them not make those errors.
Great analysis, that is. I agree. Would like to see Koi clean it out, but I mean, that gold injection was about 1,000. You know, Jojo, again, we talked about the Flame Horizon. That dude had a bounty on his head, and what I can tell. And with all that gold going over, once again, we talk about how Team Heretics look to show up in this game. Sheo is two and a bit items for Zhonya's. 2 and a bit for Tristana. Engaged from Stend here, though, and once again goes a little bit deep. He's going to be permafrosted, but no follow-up kill. Koya back as Jojo is now back as well. Looks at the knock-up, gets shielded. Gets a little bit as there's the ulti. Milwin in trouble, goes golden, not facing anything. Chance corruption work as well. Maybe an opportunity for Team Heretics, but Carlson separated. Has to flash away, while meanwhile Camilo is just hit by Jojo. That was the banana Yone, but he still gets Camilo in the end.
Jojo misses a bunch of skills, but he still gets the kill. That's a Yone classic if I've ever seen one. I guess finishing the Infinity Edge does help you do that, but this should be an open soul now for Koi to lock in. Camilo getting caught out. Flackhead was the target in that fight, with Mirwin starting it off with a really good Zhonya's to buy time for his team to regroup and re-engage. Flackhead able to survive was honestly very surprising. Loses all of his summoners as a result, though. Dragon not actually being started off. I feel they could just send Jojo to go solo the Dragon, secure the soul for them while they get position around the Baron to make sure the Heretics don't sneak that one away.
Sheo probably knows that they're nowhere near, and he'll take it so damn quick, so yeah. Zol just goes to Koi. Can't believe he hit a couple of autos and Qs. And with that snap, it just makes it so that Koi are kind of back in the driver's seat in this game. Sol down. Let's see if we go further, because the games today...
Hey, the Flame Horizon.
I mean, look,
he pulled it off.
Yeah. Now we can talk about Hachani.
Please stop.
We go back.
There are moments in history that we don't need to remember.
Who is better, Hachani or Kasing? You can vote now.
I'm not going.
Okay, that's all right. I'll take you somewhere else. Zender's caught out. He's trying to go back home, but there's no support for him whatsoever. It's an easy pick. This time the ult hitting is onto Jojo. Blackhead's trying to get a return kill, but he flashes back towards his team, and Jojo stays safe. 5 members of Koi alive, and Flacker just has to sit there and watch.
This should be an uncontested Baron now. 5 members still alive. The jungler gone for Heretics. Means that this Baron should be easy pickings. Blackhead and Camillu are in the area, but I don't really see what they can offer here.
Jojo just healed up a bunch of health. Ult to use. Camillu knocked up. An attempt made and no escape. There you go. Baron picked up. And Carlson on the run, but thanks to Super popping the Youmuu's Ghost Blade, there's going to be some chase here. Out of energies, Carlson, he ults back in, but he too will join the names. Blackhead burnt down for his fame, and Jojo with yet another one. Koi, this is still their game.
A one-sided affair, a bit of a blip when Jojo ended up losing his life around that first Baron attempt, but now this should be an easy win for Koi. They have the Nexus within their sights, and with the Baron and Pad minions, they're making their way towards those towers.
Yeah, not a bad game from Koi. I mean, those moments in the early game will still be looked at how all lanes but Jojo. We're in a good spot for Heretics, but one slick fight, one slick move, and Koi walk away with a 32-minute win here in game 1 in their best of 3. More kills, please. You win 6-1 and 5-9-10.
Dominant performance from Koi as they start this series off strong. I like their draft. I like what they came in with, their priorities in the picks. And they played their individual lanes very well. Impressive stuff from Koi, and kind of what we expected after what was a tough week 1 from them.
I will say, though, I mean, again, Heretics early game, if it all just moved into the mid game, it'd be a very different situation, but we'll go to a break and see what returns here for the rest of the series.
Give me chaos. Never gonna settle for those boring plays, no way. Give me chaos. Never gonna feed, but we will create some space. Give me chaos. Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me chaos.
We need a map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yes.
Hello. Can I keep my bottle of Red Bull on the desk?
No, you have to put it on the cup.
Oh my god! It's forbidden?
Yes.
It is forbidden. Yeah. Can I kiss Flecken or is it forbidden? It's forbidden.
It's against the rule book.
I can look over the pit. I will kill Zyra. Gran Bessa. They stand on a flank. Come on. They stand on a flash. Behind.
Quirky dead. Yeah. I have full team one.
I'm missing ulti.
Break mid, we can break mid.
But that equalizer, oh, it's so nice, isn't it? Shea can only play defensive, but to do nothing and stand there and just take it.
I'm Terminator, bro. Prime.
And welcome back to the LEC after MCOY takes the first game in their series against Team Heretics. And you know what? Finn and I, we were very impressed with this game from MCOY. I mean, maybe not from the beginning with the first ganks from the Zyra, but let's take it back before that. Let's talk about the draft. Finn, you and I, we've really both liked this draft from Team Heretics, or from MCOY. Why was that?
Yeah, I really enjoy that this is one of the draft the most follow-up engage I have ever seen. It's so easy to just start a fight with either a Sejuani or a Virus ult, and then you have 3 different options how to follow that up. That allows the fights to be very dynamic and gives you a lot of options in game to start fights depending on the situations.
Yeah, but we did have some concerns with it, and that is if you're not first on the draft or on the objective, can be a bit difficult because you're walking into the Zyra, and that's why I think the range comes greatly into play as well. I think MCOY did something that I saw some teams fail with yesterday is they drafted around knowing the enemy team had Zyra. But let's go into the play because it wasn't the best early game from MCOY. Team Heretics did a great job with Cheo. So what's happening here, Finn?
Yeah, so already we see a big mistake in Team Heretics setup here because we see them starting the Herald, but look at this Leona. She's so split up from the team over here. Preferably, she would be where this plant is right now, holding this control, so when Elioya walks up, they can actually turn and go on the Elioya. But as we roll the clip out, we see Elioya get free access and land a crucial ultimate onto Sheo.
Pause it, right? Because they had a ward down with Sten before this happened, and he still pathed down a bit. I think if you see the straight line there, if you can just draw it from the Sejuani to the Zyra, no one's there as a backup, right? Like it becomes so easy for MCOY to pilot this fight, and also Carsten's only coming in very late on the TP with Jojo having that push in the bot side, already being able to support. Now the fight becomes extended.
Yeah, and look, all the ults just calm down. It's gonna be a Yone ult, there's gonna be a Rumble ult, and this Zyra just can't get out. She tries to flash out, but the damage is already done. She's trying to escape, and now it just becomes a barbecue fest. And his Rumble just tears down this fight, and a great arrow from Supa, as you're gonna see later, is gonna secure it.
Yeah, let's hope the arrow is in here, because this is actually insane. I don't even think he's meant to get Camilo here. Maybe he did, but the 2-for-1 special, baby, it's right there. So once again, MCOY, shaky early game, but with the draft they had, what a fantastic way they executed on it. And now Finn and I, in a least awkward way, is going to try and make our way over to the 80 now, where Shux is also standing by. So let's go, Finn.
Yeah, I think you... oh, is my mic off? Oh, it was off. They neutered me. They turned my mic off. It was not awkward at all. You have a wonderful strut.
Oh, thank you so much.
Wonderful. I love that breakdown. It was kind of the crucial moment because Team Heretics was getting ahead, and we need to give credit to the fact that they have been able to do that consistently. But I want to tack back on a little bit to something we set up before this game, being if the redemption arc for Movistar Core is going to come through, we want to see how Jojo Pune evolves. Now, I will say, obviously, in comparison to playing Vladdy and playing Caps, with all due respect to Camilo, this is a different matchup, but it is not necessarily an easy win matchup in terms of the champions for him, and I think him individually building up that big advantage did give a little bit of a cushion to Movistar Core.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely did. It kept them in the game when the bot lane was falling apart, and I think it's great to see Jojo actually outperforming Camilo, because last year he was solo killed by Camilo as well, right? So I think if you gotta build yourself up as a mid laner...
Last year? It was last year,
last year. I keep thinking winter is a year ago
I
for
know.
some reason.
Feels like it with Rogue
right?
playing.
But my point is still that I think you gotta stop for it somewhere, and that's what Jojo did with being able to outperform Camilo.
Yes, can you pull
I
my
will
picture up?
absolutely do that
But
for
so
you.
I think that is a positive signs, because I did kind of come into this series, Finn, for me, with I want to see a slam dunk performance out of Movistar Koi, because we're looking at them as a possible top 3 team, right?
I mean, we need to see them convincingly beat Heretics if they deserve to be in the conversation for best team in the league. We know they're in the top 3, top 4 kinda. That's where we have placed them prior, and that's kind of where we see them right now. And for them to keep being that conversation, a win like this was crucial and paramount, honestly. And I really enjoy how they kind of like drafted a very easy comp like this just to roll them over.
We are gonna cover the draft as well, but I wanted to make a little artwork, right? When we're talking about Jojo Pyun. So does this just come up? I never do Telestrator.
Just do it and hope it comes.
Okay, so basically this is a pond. Yeah, this is a pond, and in NA, well, first up there was sun, so that's good, because that was good for him.
Is
and
the son of Vladimir?
he's basically, I'm gonna try and draw a fish. So this is Jojo in NA, right? Big fish in a small pond.
Fish. Yeah.
Right?
Massive fish, yeah.
And then currently the sun is gone. There's literally rain constantly.
It's Berlin.
It's horrible. And then this is him now. Because like we have Caps and we have Vladi. And unfortunately I have Camilo. Not unfortunately, but you know, in comparison. So for the sake of comparison, here he is a slightly smaller fish in a bigger pond, or a pond with bigger fish. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah?
Fantastic drawings.
Okay.
And I mean, Vladi and Caps, they're whales in comparison to that small fish there, aren't they?
I almost made a living out of being an artist. No, but just to kind of, I think, just to illustrate kind of what he's got going, because I think he came in as a really big signing, and I still definitely agree with that. But there has been a bit of an adjustment period in some of these games. I'm not saying this game, I'm saying this is a positive sign, but we need to see it replicated versus some of the whales as well consistently.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see, like, instead of finding Nemo, we're seeing Jojo Pyun finding the time to be a hero for his team.
Yeah.
To step up and actually show that he is here for a reason, that he actually is here because he can carry games. In America, he was one of the best prospects ever seen. It was seen as the NA Caps. And he came to EU now, and he hasn't really lived up for that name yet.
Yeah.
But we need to see more of him.
And I could nitpick and say that some positionings in that last game, but I'm not gonna, because we're gonna go into the draft for game 2, and we get to listen to Finn and Goldberg doing it. That is amazing. Well, doing the draft, I meant. And Team Heretics has selected the blue side. So, yeah. Let's go, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of just forgot what they banned in the first series, but I'm going to just quickly look that up just to have out the placeholders of what some blue side teams have started doing is that they have their bans in game 1, and then after some of the OP champions are out in that game as well, some of the bans are suddenly just open. You don't ban them, and now you have them available in game 2.
Yeah, we had like a Maokai that was left open strategically, I guess, was not banned, so it wouldn't go into Fearless, and then he got picked in game 3. It can happen.
Don't get me started on Maokai. My hatred for this champion
really?
is growing too strong. I mean, I just think it's just so boring. I've seen Maokai for
so
good, because it's so easy. You take the first 2 dragons because you draft Maokai with a strong bot lane, come for a dragon, you set up for it, they come in, you turn with your ult, get another dragon, get dragons on and win the game.
Rogue lost with it.
Yeah, but Rogue is a case study in how to lose with Maokai.
There's always an outlier, right?
There is
for educational
always an outlier.
systems, we have Rogue in the team.
Okay,
in the league for that, yeah.
so Team Heretics, the good is that they have a pretty good early game. They did well. Sheo is a wonderful orchestra master, it seems like, for them. So maybe they should look at something to make that even bigger and make sure that they can snowball it harder.
Yeah, I mean, already the bans are changing. We're seeing an Asir ban come through, which wasn't there earlier, and we have seen a rise of Victor priority again. Even when Victor was nerfed last winter, Camilo was still the guy that decided to bring out again and again, so he has been a forerunner with this pick.
Yeah, crucially, it's also one of Jojo Pyun's more comfortable champions. We have seen Jojo back-to-back pick this Asir when he wants to have a comfort pick. So, great takeaway. We're seeing a little bit of gardening done by Mad Lions, or MCOY in the draft, as I want to say, so take out the Maokai and the Ivern, trying to keep the trees out of this battlefield.
You hate them, apparently. You hate trees. You're like, you don't like FlyQuest. You just like...
Nin just wants nature to die.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I've seen too much of it for too long. I need a fresh perspective.
Okay.
And I wonder what perspective Team Heretics has for us in the first week. As we see Jax ban coming out here from MCOY, which is very interesting. We don't see a lot of Jax bans in our league in general because we don't have a lot of Jax players.
So what is it planning out? Well, I mean, it's because Carlson actually was really good on it last week, I presume.
Possibly, yeah. But we see the Skarner first pick tried and true, back to back, almost comes out either in game 1 or game 2. Just having that engage, having those early gank angles with the Ixtal's impact, I think it's called, that could be the wrong spell. The E where you go over the walls, very, very strong.
I think it's correct.
No, Aurora and Vi would go crazy together. Okay, they're not locking in the Aurora yet, but huge flex potential. Elioya actually had some fantastic Vi games last winter as well, and I think Vi is one of those champions where I put extra emphasis on his synergy with Alvaro, because that is where you have that double engage as well, and there's still plenty of engage champions available.
Do you know, with Alvaro, I think the accent is on the A, because usually in Spanish it goes automatically on the second syllable. but it's on the first one.
Oh.
Just protecting you from the
That's okay.
Spanish word.
Nothing to protect.
Anyway, not important.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see this because, as I said previously in the pre-match, is that I really like when Jojo Pune can work in tandem with Elyoya. I want them to have a mid laner that is willing to move to the side lanes, that is willing to fight in the rivers, because I don't think Jojo should be tied to his lane. I want him to be the third piece to this Elyoya-Elvira tandem that we have seen for so long now.
Oh. Don't talk about hovers.
I'm not talking about anything here, but there comes
Yes.
the Victor potentially. I think that still makes
Telegraph.
sense. And if you want to build one of the longer range composition, you could still have Flacco Gun and Ezreal here. I mean, obviously, there's still a Kai'Sa that could come through for Super then on the other hand, which would pair greatly with their current composition. But these are some of the options available right now for Team Heretics.
Yeah, and I'm worrying a little bit for Carlsen because seeing all these top lane bans from game 1 and now this, it becomes quite difficult to blind pick your top laners. I wonder if he's just gonna pick it now. Something like a Gnar is a classic blind pick for Cassandra, but we will see the Rel trying to secure that extra engage for Stend so he can actually have an impact.
Fabulous hair also, very 80s, Rel. I appreciate that.
It is Rel. As we see here, the counter pick will be the Alistar, which is classic because you can, with that headbutt, interrupt that Rel W and kind of deny that engage. Kind of like a Poppy would, but with a little bit more proactivity and agency of his own.
Yeah, Alvaro is also a really good Alistar. I love watching him play Alistar. He had some real highlight moments on that. Even in international competition, if I recall correctly,
That and his Rel was
he just goes in.
Absolutely. I mean, his flash knock-up on Mabel when Mabel was playing
That's
blind.
it.
Yeah, that's the one you're thinking
yeah.
of. Fantastic series. I think Team Heretics here, I mean, you can look AD carries, but you can also look to take away some of the big counters for potential blind pick that Carlsen will be looking for. I still think that Kai'Sa stands out as a super pick that he could go with when he already has these engaged champions on his roster.
Yeah, I mean, crucially, the word of the day for MCOY is dive. They're committing heavily into this dive, making sure this Victor is not going to be able to play from his range safe and sound. So they would love to have some extra dive potential with their team comp. As you said, a Kai'Sa would make the most sense, but it is a bit hard to blind pick a Kai'Sa on 4. So maybe we're gonna see something like a safer AD carry that you want to pick there.
Yeah, I mean, right now, that's probably just the Ezreal, right? Like, that's probably the safest one you could go for at the moment. Jace bans are coming out, so right now, they're still suspecting that this Aurora could go into the mid lane instead, but I believe we have seen Mirwin play Aurora before, and I mean...
It was scary.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the craziest thing he's ever brought out either, so, you know...
Yeah, I just want to see what Carlsen's options are and what he's going to go for. It's kind of a thriller for me, Finn.
Yeah, love the Saya ban, honestly, from Heretics. I mean, MCOY, noticing that the only way to counter their comp is great anti-dive, and I think the only AD carry that can really deal with that is the Saya.
Yeah, and you can't go Sivir either, because while that's fine into Vi, it's not fine into Alistar
At all,
it ignores it. It's one of the worst matchups you can go for, so they've kind of pinned a very good champion pool here.
Yeah, that Gnar ban really signifies that we're either going to get a Renekton blind pick or a tank blind pick. Probably a Cassandra or an Ornn, or a Renekton. Just something really safe that really hates that pesky little Gnar when he's out-attacks you with his boomerang time and time again. Just a safe blind that we've seen time and time again.
Super doesn't want safe blinds though, Finn. You were saying like maybe something safer instead of the Kai'Sa. That's not safe. That's a bit bold, but that's also super. And if there's an AD carry player with confidence, it's a lot of them. But it's
Black
especially
as well,
super.
and super. Yeah, so let's see. And they're most likely, I guess, the Cassante. I was hoping for something a bit more exotic, but alas, tried and true always.
I will say now we're entering Mirwin's kitchen. Cassandra blind pick is one of the most vanilla blind picks that allows you to kind of pick anything you want. So here we could set ourselves up for something really creative. And I also don't want to raise your expectations because we could just get something really boring as well.
Let's raise those expectations. We've seen his solo queue history. He's played some Annie. He plays some Anivia. Flak-hit Draven. That is something he's brought out in the past. It is a classic.
Yeah, and you have to punish this Kai'Sa blind pick, as I said. Like when you blind pick Kai'Sa, no, but it's true. Blind picking Kai'Sa is dangerous, and it runs into these strong lane bowlers. They banned out the MF, but the Draven was still up and available, and this is a really difficult matchup.
It's just gonna be the Aurora top, I think.
Yeah, so that was the flex we were talking about, but you get a classic here. It's Jojo Pune with a Taliyah, and you have a Vi. It's very easy to find someone to blow up here. 2v2, especially good for the mid lane.
Looks like, to me, right, MCOY has a really good idea of their identity and what they want to do, and the focus can be clear, but I do see a lot of OP things on the other side as well, you know, the Skarner, the Victor. I mean, this isn't Chovy, but, you know.
I think crucially for MCOY, the engage must land. If this Victor doesn't die, and they all dive into his Chaos Storm, they're all gonna die like flies. And they really need to make sure this engage lands.
But even more so as well, if you're looking at Team Heretics, you know what they're going for. You're not playing for that Cassante at all. It's about that bot lane with the Draven. Yeah, Camilo's gonna be fine on the Victor too, but you want that Draven head, specifically when they blind picked that Kai'Sa.
Right, here we go then into game 2. A must-win for Team Heretics if they want to finish the week with, well, a win possibly, but a game 3. And for Movistar MCOY, they want to send a clear signal that you have to, that you can't count them out, rather.
Like at a traffic light, isn't it? It's like being at a traffic light. You need that signal. Otherwise, when do you go? When do you stop, Eddie?
Your brain makes the most fascinating connections.
Josh said signal. You know?
And that's all you needed.
That's me. I was on camera. Well, let's get in the game. Now, you started with Rogue today, and wasn't that just a beaut?
Yeah. That is the most Australian I've heard you in a while. That was an absolute beaut. I agree.
That was a beaut. But here we are. Once again, in the thick of it. As you say, have you noticed every week you say in the thick of it? You do.
Do I?
You actually do.
I don't recall.
I have watched back VODs, and every time there's an introduction, no matter, you're like, oh, now we're in the thick of it.
Oh, well, thank you for that feedback.
And that's a song or
Live
something.
on air. I appreciate that.
No worries. Just take that down. Write that one down.
Will do.
Now, we were talking while draft was going on that Heretics, the draft seems
What did you,
generic.
how did you describe the draft, actually, Hysterics?
I called it a bit snowflakey because it's just outside of the Draven. It feels very generic, doesn't it?
I mean, yeah.
I don't want to offend anyone. Like, that's it. You know, it's Team Heretics. On the side of Koi, it's very meta at the moment, right? And I feel like the nice little piece is super on Kai'Sa. Mirwin's Aurora top is kind of cool, but like very, very meta drafts for game 2, you know?
Yes, I like dive comps a lot. I think that they encourage a lot of violence.
They
I
do. We
think
like violence.
that Heretics composition is about as, I mean, it's about as front to back as you can possibly get with your control mage mid and your, well, typically you have like a hyper scaling AD carry. The reason why I don't like champions like Draven in this draft is just because the idea behind the Draven is to dominate the lane.
Yep.
But I don't actually think you have a lot of tools to help you dominate the lane. Like, you don't have... I mean, they could definitely threaten a dive, but you're not going to see a lot of Victor roams. You're not going to see a lot of, like, TPs towards bot. Like, there's not going to be anything too crazy. And so typically I prefer more scaling or hyper carries. Like, I think Ezreal would have made a lot more sense in my head.
Yeah.
In any case, in the 2 versus 2 in isolation, you will notice that the Kai'Sa is not going to have a great time.
But you're right, aren't you? Because on the other side, they do have the tools to punish bot.
Yeah.
Like when you have a mid jungle like Vitalia, you can 4-stack bot and make sure the Draven can't play. So 6 seems like a nightmare. And then Mirwin in isolation as well is going to have no problem in this lane.
No, he's not. The fact that they've started just blind picking this Aurora too, and it's very commonly being played towards the top side of the map, I think just goes to show that they had a lot of confidence in terms of what...
Oh, it begins, doesn't it? Okay, well, at least an opportunity. Team Heretics, good little flip back from Jojo. He gets the trade on the Sheo in the end as well. There's a Vault Breaker incoming, but out of range. Elyoya, no, he flashes for it. Sheo has the match. Camilla just stands there thinking about what he can do as a Victor while things get close.
I don't know if Elyoya really needed to flash. I think his Q would have connected onto Sheo, and then maybe he could have followed up in order to actually get that kill. In any case, 3 flashes burned in that exchange. Camilo still holds onto his for now, as the Victor continues to farm up in the mid lane matchup, but Jojo going to be forced to go back to base, will likely TP back into the lane, as we are seeing on our screens right now. And the bot lane still a little bit sad for Super and Albro.
As you expect. I'll just wait till that's 6 and see what happens. Small gold lead, of course, again, as you'd expect. Don't worry, guys. Betty said there's going to be blood. That means there's going to be blood.
Oh, I've said that so many times throughout my career, and then absolutely nothing is happened.
If it was like Team Heretics comp ×2, we'd be here till 30 minutes. You know, dude, the thing about Victor, and this is why, like, you know, in the East, Betty, I talk about LPL a lot. Obviously, I watch a lot of LPL as well.
Really, do you?
I do, actually, yeah.
I've noticed that.
But Victor is seldom seen because of the weakness he has, which is he takes so long. And you were telling me, you actually think that there's a better build going around
Well,
that
it's
people
not
are
that
picking.
I think into certain comps.
Yeah.
I think Hextech.
Hey, be proud of yourself, bro. I think this.
The Hextech Revolver, I think, is just a better build. And we saw Vladdy do it once last split.
Yeah.
And I think that it's good when you're playing into champs that aren't tanks, just because it gives you a stronger one-item power spike.
I don't like this comp.
And it does just give you a more burst in the early game. So, I mean, I definitely think you could do it in this game.
Yeah. Alistar is like squishy until like his Celestial Blessing.
I mean, the thing is, ideally, if you're playing Victor, the only thing you'd ever really use on the Alistar is the W, and then you'd be holding. You might want to use your Q in order to create a bit of space between you and the Alistar.
Gotta create space.
You asked me not to say that today.
I did because I think since Healy left, like, or maybe it is an ode to him, isn't it?
I just think that it's something that now casters say. It's just, it's like,
just in
do you
the
remember?
league?
No. Do you remember when rotations came into play?
Oh, yeah.
And then no caster said rotations, and then I want to say it was Monty. I don't remember if it was, but someone introduced the idea of rotations in the league, and then all the casters are saying, look at the rotations. And then there was the whole debate behind it. Is it really a rotation if you're moving in a line?
Oh,
You know?
yeah. Because you actually have to rotate,
Yeah.
Well, you know, the next thing that came up was tempo, right? People talk about tempo like, oh, they've really got good tempo. That's still there.
So I tried really hard to avoid it because it was coined from chess. But I think a lot of people just don't use it
I think
properly.
it was coined from music, wasn't it? I mean,
No, actually, because I originally thought tempo was music, but in the context of chess, tempo does have a different definition, which is like you're ahead of the play. The other person is always kind of reacting to what you're doing, and you're kind of making the first move.
Okay.
So in League, the idea behind tempo is it's like your turn.
Right.
When you make a drag and you're using your tempo to take drag.
I see.
It's the really simple idea of tempo.
If you're wondering why we're meandering around in tempo, it's because in this early game, outside of bot being Draven favored, so far it is just a race to level 6, maybe a race towards this first dragon. Grubs are coming up in a couple of seconds, but it doesn't look like there's any rotations. Instead, we're really focusing bot side. There's a lot of tempo right now for Team Heretics.
No, there's not. Again, you're doing exactly what I hate about casters doing, where they just say the word and it doesn't mean anything.
Will there be any rotations? That's the question. Any other annoying words? I mean,
I don't think I want to fuel you with those annoying words.
There's got to be so many. Outside of creating space
King's
right now.
Legacy Dynasty. I think.
Oh, that's good. That is good. I missed that.
Do you?
I do actually, yeah. I feel like you guys used to say it a lot.
Don't worry, just cast the G2 Fnatic game.
Ah, yeah. I have. I think last split, my ending call had something about King's. I did have Legacy in it. I had new Emperors, all in engage. Okay, finally some action. Jackson is Alvaro. He's okay. He just walks away. Meanwhile, Camilo is not. And once again, this mid laner from Team Heretics, he's going to be in trouble. This time, first blood going over to Jojo.
Very nice collapse comes through from Koi, as Jojo utilizes the ultimate to quickly work with his jungler to put Camilo in a very awkward position. He ends up conceding first blood, but Koi don't really have the HP in order to contest this dragon, but they can, of course, cross-map with the Grubs.
And once again, Jojo is ahead of Camilo by a sizable amount, excuse me. So with that kill, now a 500 gold lead exists between mid, and this series, Jojo has been, by far, the better mid lane. I know we've got a small sample size, but last game, the gap was large.
I mean, there are definitely still things that you can point to as areas of improvement, like when he went over the Baron pit and then died.
That was areas of improvement. To be fair, though, you were right. You pointed out that E change where you could buffer and get rid of CC as Camilo flashes away. He just came back to lane.
Yes, he did, and it's very frustrating when supports and junglers, the moment that you return, immediately set their sights on you, but ideally, the goal is to get your flash, which they succeeded in doing, which now means that the return gank is going to be that much more devastating. Elyoya having his ultimate available will likely set his sights onto mid, but Stend has now arrived to provide a little bit of fortification towards that mid lane.
Do you think after the last game, Team Heretics were like, let's get an even stronger 2v2 so we can carry from Flacket and Stend? Because last game, a lot of attention from Sheo, and Flacket had a lead, but as you said last game, they couldn't really do anything with it. Sheo especially as well, like, he had all the building blocks with that Zyra, didn't go anywhere. Maybe this time they're like, let's double down, but the only problem is so far, there's been no jungle attention down there. Sheo's gone back to farming, maybe just rushing to get his Impale, but he's got that. So
well, again, the reason why I don't like Draven in this draft is because, sure, in the isolated 2v2, he has a gold lead, he has a CS lead, but because you don't have any prio in mid, and because, I mean, like, sure, Skarner can dive. I'm not saying that it's not, like, impossible to do, but you're trying to do it against Alistair.
Yeah.
Like, Alistair into Rel versus Skarner trying to dive you against the Kai'Sa. I just think it's a very difficult thing to do. Especially in contrast to Taliyah, you try and dive bot, Taliyah's going to show up.
Yep.
So I don't really know how Heretics really snowball an early game, and then when you get to the mid game, once we've all got an item finished, and Heretics want to play the front to back, I think Victor's really going to struggle. So, sorry, the Victor, I meant the Draven.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, Victor will struggle. You are right about that. Victor's going to struggle before, you know.
I mean, I think the beauty of Victor is he's just a very well-rounded mage, and that he can work in a lot of circumstances.
Yeah.
I think Chovy providing us with an excellent demonstration of that in the T1 versus Genji series.
Nice. Good trading from Flacky D. Have you actually asked, are you sure it's Flackett?
Yes.
Have you actually asked him? Maybe it is Flacky D.
We literally had him on Euphoria and on the desk.
Yeah, but he might just be so nice that he doesn't correct anyone.
I will say, we told Razork that sometimes we called him Razor K. Yeah. He was like, that's cool.
He likes that.
Still call him Razork, though.
Okay.
But yeah, Razor K is a cool name.
Jojo P good. Getting into position now as well.
Whenever we talk about player names, I'm always very grateful that we have Faker, because he could have picked so many different names.
True.
The best player of our sport could have had a very different name.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
there was a top laner in secondary league of LPL for a while called Naruto. Our best player could have literally been called Naruto or something.
That's what I'm saying. We're very lucky for Faker.
Or like today, for example, I'm just theory crafting. There's a guy who debuted in, not EDG, in LNG over Weiwei called 5T5, but in Mandarin that's Wu Ti Wu.
Yeah.
Which means 50-50. Faker could have been Woody Woo. Can you imagine? What's the best player in your sport? Yeah, that's Woody Woo.
Woody Woo, yeah.
Big goat.
It definitely gives a different aura, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? And people ask, you know, this question, and while we're having an ultra slow-paced early game, a lot of people ask, like, yo, if Faker didn't exist in the sport, who is the GOAT? Do you have an answer? Because that's so hard. People have told me Clear Love, which I don't agree with.
The sport would have been so different.
Yeah.
Because you have to think of the number of people that came so close.
Yeah.
And then Faker just ruined everything for them.
True.
There have been so many organizations and players. That they were such. I mean, the JDG Golden Road could have happened. Oh,
it could have. Engage finally happening. Maybe a pick. Team Heretics need a bit of damage down, but they'll find it. And Flackett gets a cash in from downtown.
That's a big cash in. How much gold? That's a 1.1k gold lead now for the Draven.
Okay.
I'll have to know, actually. Let me check.
Oh, you got your God powers, don't you?
Have a quick look.
Sten might be in trouble, though. Good seismic shove. Hang on. Team Heretics support. Just caught out. Jojo, easy kill there. Not sure what Sten was trying to do, but on a ward, he'll die for it. Mirwin maybe in trouble now. All out's going to be popped between worlds there. Carlson, ulti for ulti in the end. On the Mirwinners. Did you see what he got in the end, Betty?
Yeah, he got a total of about 900 gold.
900.
Yep.
Big.
Yeah, well, that is big. It will definitely accelerate the Draven, which is ideally what Heretics would love to have.
Jojo, is he in trouble? Gravity Field going to catch him, but the damage is now out of range.
I will say, Jojo is definitely becoming a problem for Heretics. The leads that he is building is something you can't afford to just ignore. I wonder when the swaps will start to come through as the Grubs have respawned, but MCOY have set their sights on their first Dragon of the game. I wonder if Heretics will feel confident enough. No, Draven is going back to base. So they will not feel confident enough to fight this. Bloodthirsts are completed for Flackett, which is a nice item pickup for him.
Sten died for this ward before, I believe, and see what happens this time. One more hit. He's not going to stand there while Alvaro gets into range. So Dragon goes down. Now, topside. Grub's going to be started a little bit late for Sheo. But LEC doesn't look like he's pathing top, even with that Sundered Sky. What item do you miss the most? What do you really miss? Like
Deathfire Grass.
Yeah, good call.
I used to play Victor with DFG.
Yeah.
old school Victor now, where you had literally had an item in your inventory that you had to manually upgrade, rather than it just being this passive. Yeah, I used to one-shot people with DFG. It used to catch people off guard a lot. People really didn't expect how much burst Victor had back then. It was cool. It was fun.
I miss old Arden that gave you a little bit of life steal to the person you shielded.
Oh.
The Arden patch, I think it was Karma 2018, 2019.
Were you around for Atma's Impaler?
Yeah, it was. The armor AD item.
Or Warmogs plus Atma's Impaler, where Atma's gave you like, I think it was like 2% AD, depending for each percentage of max health you had or something. I forget exactly what the wording was, but that was the good old combo that tanks used to build.
Bro, weird miss, but I missed Talisman of Ascension. Remember that support item that generated passive gold and it was also Shurelius?
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I remember Heart of Gold, and I remember the Philosopher's Stone.
True.
And I used to play.
People think you talk about Harry Potter. They're that young.
I think it was Philosopher's Stone anyway, but it was you used to run around on Maokai jungle and you just build gold per 5 items.
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't even farm. You just run around and gank everyone.
True.
Back then, Maokai's W had like 1,000 range or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember? I mean, look. Also, back in the day while we're there, supports who didn't build any items. Remember, as a support, you just build ruby crystals or something in pots, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
because it was
you'd have
expensive.
Like, you'd pretty much just be sitting on wards for most of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, supports have it good now.
They really do.
They don't know. Back in our day,
the supports were absolutely rubbish, and now they complain. But Seismic Shove, I'd be complaining too. Sten caught out again. Jojo finds him, and that's 1,300 gold through mid. You just talked about how the Draven's ahead in his lane. Flacket is going to have to deal with the fact that Jojo is going to one-shot.
Jojo is getting monstrous right now. Meanwhile, you talked about at the start of the game, Hysterics, MCOY, he has no problems in this lane.
Yep.
And even though he doesn't have a monstrous CS advantage, he has been able to get himself 4 plates. Well, I think 3 plates, actually. They fell off before he got that much damage down, but he's doing a lot of damage onto that tower. A lot of his gold lead has come from the plates that he's been able to accrue. And that bot tower also getting awfully weak. So MCOY slowly but steadily building their advantage across the board. Herald going to be started off, but Elyoya is in the area.
He is indeed, Vetty. And look at that. While we get into this fight, maybe some damage to come out of the Victor. He's gone Vetty's item. Alvaro going to get stunned up, but no, on the edge of the gravity field while Team Heretics are the healthier ones moving in. Alvaro just needs an engage, but a setup from Stand is really nice. Sets up with the ult from Flacket. Stand aside is good enough. No catch in, but a kill. Opening up a Stand is going to be the trading back. Team Heretics run as a group with the eye exposed. Taken by Sheo in the end. An advantage so far with the objective on top, and MCOY, all they find is Stand again.
It's just a trade of supports, as Heretics are happy to walk away with the Herald. It'll make sieging onto mid that much easier. But overall, a pretty even fight, and you can see the setup from MCOY wasn't ideal. They were kind of forced into this choke point, which made it much easier for Heretics to respond. That gravity field providing a lot of value. Carlson with an early TP. Then Alvaro takes a lot of damage before he pops the ultimate, and even when he does, he still kind of gets melted through. Super can't really find a good angle. He then commits the ultimate, and then the fight's on 2 fronts, forcing Elyoya to have to flash away. Heretics can then turn their attention to one of the flanks immediately, kind of shutting down the fight as MCOY realize they can't extend this fight any longer. But that's an ideal situation for Heretics, where they get to play that front to back, can leverage their front line and the crowd control they have.
Wow. I get it. I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, other Victors, sure, would do a bit of damage, but not that much.
I'm telling you, like, this is... it's actually really cool that he built this, because, you know, we talked about how this combo does make sense, but yeah, it just gives you an earlier item spike. It also just, against squishier targets, it sticks. And because you max your E, and the haste that you get from the ability, combined with the fact that you're putting a lot of points in your E, means that you can do like E into Q
and
into
it's a mana item, right?
E again.
It's a 600 mana item.
Yeah.
So
it is, yeah.
I mean, it has everything that Victor wants. It's at 100 AP. I didn't realize its base AP was so high. I remember once upon a time coming out and having like 80 or something. So yeah, really nice item. 3 stacks as well.
This is what I do in solo queue, but I run electric queue, which I would not recommend for pro.
But it's always on the table. Needlessly large in inventory is also. What do you do second? Shadow Flame or?
You could, yeah, for sure. Against squishy targets, Shadow Flame definitely works.
And
He could also go for Zhonya's if he's worried about the dive.
No.
He just starts with the AP.
Don't say that. We don't want that.
But right now, Heretics is in a pretty good position. I think they're happy with how the game state is right now. Koi would rather allow MCOY to split push on the side lane as they secure another tower for themselves. Camilo feeling confident enough to pick away at this tower, given that his team was on the bot side of the map. He's got to be cautious now, though. Jojo does have that ulti available, could collapse at any moment.
True. Vibe behind him as well, Elyoya. That combo we haven't really seen, but we haven't really needed to see. Jojo's just been doing it himself. Remember, 1,300 gold is still the lead. He's got his second item now. So with Leandre, he's adding a little bit more burst, a bit more shredding as Alvaro. Base checking for now. Camilo, that damage once again. It just feels completely different. Like, I don't know if I'm overshooting it, but watching that damage there, you're like, wait, actually, these are big chunks for only one item for a Victor. You're used to him doing absolutely rubbish damage on his first item. As a turret's going to go down. Good movement from Koi.
Especially when you see Victor's building Rod of Ages first.
Oh my god.
I mean, the champ just tickles. He's definitely playing for scaling when he does that.
I feel like Rod of Ages, that item at the moment, then everyone's like, I'm just going to test and see if it works on this champ. Ari's currently the testing tool.
Well, you want to know champion slaps right now is definitely Flackhead. Infinity Edge second is...
champion.
Yup. That's going to hurt.
So maybe there is more access to damage than meets the eye.
What are we up to?
Yeah, he's in bush. He's on a ward.
I'm reminded of that meme of the cat looking over the snow hill, being like, what's going on over there, eh? You know?
No, I don't know that.
You don't know that meme?
I'm sorry, no.
Classic.
I know the... You know what? Listening to today, my recent cat meme was the bongo one. You know, the cat jam?
Oh,
you know,
I do, yes.
Yeah.
And that then reminds me of the Trump meme with the father and son, where he's using an oven, opening and closing it. And
oh, yeah. Sorry, trumpet meme, yeah.
Yeah, the trumpet meme, yes. That's
Trump meme, and I'm like, wow.
I meant the trumpet, yeah,
Okay.
sorry, trumpet. My bad.
Yeah, right. Never been at hot coals with you. Great, because I'm normally the one that does that, you know, for everyone at home. I'm normally the one that leads us down the path. You know how Frodo tries to run into the Black Gate on the third movie or second movie or something?
Yes.
And Sam's like, no, we can't. Or like Smeagol says, no, we can't, I think it is.
Yes.
You know, I'm normally Frodo, you're normally Smeagol.
Yeah.
But in this one, I'm happy.
Hang on a minute. Couldn't I be Sam in this analogy? I'd be like,
Smeagol.
yeah.
He was good. I was always upset because that dude, you know, he was good until they got caught, and then he blamed it on Frodo, and then he became evil. Apart from that, he was changed. Flash away. A change from Flackhead, by the way, that he's now gotten caught out. He walked up to Mintara, and Alvaro just slaps him. Flash in, Sten, all in. But Jojo matches it. Sten might be in a bit of trouble here. There's a flash engage, finally an all in, and the Aurora all out. It's a circle of death. It's like the One Ring, take it off. Team Heretics running for their life, but Carlson, as he all outs himself, the one that was better was Mirwin. Super flies in. Camilo runs back and in with a better build. There's nothing you can do. Jojo on the chase for the last member, but it's just like game one, Betty. One major fight to rule them all.
A beautiful dive comes through from Koi as they set their sights on the Draven, and we see exactly what we were expecting from the draft. Koi have a single target in mind, and it is Flackhead. They want to shut this Draven down as quickly as they can. Elyoya, he thinks initially that he's actually out of range to connect the ultimate, so he flashes as he's connecting the ulti, does connect it onto Flackhead, and you can see the chain CC. The two-man knockup comes through from Alvaro, the knockback comes from Jojo, and then it just becomes a chase down as their AD carry falls. Nice team fighting from Koi as they find themselves with a 4-for-1.
Really clean, and Mirwin again positioning as, oh, are we gonna get machine gun noises now? No, no check-in yet. He's been a barrel of laughs today. I don't know if you saw in the break, but Mirwin also, after the second fight of last game, was like, I'm Optimus Prime or something. No, sorry, he's like, I'm Terminator Prime. Bro.
I didn't see that.
No, barrel of laughs, don't worry, Betty. We've got the internet. We can show you afterwards. But he's 2k gold ahead. And with Blackfire Torch and Leandre's, that is an anti-Cassante build if I've ever seen one.
Very much so. Koi find themselves once again in a commanding position here in the mid-game. Dragon spawning in about 20 seconds. Heretics, I wonder if they'll even try to fight for this. There is that Zhonya's second that we were speculating. Definitely hurts your curve, I would say, but provides a little bit more stability. What it also does is it just puts a bigger target on Flackett's head. Because I tell you right now, Olyoya's ulti is not going to be going anywhere near Kamilu.
It's still got decent AP, right? What is it, 100 as well?
I think so.
I know you're going to mouse just to remind me.
105.
105, what a random number.
Yeah, I swear it was 120 for a while.
I think it was. It was
and then they brought it down to 100, and then they nerfed the cost. Adakan going to be started off, and Kamilu's top lane does have TP, but the Skarner's also top lane. So, yeah, there's not much Heretics can really do about this. Voracious going to be locked down.
And I got to be honest, for fans at home, I'm sorry, you know, we had some good moments from Heretics, even in this game again with the Flackett shutdown. But then we just get to mid-game, and one fight blows it all out.
Yeah, a single fight really is all KOI is needed in both games. That has given him full control.
I hate Carlson, thanks.
He's gone between the turrets.
Yeah, okay, I'll talk about that in a second, because you're right, it's a sandwich. Jojo snaps him in. Would you like more salami with that? I think you would, because there's a lot more meat to go. Double kill already picked up, and KOI, it's going to happen just like last game. It's a Monday, isn't it? No one really likes him, and especially Team Heretics after this. Shadow's just in no man's land in mid. Knock up, knock back into the rocks. Be with your family, because after all, Scorpions and rocks, they have to be related, don't they? Kamilu running for his life, and you know, what can he do? Baron's now up. That's free for KOI.
Should be an easy objective secure for KOI. And I love that KOI are just executing flawlessly on their game plan. Flackett will always be the target. The dive is being done perfectly time and time again. The chain CC prevents Flackett from ever being able to move. And again, it comes back to what we were talking about in the draft. Sure, in lane, the idea behind the Draven is cool. But in the context of the comp, he has a very difficult time being able to execute. And as a result, KOI now find themselves with a 7k gold lead, a Baron secured. And we look back at this, and again, he spotted on a ward. The Vials into the Alistair, into the knockback from Talia, and it is just a clean kill.
What we can come away with today is that Jojo's had a good day. One mishap last game, but Jojo has, you know, improved, and his individual laning was his biggest criticism. I think it was, you know, shout out to Molecule, our stats legend, but he was saying today, like, oh yeah, the stats don't really support Jojo, because we obviously as casters want to help build stories for you, and one of them was that Jojo's improvement this split so far has been there. The stats don't really support it, but I think after today we'll have a lot more information.
We'll definitely have some nice stats.
We'll have some stats for you guys next week, you know? Like,
we'll also give a big shout out to Miu, and I think his Rumble was just fantastic in game one.
Aurora is fantastic
and
as well.
yeah, the blind pick Aurora, the Cassante, definitely not the answer, as Miu has just dominated in the 1v1, and I felt it in Winter after he'd come back from Worlds, that Miu was just playing individually so much better than he already was. And he's proven to me to be like a very reliable laner that is very dependable. So I think KOI is building a really strong foundation with strong laners. And again, they had a difficult week one with the opposition that they went up against with both G2 and KOI. And the expectations were that they'd be favorites coming into this matchup. And what we wanted to see from them was a clean transition from having a lead into closing out a game. And again, there was a small blip in game one, but by and large, they have demonstrated that they're capable of doing it.
Hang on, finally,
and as I say that,
Mirwin, he's burning down, but will he die? No, it's not a burn build, but there is a shutdown from Flackett. Nice snipe. And they needed that. He's on 3 items, but he definitely needed a bit of ramp.
So these blunders still happen from time to time, but Kamilu now very deep in the lane.
Big blunder, isn't it? Elyoya can get a free ulti here. Jojo joins in, and with this burst of the duo, there's no way the Victor's getting out of this. Sonya's might be available, but no use for it. Jojo picks up the kill there, and with one good moment comes many good ones for KOI again.
They have enough minions to secure this bot lane tower, I suspect. It's going to be difficult for Heretics to keep this one alive.
So while this goes down, Betty, my question is for you. Do you think today, Team Heretics, you know, do you think Shao had a quiet day and therefore the engine that we talked about, the driving force that keeps them together?
I just...
Was it an issue?
I didn't like the drafts from Heretics today.
Yep.
And I also just think that Kamilu's had a bit of a rough series.
Yeah,
I think that Jojo really has gapped him, and I think it's been difficult for him to really have presence, which has put a lot of responsibility onto Flacket, especially when you consider the drafts that came through. And when Koi just focused Flacket, then it makes the game much harder for Heretics to play. I think overall, Sheo, he's had a solid day today. I think his presence through the game has been felt in both games. Obviously, this one was a much earlier one, but again, I think it all ultimately comes back down to the draft, where you don't really have the tools to kind of snowball a lane, especially given what they were playing into. So it was always going to come down to a single team fight.
Yeah.
And it was Koi that was first to press the pull the trigger, I guess you can say, a common caster phrase.
I guess that's the issue, right? Because you look at games like this, and context is mega important with, like, well, because of the draft, is Sheo just not there? Is he not having that much impact? But you're right, it's been an okay day for Sheo, and being in response of how Team Heretics have had to play, now playing reactive to this Dragon. It's not a soul, but 7k gold down. They're definitely going to feel it with a 3-item Talia, an almost 4-item Kai'Sa that's going on hit crit build again. And like Carlson, he's trying to get some side pressure, but he's a Cassante. And even though Mia won't really be able to kill him anymore.
I don't think he even does any damage to him.
But he will be able to keep him here for a bit of time. Carlson, oh, he's TP'd. I thought he's just standing there. We need something as a spectator, we need something to show they're TPing rather than just a cool stance. You know, because they do the Dominion right click on a thing, you know?
What do you mean?
No, but you see it on the minimap, but there's no like thing above them that says teleporting, you know? We should have a thing that says teleporting.
Okay. Thanks for the feedback.
No worries.
I'll write that down.
Can you send that to someone?
Can I? Yeah. Yeah, no, I know a guy. No worries.
Does Freak handle this stuff, or is he just...
Yeah, no, he does, actually.
Does he?
You should DM him, yeah.
Or if Freak, if you're listening.
I don't think he is. But he might be.
But you might be, because it's like morning in America, isn't it? I mean, America's a big place. What side
I mean, I believe so, yes.
The west side of America is LA, right?
You've gone down quite the tangent. How about we just agree
I don't know America.
You can reach out to Freak, and I'm sure he'll get right on that.
Can someone pass that on to Freak for me? That would be great. I would also ask for an Elder that doubles up the Elder after what we saw
so
today.
now this is just a feedback for him?
This is just...
I see, right.
If chat has any feedback, please pass it on. But we need double Elder. We need one that ramps even more. Ramping my word of the day, by the way, Betty.
I see.
Write that down.
Okay, written.
Okay, noted. Good. 55 seconds till Baron. Are you ready? Because there needs to be a miracle from Heretics. Otherwise, this series is done and dusted.
Super. Working with his team to get control. We'll bring up the minimap quickly just to highlight how much vision control they do have. Vision towards the bot side. Speckles on the entrances of the jungle as they largely look to set up for what will be this Baron.
Why is this still here? We've still got this here. Why is this still here?
Well, I didn't know we had that.
For context, there was a day where, like, we were talking about how fast games could go with Artican, and I'm like, we need an emote that really sells that.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm
so
like,
you thought,
we need a run emote.
You thought this one?
And then I'm like, I enjoyed this. As being one of our big co-streamers, I figured, you know, everyone will understand that.
Right. No, I mean, it's definitely that's definitely enhanced my experience.
I asked to reenact it, and apparently I ran out of time on the day. So I did ask it like 10 minutes from live, so that would be why. Thank you for
we're building up to the moment. Baron is alive. Heretics are trying to reclaim that river vision. They have good face checkers. Cassante, a fantastic champion for just asserting authority. And they will push Koi out of the river for now. Back to the mid wave we go.
Jojo though, that cut-off angle with his Weaver's Wall. That's annoying. Team Heretics have to pay respect. Baron is spawned. Super will take this down really quick. The vision getting limited, and it does just feel like for Team Heretics they need some kind of miracle pick. Carlson looking for exactly that. But on the back of the pit, Koi are playing with them right now. Look at the sideways as well, buddy. He's going to have to go and answer them, surely.
I'm surprised by how hesitant Koi is.
Yeah.
They are... I mean, I was going to say they're really fed, but you look at the items and... I mean, it's a full item gap in favor of Jojo, and there's also a full item advantage in favor of Neowin, but 280 carries are very even. So I understand why there's a degree of hesitancy, because if they just, you know, throw all of their dive and they don't properly execute, there's a world where the game suddenly swings on its head. But given the gold lead that they have, I think they are playing a little more scared than they need to.
scared of the front line. Maybe this front to back the Team Heretics have drafted. They're giving a lot of respect. Seismic Shove doesn't
Look
connect.
at where Carlson is. He's literally sitting on top of Flackhead.
True.
There to try and provide that safety. Look at the fight, look at the fight.
I'm looking. There's the Weaver's Wall, and I've now found out. Seismic Shove sets up, and Flackhead's just dead. That's a big part of your damage. Now what?
Yeah, that was not much Cassante could do to protect his AD carry there. They turned their attention to Sheo.
Because Sheo was looking for Mirwin, and it is to his detriment. Sheo is just going to drop. Nice ulti from Mirwin yet again in the circle of death. Camilo stands the Chaos Storm that only tickles. Yes, doing a bit of damage, but Jojo's going to withstand it, and Carlson takes Alvaro over the wall. It's his escape, but Super matches it with his own flash, and now with a second skin, triple kill. Koya back to where we thought. 10k gold lead, another ace, and the game in the palm of their hand.
A 5-0 ace in convincing fashion. Elyoya finally finds the flank. Flackhead doesn't even burn any of his summoner spells. Once again, we see a perfectly executed dive onto the AD carry, and now they will set their sights onto the Nexus. Flackhead will respawn in time, though.
Yeah, I don't know if they can end. That's one minion. They've got to keep him alive, so taking up has to continue on. The ulti from Flackhead doesn't work out too well, but the Nexus is now bare. Team Heretics had some decent early games, but one fight again in each game here tonight brings Koi to a 2-0. A much better result after their hard start against KC and G2, but Koi are on the board in spring.
A very strong series from Koi. A bit of a lull in the mid-game, but ultimately they executed upon their composition beautifully, and they found Flackhead every single time.
Yeah.
Fantastic scorelines across the board. I mean, Jojo 6-0-10, involved in 16 of the team's 17 kills. Very impressive stuff from him. And overall, an impressive week from Koi. Bounce back after what was a rough week one.
Especially when our player of the series, you can vote at LEC on X, is going to be between Mirwin, Jojo, and Super. And much better individual plays. I mean, this was clean. This is what you wanted to see, with a couple of small mishaps. Outside of that, you're saying that Koi remind you that they are still within that top 4, or at least should be within that conversation.
Oh, they certainly are. I think that is where a lot of the conversation is.
Yep.
In week one, it was about can they break into that top 3 conversation, and they're going to continue that conversation as the split continues.
Just realized, thank you to our production crew. It's 11:42 a.m. in LA right now.
Oh, so there's a good chance Freak could be watching.
I mean, you should, but come on, bro. Look, I know we're gamers, but like, you should wake up at 8 or 9 o'clock. That's normal.
Who knows?
Well, unless you've had a really big night the night before. Again, Mirwin, Jojo.
I mean, it's a Monday, so.
Oh, yeah, true. It is Monday. Sorry about that, guys. If you had to do a tier list on days, is Monday like D tier?
100%, yeah.
Yeah? I think Wednesday is S tier, by the way.
Really?
Wednesday is S tier because it's the middle of the week. You know you're like halfway through, but you've got so much productivity to go.
All this has taught me is that your tier lists are D tier. And it looks like that we don't have to talk about tier lists anymore because it looks like Laura's standing by on stage with, I can't tell, someone.
Good one, Vetti. Thank you for that. What day of the week? Get a tier list.
He doesn't even know his players. Very, what a shame. This is Alvaro here. Thank you so much for joining me for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. That was a smooth series for you guys. So before we dive into the topic that I had for you today, how do you reflect on the series? The good sides and the bad sides.
Of course, I'm happy because I think right now we kind of practice as well way more discipline. We are playing way more for things that I'm not going to say, here, but I think it kind of shows also in the game. Of course, it was a bit shaky, I will say, in early game because we give some deaths that I think, in my opinion, could be avoidable. But overall, I'm happy, and yeah, I just want to go next week already so I can play even more.
Yeah, focusing on practice, I want to follow up on something because I was on co-stream earlier, Zab, hi, with Isma, who was one of the guests from GX, and he was talking about practice and fearless practice. So to sum up for our viewers, now that you guys are in Fearless Draft, you do 2 sets of 3 games in Scrim. Yep. 1 Fearless best of 3 and a second one. Do you feel like it's the most efficient way to practice Fearless?
I think right now for the regular season is the most efficient because there is like 2 months still of regular season, so I think it's important to practice the best of threes. In this case, for example, we are having the practice of having 2 officials in one day, and then when we get to playoffs, mostly all of the teams we do best of 5, and then we play fearless best of 5.
Right.
So right now, since the playoffs are still far, I think it's in a way a good practice, but it's also true that in the third game, mostly all of the champions are kind of like the same all the time. So yeah, right now I don't think the fearless forces you that much to see insane picks.
And I feel like sometimes you want to practice a specific jungle mid combo or maybe a bot lane combo or see how the support is going to interact with the jungler. I don't feel like you can do this with this format. So do you feel like sometimes you end up, without revealing too much, of course, sometimes you end up being on stage and you're like, oh, maybe it's good, maybe it's not, but this is not something we practice. Is that a feeling you had on stage?
I think it depends on the mentality that you have in training. Like you can, of course, always practice new things. I think you always have the room to try it out. But in this case, for example, since most of the series are only 2 or 3 games, you don't really need to go that far. But there is also teams, and I include us as well. I think we are practicing other things, and I can see it in other teams, especially on bot lanes or, as you said, jungle mid. But right now, since you are not that forced to, I don't think people will show it that much. It's more or less the champions that are in the meta, and you just trade. But I think for sure, when we get to playoffs, we will.
All right. Well, thank you for these insights. And you were telling me about you guys being more disciplined in practice. How does that manifest?
I mean, right now we have set up 3 objectives, and basically every single time that we finish the games, we value from 1 to 5 how well we did it. So that kind of shows the effort that we're putting into it and how well we do it. So it kind of reminds us always that we need to follow this progress. And even if we won the game or we lost, but the score is showing something else, if we have a 1 in everything, then we are doing something wrong. So yeah, and right now, for example, we were even doing jokes after the first game, trying to put notes.
Yeah.
So I don't remember what notes we put, but yeah, and it's about different topics about the game. So just keep reminding that in the game, and yeah, I think kind of having a plan makes everyone play on the same page.
I want to investigate on that checklist that you have. That's a topic for later. And for the next interview, we have Jojo in PGL waiting with Shocks. Do you have a message for him? Or a question for him, maybe? Your mid laner.
I will play to him today. You
All
know,
right.
he played well. I hope he has a good interview.
Yeah, and I hope you have a good time, Jojo, and Shocks and Finn as well. Alvaro, thank you so much for the interview. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much as well. Wonderful stage interview, Laura. Really insane questions and great answers. So I'll try to kind of parlay this into PGL as well. With Jojo, we'll start on a great note because you are our Kia player of the series. Let's go.
I appreciate it.
Let's go. Congratulations. So how do you reflect on your performance then? I want to say contrasting to the first week that you had.
Yeah, I mean, I think this week we played really well in scrims, honestly. I think we're improving a lot, and I think I'm learning how to play much better, especially with my team and building that synergy. So honestly, I wasn't surprised the results from today because our scrims have been the best it's ever been. So we just got to keep this momentum and keep on improving.
That's great. Alvaro did talk about it a little bit as well, but he was a little bit tight-lipped, so I don't know how much you want to say. But we asked the question because Elyoya was very clear about this last week. He said in an interview with me, like, our practice has not been good. I don't think we were prepared. So is there anything you can reveal that for you felt better?
Yeah, I think a lot of times our mistakes is pretty obvious to see on stage. We just do such undisciplined plays a lot of times, especially when we're so ahead. We threw so many games, like the KC game 3, we should have won for sure, right? And then we just threw it. So I think we like to get too much too often. And I think that's what Yoya meant from not being disciplined in scrims. We just want to always get so much. We're not happy with the small wins. So I think we showed that pretty well today, to be honest. I think it's a good improvement.
Yeah, in NA, Walter told me, don't go for the whole chicken, take the drumstick. That was kind of... that was just a tangent. But yeah, I was going to say, because when you came into this team, it was kind of exciting because we had this Alvaro, Elyoya duo, like this tandem, and then we kind of were excited for you because you're going to fit into this. How does it feel now in your second split? How do you feel like it's working with these two kind of on the map and outside of the game as well?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, first split was a big disappointment. I think I didn't show my form at all. I think today was pretty good with my form, but I still should have done a lot better. But I think this split will definitely be a difference because everyone just seems much more... at least I know the team much more better, and they've been playing for a year already, right? So I think it's mostly me that's fitting in and learning how the team wants to play and how the coach sees the game. So I think it's been going really good.
Yeah, it's an upward trajectory for sure, and I think nobody will be surprised that you might need a little bit of time to acclimatize. I made a little drawing about you, and I think it's only fair that I show it to you, because Raz didn't agree with me, basically. So if you can pull it up, I want you to guess the context if you can at all. The JoJo pond.
So NA is like sunny and everything. It looks,
Yes.
That's LA, right?
Yes.
And that's Berlin because there's no sun. I'm assuming, right?
That's one of the things, yeah.
What else is there? There's a crab.
But yeah, basically that thing in the middle is a fish. It's you.
Ooh, that's me.
Yes.
But then in that one, what is that?
So, okay.
2 fishes? 3 fishes?
Small fishes, big fishes. So I got this from a Reddit comment. Oh, I forgot your name again, user. It started with a B. I'm so sorry. He was talking about you coming into EU and kind of being in NA for a lot of the time, a big fish in a small pond. The user was implying, and I kind of drew, that obviously you were at the top of the pack, but maybe the competition wasn't as good. Whilst when you come into a scene like EU, you've got the Caps of the world, right now the Vladdy of the world, and maybe that is also the adjustment period. So do you agree or not?
I mean, to be honest, I think my form last Blitz, if I was in NA, it would have been bad too. I don't think it's more of the players. Of course, Caps is really good, and I think he's the best mid in the West, but yeah, I think my form was just not good last Blitz. Even if I was in NA, I think I'd be struggling too. So I don't think it's more of the competition. I think it's just more on myself, to be honest.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think there was another user that also said, like, hey, there was really good competition there as well. So this is a little maybe short-sighted. But all jokes aside, though, about the weather, because I know people like to meme on it, but even people like me who've lived in Berlin for 10 years, winter is awful, is literally awful. I mean, the city is unbearable. It really is. So I do take that really seriously. Do you feel like it is getting a bit better now that everything's looking up and the sun's come to play?
I mean, to be honest, everyone asked me, like, how does it feel going from LA to Berlin? Because the winter Berlin, you know? But I was born in Canada, Toronto.
Oh, it's true.
And I'm kind of used to this. So, like, I come to Berlin in winter, it's snowing, it's cold, but it's like, I'm used to it, you know? But if you guys are from more hotter countries, then it makes sense. Because compared to LA, obviously the weather sucks. But right now it's getting pretty, I wouldn't say great, but it's like sunny, you know?
Toronto is like a nice city, I hear.
Toronto's pretty nice. I mean, Toronto's for sure, I think, the best city in the world.
I'm a Berlin hater, so anyways, go ahead.
I was the opposite, because I'm from Sweden, which is also like Canada. So when I went to LA, I was like, wait, there's too much sun in a way.
Yeah.
Every day. It's like I was living the same day on repeat, because every day I would wake up, go outside, and there's sun. And it would be the same. There's like there's no seasons there. So I actually really like the Berlin weather. I'm going to defend it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I like it.
I would say I'm in the middle, you know? Like, I like the Berlin weather, but at the same time, it's not that LA sunny weather, at least for now.
True.
Yeah, we'll check in when it's the middle of summer and there's no AC anywhere. We'll check in then. Speaking of Canada, obviously, that's probably a really big goal then for you to really ramp up coming into spring and specifically into locking in one of those spots to go to MSI.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, going to MSI, especially in Canada, would be great because I'm not 100% sure, but at least I'm pretty sure there hasn't been an international in Canada in so long, right? So
One got cancelled, I think.
yeah, that's what I heard. So obviously we make it to MSI, we win the split, that'll be great. Especially in Canada, that's a big bonus. And then my break, I can just like go home right away because I'm in Canada already. So
excellent.
That'd be fun.
No jet lag. Yeah, very efficient. We talked about the redemption arc of MCOY. After what you saw today, we do have to take the competition into regards as well, right? But do you agree with Jojo about kind of the building blocks that are there and what they can achieve?
I mean, I was always a KOI believer. Even in winter, I was really praising. I was kind of disappointed, which I think you are as well. But also, like, coming in, it's hard to call it a redemption arc because it did play G2 and KC, which are really, really strong teams. And you did really put them and kind of push them to game 3, both series. So we still really see you in this high regard. So I wouldn't really call it a redemption arc.
It's more like from winter. I think finals weekend would have been a big goal, but
So how do you take the next step now? Like, what is the next on the agenda for MCOY to really reach that? Is it just the discipline, or is there something beyond there?
I think everyone is just very driven right now and very motivated. And I think last splits, a lot of us would sometimes see different things in the game and would not see the same page. I think we're doing a really good job this splits, getting on the same page and doing how we see the same things in game is so much easier than everyone having their own ideas, right? So honestly, for us, it's just we're just focusing on what we can do better. And if we keep this track, I could see us easily being contenders.
Yeah, it comes down to compromisation, right? Because I see the game one way and you see it the other way. But in the end, we both need to see it the same on the game day. So someone has to kind of like come to the middle or in a way.
Yeah, it makes sense. We'll sign off, I believe. Thank you so much, Jojo. We'll just take a look at next Saturday's schedule. You're not playing on Saturday. That's kind of nice, actually.
It is kind of nice. I mean, the new schedule is different because today's Monday and I'm playing on a Monday, you know? So.
Yeah. But we will have Heretics versus BDS. We have G2 versus Rogue. Oh God, that's difficult for Rogue. And KC versus SK. So it could go either way. I think we could have a couple of blowouts, Finn.
I mean, 113 is playing, you know, so I'm excited.
You're excited.
You have an opinion on 113, my GOAT?
I mean, I just know about BDS macro, but about 113 specifically, I think he's a very aggressive player, but I don't have too much of an opinion.
Sometimes a bit of a coin flip. A bit, right?
Comes with the territory. I don't know what to say.
He's a jungler after all. Thank you so much, Finn. Thank you so much, Jojo. I think you have to go record Euphoria as well, so we'll let you go. And thank you so much for being with us for this entire week of the Spring Split, and we'll be back next week with more action. Thank you so much. Good night.
Jackie's tries to throw the ball down. It's Noah who's gonna die! The Shockwave, he wasn't watching the ball!
Okay, set. I got him here. Yeah. Nice. Kill him. Get Nash, no? Get Nash.
No shockwave Oriana, guys, okay?
No, duel there. We have Elder.
Go bot, mid.
That's a banger game one.
That's
Somehow.
Has overstayed. There's a level 6 here. He's gonna Q away, he's gonna flash away. Flash and first blood from Malrang. Malrang, ulti ready, blocks up Jackie's. The ulti goes through the wall. Jackie's in trouble, caught the hit, and Patrick takes him down. They manage to save him. Turn with the knockup, the ball through, the stun over the wall. Now the severing bolt, Jackie's gets one back.
Hello? Can I keep my bottle of Red Bull on the desk?
No, you have to put it in the cup.
Oh my god! It's forbidden?
Yes.
It is forbidden. Can I kiss like it, or is it forbidden?
It's forbidden. It's against the rulebook. I can look over the pit. I'll kill Zyra.
Gran Besa. Tristana no
flank.
Tristana no flash. Behind.
Quirky dead.
Yeah. I have full
Tristana no flash.
I'm missing ulti. Break mid, we can break mid.
That equalizer, oh, it's so nice, isn't it? Shea can only play defensive, but to do nothing and stand there and just take it.
I'm going to scout. They will lose me. I'll fight.
We can end.
Look here. I stop it.
I zoom?
I read side.
No, we end.
Hey, top now?
Maybe we don't.
What the f am I doing? What the f did I just do?